heartbeat of competition, the drama of the moment. This is TNT Sports, home of NASCAR's race for the championship. This is the Discover Card Countdown to Green as we get ready to go racing.
Twice a year, the Winston Cup Series packs its bags and makes the pilgrimage to the Pocono Mountains in Pennsylvania. As a driver, this unique three-turn track challenges your setup and your stamina. As a fan, it fuels your anticipation for a furious 500-mile Sunday afternoon drive. In July, most people come to Pocono to relax. Not these guys.
Ducking, diving, incredible racing.
For the stars of the Winston Cup Series, a trip here doesn't mean seeing the mountains, it means climbing one. Championship leader Sterling Marlin is trying to keep from losing his grip. Mark Martin has never been to the Winston Cup mountaintop, and he has never won at Pocono. But Rusty Wallace has, and so have Elliott, Gordon, Jarrett, and Lovato. Today, the masters of Mount Pocono face these challenging climbers who are learning fast that the road to the Winston Cup Championship is all uphill.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me double shot inside.
TNT Sports welcomes you to Pocono for the Pennsylvania 500, presented by Pep Boys for the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. The 2.5-mile Pocono Raceway sits in the quiet Pennsylvania countryside, framed by mountains and lakes. It is a picturesque sight from above, but from the seat of a 3,400-pound race car, you get a much different view. On this track, it's more about the bold than the beautiful. The only postcard you want to send home from here shows you in Victory Lane. Hi, everybody. I'm Bill Weber, and welcome to Pocono. Benny Parsons left just a few minutes ago. He made it back from Colorado, but he's on his way to the booth. Why? We're in a bit of a hurry-up situation here. We could be green in less than 30 minutes. It started raining here at Pocono about 9:15 this morning, and it rained for an hour. It's rained on and off since then, but really no heavy rain in the last 45 or 50 minutes. So we could be going green here shortly. So stand by. When we do, a lot to consider. Sterling Marlin leads Mark Martin by 55 points in the race for the championship. But after today, Martin, Marlin, Jimmy Johnson, Rusty Wallace, or Jeff Gordon could be leading the points. As for the favorites in this race, they start at the front of the field and go all the way through to the back. Let's go trackside to Matt Yoakum.
Bill, after crashing and running out of gas here twice, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is poised to break out of that Pocono triangle. Your crew is jacked up. You finished second here last year. How about your chances today, Junior?
Well, you know, you go into every weekend trying, hoping you can whoop some ass, but it just, you never know. So the temperatures and everything are different today than yesterday, and we're going to do a little more shifting than I'm used to. So we'll be shifting on back straightaway and trying that out. And that should help us out, get down the straightaway a little faster, and hopefully have a good day. We just want to, kind of creep back up in the points and get back in the top 10. That's the main goal.
Both teammates, Steve Park and Michael Waltrip, double shifted in the final practice session. So Junior, they made a transmission change. They're going to try that as well today, Dave. He rolls off 11th.
Robbie Gordon is getting ready for driver introductions, but he has crutches. Drivers treat their teams like quarterbacks treat their linemen. They take care of them. You guys went out to have some fun yesterday, but what happened at the motocross track?
It was one of those deals, we talked about for a long time. A lot of the guys, Kevin Hamlin, a lot of the guys on the 31 Singular Wireless team, they go motorcycle riding, so we shipped our bikes up here and went out riding a little bit yesterday afternoon, and basically bottomed out on the frame and collapsed my ankles.
How high was the jump you took?
I don't know, not very high.
What about your owner, Richard Childress? What did he say up to you this morning, Robbie?
Well, you know, you got to love Richard Childress. You know, he does things he likes to do outside of the racing, and he supports us and things we like to do. You know, the most important thing today is we have a good race and get through this and get after it the next couple weeks.
All right, head on up the stage here. The report is that he did sprain both ankles. He will race in the car. There is not a backup driver, so we'll keep our eye on Robbie all day long. Marty?
Well, Dave, speaking of banged-up drivers, Tony Stewart, you took a really hard shot at New Hampshire. I think your fans will know you're okay, right?
Oh, yeah, we're fine. We're faring a lot better than our sprint car driver is this week. My World Outlaw driver, Danny Lasasi, is in a hospital. He got hurt Friday night at Williams Grove, and he's probably going to miss a couple more races here. But the good thing is I went and saw him last night, and his mind's just fine. He's still the ornery Danny that we all know and love. But he's got bruised ribs, a bruised lung, and he's got a bruise on his heart. And he's got a left ankle that's banged up a little bit, but he doesn't have any broken bones. And I think we're going to have him back for Knoxville Nationals for sure. It's just a matter of you know, keeping him tied to the bed long enough to let his body heal, because he's pretty restless. He won't want to stay there long, but just wants to say hi to him today and thinking about you, buddy, and also thinking about a real good friend of ours, Jack Hewitt, that got hurt in a sprint car accident in the last week. So got a couple of our real good friends that got hurt in race cars this week, but you know, I'm fine for my deal Loudon last week. You know, more just pride hurt than anything. I mean, every time, I think it's kind of a jinx for us to get to 5th in the points. Every time we get to 5th and something happens and we get a little bit of bad luck. So, you know, we either got to go from 6th to 4th or do something different. But, you know, we're excited. Hopefully the weather will hold off today and we can get this thing in today. The Home Depot Pontiac is probably as good as we've had here in a long time. So it's just a matter of going out and trying to keep good track position today. Seems like track position and tire strategies aren't you know, the big name of the game anymore. You know, no tires or 2 tires or whatever. So, you know, hopefully they'll get this sport changed back around to where it's fun to watch and fun to drive again, but it's getting pretty boring just sitting there riding around on 100-lap tires these days.
All right, take a breath. He feels good about his car and feels good physically too, Matt.
Sterling Marlin is number 1 here at Pocono. You finished 4th 4 times, but your 2 wins this year came with this car. Can you break through today, Sterling?
Yeah, we got a Coors Light Dodge really fast. Yesterday in last practice, it was 4th and 1 and 10th and nothing, and same car we won Vegas with, won Darlington with, and you know, the guys worked really hard on it. It's the best car I believe I've had here in a while, so we'll see what happens.
Sterling Marlin starts 13th, Bill.
Okay, last week, Sterling Marlin finished 14th in the New England 300 and increases leading the race for the championship by 6 points. We want to put you to work. Go to NASCAR.com and check out our TNT Race Talk poll. Which driver is going to be Sterling's toughest competition in the race for the Winston Cup Championship? Which one of these guys will give Marlin a run for the big money? Results during the race. Mountains have been a popular getaway for many years. Just about 2 hours from Midtown Manhattan, or maybe you're home on the Jersey Shore. Pocono Raceway is in Long Pond, Pennsylvania, on the eastern edge of the state, just a few miles from the New Jersey-Pennsylvania border. Now, happy hour here on Saturday ended at noon. That gave the guys in the garage a couple of hours free in the afternoon. A few went fishing, some raced go-karts, and a driver or two decided to practice their driving.
Every Saturday, 2 hours after happy hour practice, I'm right here on the golf course. Today I got my buddy Marty Snyder. We're going to attempt to play a little golf. NASCAR golf. Look at that, see? Good hit,
I'm
man.
out there with you.
Oh! Oh, you lucky sucker. Hit the tree right out in the middle of the fairway. Come on. You're playing illegal already.
Oh, come on.
You're cheating, man. You're cheating.
That is
just
beautiful.
like that. Just like that.
Yeah, you are getting good at this game, aren't you? So now, why has this become your passion all of a sudden?
Well, you know what? Practice is over at noon.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to do from noon on except autograph sessions and stuff like that. And, man, I got to tell you, I'm just getting tired of doing the same little thing at the track. And I'm in the beach. You don't have the wrong clothes on today. There's not many people that can drive race cars successfully, you know.
Yeah.
There's 43 of us out there. But the humiliating thing for me is when I come to the golf course, everybody can play better than I can play.
Yeah. And you like that?
It doesn't bother me because everybody's always trying to help me.
Yeah.
And they're all kind. And I can hit the worst shot in the world and they go, hey, it's a great shot, you know.
Golly. There it is. Turn in.
Oh,
very nice.
You can use that.
From off the green. We can use that.
You can use that.
Marty Snyder always plays NASCAR golf. He has an ever-changing rule book. Coming up, Wally drives, and Dave discovers life in the infield at Pocono. Supercard countdown to green continues, counting down to the Pennsylvania 500, which could be just a few minutes away in a hurry-up situation because of weather. It's a 2.5-mile track here at Pocono. Fans come from all over. We'd like to tell you how many are here, but the PR department said that's a secret. They don't release attendance figures. There are plenty of good seats in the grandstands along the front stretch, but as Dave Burns discovered, the best seat here is probably the one you brought yourself.
Bill, the infield here at Pocono Raceway covers some 385 acres. That's enough room for thousands of fans and their vehicles to come in here and have a great time. Now, the vehicles take on a variety of different sizes and shapes, like the 74 International School Bus that Jerry Narkunis and his family put together. Now, he bought it for $900, but he gutted it. He outfitted it with room for 6 to sleep down below, for 30 to stand up here, and for 1 at a time to pit. Now, the real challenge that Jerry faced was, how do you test for structural integrity? Well, he wants to make sure that, you know, when his fans are up here, when his friends are up here, everything is safe, and so that when they want to do this, they don't get hurt, which I might just do. So, what they do is they have the Stevie test. And if it works for Stevie, which it does, it's okay. Now, there are thousands of Stevies in this infield, thousands of Jerrys, and every year they come to Pocono to retell their story underneath the tunnel and onto the infield here at Pocono. Bill?
Thank you very much, Dave. Now, just to take you places you can't go and show you things you cannot see, this was Dave Burns just moments ago in rehearsal on the slide, failing the Stevie test, but giving it his all in true television fashion. Congratulations, Dave, perhaps an early nominee for next week's Golden Benny. This track here at Pocono is 2.5 miles around. It has 3 very treacherous turns, and at times the front stretch looks like it might be a mile wide. The only way to truly appreciate this track is to have someone take you for a ride. That someone should be Wally Dallenbach.
About Pocono is you'll notice is how wide this front straightaway is. You'll see cars getting 4, even 5 wide. That's okay because there's plenty enough room to do that. Problem is when you get down to turn 1, everybody's got to funnel into 2 lanes and it gets really tight. You grab the brake, you downshift the car, you want to get the car right down on the white line. Real bumpy here. The car is going to be jumping all over the place. Hard on the gas, driving up the banking, all the way up against the wall, down the Long Pond straightaway. Again, the track is real wide. You'll see 2, 3 cars abreast, but getting in it too is tricky because it's very narrow, very fast. You bring it in, back off on the throttle, bring it again down to the bottom and get on the gas as early as you dare. The car will drift up to the wall. Now you got to get through turn 3, a real long, flat corner. You got to bring in a lot of momentum through this corner because of the long straightaway. Again, bring it all the way down to the white line. Get on the gas as early as you can and stand on it as soon as you can. The car will probably push off this corner, but you got to get the momentum off this turn. Here we go. We grab 4th gear right around the start-finish line, and we do it all over again.
And Wally was very smooth in rehearsal, I want you to know that. But you know how we got from the airport to the hotel? We sent somebody to pick him up. Counting down to the green flag, the Pennsylvania 500, race number 20 of the NASCAR Winston Cup season is just ahead. Pocono, 35 of those 49 have been won from a top 10 starting position. To the grid, here's Marty.
Well, Bill, for the second week in a row, Bill Elliott will lead the field to the green flag. This is 8th top 10 start in the last 9 races. I said, Bill, how are you going to turn those starts into wins? He said, his strategy at the end of the race. Beside him on the front row is Ricky Rudd. There was a published report and a broadcast report this morning that Ricky had signed a contract to move elsewhere. Ricky said that is not the case. I am focused on winning this race today. I'll have some news on that front soon. Matt.
Marty, row 4 is the all-rookie row. In June, Ryan Newman led 19 laps before a faulty fuel pump, and then a crash KO'd his chances to pick up his first points-paying win of 2002. He still seeks that first win. Alongside his fellow rookie, Jimmy Johnson. He started second here back in June before finishing third. He never led a lap, but his crew chief told me this morning they feel like they've learned a lot since the last time they were here, and Chad Canal says that win here at Pocono could come today. Dave.
Matt, defending Winston Cup champion Jeff Gordon has not won in 27 races. But the good news is he runs great here at Pocono with 3 wins and only 4 finishes of worse than 8 in his last 19 starts. Jeff is very confident he can do well here today and turn his season around. Bill?
Thank you, Dave. A tremendous amount of stories about to unfold. 43 starters, 44 cars came here. Only 1 failed to make the race. Of all the races they've run here at Pocono in the Winston Cup Series, 49 of them, the eventual winner has never started any deeper in the field than 27th. Those guys in the back have their work cut out for them. Now trackside for pre-race festivities.
By Father Dan Bitsko.
As we bow our heads in prayer, eternal and loving Father, we see and feel your presence in the excitement of this day. We ask you to hold in the palm of your gracious hands our drivers, their crews, and all the track officials and personnel. Bless our scorers and our spotters. We thank you for the Mattioli family, the entire Pocono staff, NASCAR, and all our sponsors. Bless our race fans here and throughout our audience with your love, peace, health, and happiness. Amen.
Gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem by the U.S. Army Brass Quintet. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the words you're waiting for.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Cars roar to life. Our Pep Boys are next. Alan, Wally, and Benny. The countdown's at 0. The 500 is next.
This is when the Discover cars count down to 3. Let's go races. Got it. Got it. Need it.
Win in 88 races.
It's been a while since Jeff Gordon has had a victory bout of his magnitude.
A first-time winner has gone to victory lane.
The Graybeards have something for the young guns tonight.
The chase for the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship moves to the three-cornered Pocono Raceway in Pennsylvania as Pep Boys presents the Pennsylvania 500, race number 20 of the NASCAR Winston Cup Series season. A cloudy, overcast day hasn't deterred the energy of these fans. They've been coming in here since before dawn this morning. The infield is packed. They're all revved up and ready to unleash 33,000 horsepower with 43 NASCAR Winston Cup Series machines to start this race just moments from now. Hi, and welcome to TNT's coverage of the Pennsylvania 500. Alan Bestwick here in Pocono, along with Wally Dallenbach and Benny Parsons. You know, the start of any race is always a tense, exciting time. But at this racetrack, it kind of takes on even a little more of an edge.
Yeah, this place is wild for the driver and for the fans because Pocono's, the straightaway is so wide. On the start, you'll see everybody getting 4 and 5 wide. The problem is, BP, you got to get down double file getting into one, and today we're not sure what's going to happen when they get to turn 1.
That's right, because of the rain this morning. Anytime that it rains on the surface, it changes the racetrack from the way they practiced yesterday afternoon. So no one really knows, but surely to goodness there will be some apprehension when they get to turn 1, don't you think?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? They're not going to hesitate for a second, are they?
No, they're going to try to win the first lap.
There you go. Cars are starting to roll off now on their parade and pace lap. They're going to run a few extra laps than normal to just try and finish drying out this surface. It hasn't rained now for, what, a good hour, hour and a half. And they've been working the track over with the jet dryers, but there's still just that extra security of running these hot race cars around there.
And I think they're also looking for what the drivers have to say about the track. They'll take a few laps, and they're always asking the drivers, well, how does it look to you? They're actually the ones that make the final call to make sure the track is dry enough and safe enough for them to start the race.
If the sun would just pop out, the track would dry almost immediately, but it's 100% humidity. The moisture is just laying on top of the racetrack. That's the problem they have trying to dry it out.
And the added question mark on the minds of all the drivers and crew chiefs as we start this race today is, will it go the full distance? Once we get to lap 100, which is halfway in this race, if the weather comes again, that could be it.
Could be it. So that's something interesting to see. Making that pit stop at 100 laps, 105, especially if it's dark like this, is a real gamble.
A little added drama in there. Going to make 6 parade and pace laps before the green flag, so let's take a break here. When we come back, we'll have a look at the starting lineup for the Pennsylvania 500. Glasses and a little mustache on Benny. He and Manny would be a pretty good split, don't you think? Pretty good match?
I think he would. Try that next week, BP.
I don't know why that thought struck me while I was looking at the bobbleheads. Speaking of Benny, how about a little Thunder Motion?
This is a very strange racetrack, a triangular-shaped racetrack. Let's go inside our EA Sports NASCAR Thunder 2003 and a little bit closer look at what we might see today. When the cars go down in turn 1, as Wally said in his lap, you want to be down next to the white line, but we have seen over the last 2 or 3 years, you can run the outside line. As a matter of fact, you can't even pass out there. Now, what I think is the toughest corner on the racetrack is a tunnel corner. You're driving into it about 200 miles per hour straight towards that wall, and you just hope that it turns. And here you need to be down next to that white line. As you come off this flat corner, turn 3, this is not the place to be. You've got to be on the bottom of the racetrack because how you come off there really depends on how you're going down this 4,400 long straightaway.
Boy, Wally, if you were driving that thing, you had your hands full.
I was going to say, you did a good lap there, BP.
Bill Elliott was the fast qualifier for a second straight week on Friday. He wins the Bud Pol Award from Budweiser, the official beer of NASCAR, proud sponsor of the award given to the fastest qualifier at each Winston Cup race, awarding more than $7 million since 1979 as title sponsor of NASCAR's Pol Award program is Anheuser-Busch. And now, the Walmart starting grid for today's Pennsylvania 500. Alongside Bill Elliott on the front row, Ricky Rudd came within 6 laps of winning here in June. Flat tire foiled him that day.
And back in row 2, Michael Waltrip and Jeremy Mayfield, teammates for Bill Elliott.
John Andretti, great qualifying run for Richard Petty. He starts in row 3 with Johnny Benson. Back says the ribs are fine after his crash at Daytona.
And back in row 4 is the bestest rookie row, Jimmy Johnson and Ryan Newman. They expect both these cars to challenge.
Rusty Wallace, hope his racing's better than his golfing. He's going to go with row 5 with Tony Stewart alongside. Dale Earnhardt Jr. in row 6 with Jerry Nadeau going to drive that 44 car for the Petties the rest of this season.
Sterling Marlin, Steve Parker, points leader Sterling Marlin inside of row 7.
Dale Jarrett won here in June 6 weeks ago. He starts in row number 8 with Ricky Craven in the Tide Ride.
And back in row 9, we find on the inside Mark Martin starting 17th. Let's talk to Mark. Mark Martin, Benny Parsons, TNT. You got me?
Hey, Benny.
Okay, how's the racetrack looking?
Racetrack's ready to go here. They're trying to dry up some damp spots on the front stretch, but that wouldn't bother us any. We're ready to go here. The track looks good.
Well, okay. Is that number 6 car ready to go?
It was good yesterday. You know, every day's a new day. We'll have to wait and see how it goes today.
What are your thoughts as you drive down in turn 1 on the racetrack? Had some rain on it.
I hadn't seen a drop out here. Track looks good.
Well, good luck to you, Mark.
Thanks.
Mark Martin chasing that championship. Going to take the number 6 car to the green flag from the 17th position today. Here are the rest of the starters in the Pennsylvania 500. Elliott Sadler back there pretty deep in the field. 32nd spot, the Burton brothers in row 17.
What did Weber say, that no one has ever won this race past 27 starting spot or something?
That's right. How about Bobby Labonte, defending winner of this race? Provisional, and he's even going to drop farther back than that because they changed engines after their problems in qualifying, so he's got to go to the very back of the field. Mike Skinner does as well.
Gary Cope, Kurt Shumadine, who crashed on his qualifying lap on Friday, and Morgan Shepherd. I saw Morgan on pit road a couple of laps ago. Hopefully everything is okay.
And so there they are, the 43 who will start. Only one failed to qualify. Carl Long, unsuccessful in trying to make the field for the Pennsylvania 500. Let's get some stories from pit road as we get set for what should be the final planned pace lap. Dave Burns, how about it?
Alan, 2 weeks ago at Chicagoland, Dale Earnhardt Jr. tried a setup that he called radical. Here last year, he finished second, so I asked his crew chief, Tony Uri, if they went radical or if they went to last year's notes. Radical made the car bottom out in turn 1. They only applied a little bit of that wild setup for Junior's ride today. To Marty Snyder.
Well, Dave, it's been a very good weekend so far for Matt Kenseth. 5 laps in happy hour yesterday, 22 all day on Saturday. I asked Robbie Reiser, any changes this morning? He said, you know, no. And that's the first time they've done that all year long. That should tell you how good the 17 car should be today. Matt Yoakum.
Marty, back in June, point leader Sterling Marlin entered Pocono with a 136-point lead. Now, after 6 weeks, it's a mere 55. He knows that this midsummer stretch is where Dale Jarrett and Ricky Rudd lost the championship 1 year ago. He has to go on the offensive, especially when you consider his record at the next 5 racetracks. He has a combined 1 victory. Bill?
Thank you, Matt. Qualifying here on Friday provided an emotional lift for a couple of teams. First, there was John Andretti. A week ago at New Hampshire, he was fast in practice but did not deliver in qualifying. Here on Friday at Pocono, fast in practice and delivered in qualifying. He starts 5th, trying to resurge the petty effort. He has just 1 top 10 so far this season. Next to him, Johnny Benson, making his comeback after that hard crash in the Pepsi 400 in Daytona on the 4th of July weekend. This is just the 15th start for Benson. He broke ribs at Richmond, came back at Pocono. He broke ribs at Daytona, comes back at Pocono. Today, he starts 6th, looking for his first career win. Alan?
Bill, you know, so many of the headlines here in Pennsylvania this week have been focused on Somerset, a couple hundred miles away from here, where those 9 miners were trapped underground for 3, 4, 5 days. What was it, about 3 days they were trapped down in there? Little 4-foot by 18-foot space.
Longer than I want to think about, I'll tell you that. You wondered, could they get those guys out? But thank God they did.
Yeah, diligent rescue effort, and they all came out last night. And I got a chuckle. I didn't see the news this morning, but one of our people were telling me that one of the guys came out and said, thank goodness we're out in time to see the race. I mean, we were so glad that they got out okay, and they were on the thoughts of a lot of people around here in Pennsylvania. In fact, Jimmy Spencer, a Pennsylvania native, has got a sign in his Target car that says, glad you're home, guys. So a great ending to that story, and we hope they're all doing very well.
Joy, you know Jimmy Spencer, that 41 car, wants to run better at this racetrack and any track on the circuit because he grew up about 70, 80 miles from here. But he seems to have, his luck seems to be so bad at Pocono.
He has none here. But he'll try it again. We are set to go. The rain is held off. The crowd is on its feet. 200 laps, 500 miles here at Pocono. Let's get him started.
Green, green, green.
Here they go. 3, 4 wide, just like you said, Walt.
Yep, now so you got to get through. You want to be down on the bottom, I think, going through one of the first lap. You certainly don't want to make it 3 wide, but everybody looks like they behave themselves so far anyway, but you still got to get through 2 and 3 on the first lap.
Ricky Rudd gets the jump. He's the early leader. Oh, trouble. Steve Park is off into the infield. Another car valve over on his lid. It's Parkindale Jr. Terrible crash.
Man, Steve Park's car just turned dead left when he came off turn 2. Junior's running to see his teammate and see if he's okay.
They're getting off off into that wet grass wasn't going to do anything to slow those cars down. Caution is out. Ricky Rudd will leave the field back to the yellow. You can see Park moving inside the car, looking through the back glass. He's trying to get himself unwrapped around the roll bars to get out.
Yeah, he's definitely moving in there. That's a great sign.
The car hit that inside guardrail, which is a guardrail instead of a wall. Now, Rusty Wallace got a piece of it.
And we saw Rusty make it 3 wide going in turn 1, but as he entered turn 1, it looks like it slowed down and everything was under control.
Boy, you see that guardrail? They have flattened that guardrail inside that straightaway.
And once again, they talk about safer walls, and NASCAR and some folks at the University of Nebraska are working on making a softer wall, a safer wall. And what they're talking about is a wall like that that gives on impact rather than just sits there and makes the car and driver absorb all the energy.
Safety workers still there around the number 1 car. Of course, Steve has suffered 2 serious injuries back in March of '98 when he had that terrible crash at Atlanta that broke his leg and left him out for months, and then the crash at Darlington last Labor Day weekend in the Busch Series car. That strange crash when the steering wheel, it's suspected, came off in Steve's hands.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. still there.
And it's real easy, especially on the first lap coming out of 1. You know, you got cars 2 and 3 abreast, and if you slide up the racetrack, we talked about earlier,
There's Steve coming out of there.
There he is.
There we go.
Good sign.
That's what we wanted to see.
Anyways, what happens is you slide up the racetrack and you can hit somebody in their left rear as you slide up the racetrack with your right front. And that's almost what it looked like. That one car just turned dead sideways.
Well, what a great shot that is. Teammates walking away from a crash like that, arm in arm.
Wally, you said just seconds before that they got through turn 1, but they had to get through turns 2 and 3. Didn't think they'd have problems on the straightaway, though.
Well, but like I said, you come out of turn 1, and if you slide up the racetrack, especially as it's green as it is, you never know what's going to happen.
All right, now that we know the drivers are okay, let's see if we can figure out what happened to cause this mess.
We see the Jimmy Johnson car, and there's Rusty Wallace. You see Park trying to squeeze up the outside.
I see he was trying to go on the outside of Rusty. Rusty moves up, they make contact, and Junior gets under the 1 car and just kind of bulldozed him into the wall and over.
Yeah, that's what actually turned him even more sideways. But I'll tell you what, that guardrail did the job.
Oh, it did. It's a great job.
Took a lot of, that absorbed a lot of impact right there.
Watch the yellow car back there just turn left.
And when you hit wet grass, it feels like you pick up 200 mile an hour.
But you can see how that barrier gave way when
Absolutely.
that car got
that barrier absorbed a lot of energy, and I'll tell you what, that nice to see happen, because if that were a concrete wall, he would have taken a much harder hit.
One more shot. Rusty's right in the middle of the racetrack. Steve Park's going on the outside, but Rusty decides to come up to the outside line, not realizing that Steve was there. They made contact, and the ride is on.
Look at that barrier give. Thank goodness.
But again, that's one reason that Steve was able to walk away arm in arm with Dale Earnhardt Jr. because of that wall that did give.
Absolutely. I agree with that 100%.
And you know, the spotters on the roof here at Pocono are a long way away from where Rusty Wallace and Steve Park were racing over there. And it could be hard for that spotter to call Rusty clear. You know, maybe he did call Rusty clear. It's hard to, you know, but it's a difficult angle and a long way away from here at the start-finish line.
Yeah, that's an extremely tough call. You're right, Alan. This place, you have to look a mile away to see what's going on. So a lot of the driver has to really has to pay attention out there.
Under caution early, a savage crash involving Steve Park. Thankfully, both drivers, he and Dale Earnhardt Jr., are okay. Pocono Raceway in Pennsylvania, the site of the Pennsylvania 500, presented by Pep Boys, under caution after a lap 1 crash between Steve Park and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Rusty Wallace also involved.
Let's take a look here at what happened, and it appears that you watch right here. Steve Park is trying to squeeze up the outside of Rusty, and Rusty just really moves up the racetrack thinking he's clear on Steve Park, and he drives right up into Steve Park, which turns him in the wall. Steve tries to turn left to avoid it and gets hooked by Dale Jr., which turns him even more sideways, and they both get hooked up and they hit this guardrail. And I mean, it's an amazing crash, but I'll tell you what, all the safety equipment did their job today.
And again, thank goodness for that soft wall on the inside, that steel barrier that gave so much when the one car got into it. And again, that's why the NASCAR and those folks are working on these walls. That's why the folks at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway installed those barriers that give like that on impact.
And that's a scary crash to be watching from Earnhardt. It happens so fast when you're in a crash like that, and Earnhardt's sitting there looking at it, and that's why he ran over to the car to see how his teammate and Buddy was doing.
And knows he's basically pushing Park into that wall.
Right. And here you see Steve climbing out. Everybody's happy because of that.
What a great shot.
Yeah. Cleaning up the accident scene over between turns 1 and 2. Got a lot of work to do to repair that guardrail. The Pennsylvania 500 presented by Pep Boys is about to be red flagged. The hard crash between turns 1 and 2 with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Steve Park and Rusty Wallace involved has damaged that inside guardrail and is going to need some repair work before the race can safely resume. Here's another look at it. This one at full speed.
Yeah, this is just amazing how violent this crash looks. There again, there's a credit to the cars on how much protection there is around these cars right now.
Steve Park was kind of tucked inside that safety cocoon, BP.
Alan, I'm at the Team Roush Team Caliper 360 car, and let's look at what the driver sits in. Here the driver is in the seat. Then the seat, they've got these new seats that really hold the driver secure inside. And look at the roll cage that surrounds them. The bar here, so in case the car flips over on the roof or someone drives into it, they won't come down on the driver. The roll cage on the left side, 4 bars protecting the driver. This also, Dale Earnhardt at Talladega a few years ago, a car hit the windshield. That's when NASCAR insisted they put this Earnhardt bar in the windshield to keep debris from going inside on the driver. And you see the window net? It comes down. That's the way that they can get to the driver more easily. The window net was an invention of Richard Petty. Back in about 1970, he flipped at Talladega, and he was just flipping through the air like Steve Park was doing. His arm flew out the window. The next race that he goes to, Richard Petty has the window net. NASCAR thought it was such a good idea. Now all the cars have a window net. Matt?
Well, Benny, down here in the 2 garage, I've caught up with Rusty Wallace, who's surveying the damage to the Blue Deuce. First off, Rusty, any idea what happened?
Not really. On the start of the race of 48, just didn't get a good start. I passed him going into 1. Everything was fine. Went through 1, went through 2, and I come down the back straightaway, and all of a sudden, I just get nailed in the right rear quarter panel, and I don't know what happened, to tell you the truth. And into the wall, and that was it.
And this is a tough place for spotters going down into 1. They can't quite get a good feel, and also off down by the tunnel turn, too.
Yeah, you can't really rely on a spotter. I mean, spotters are, you're supposed to drive the race car yourself. I can't put a responsibility onto a spotter. Evidently, they're telling me Steve Park had a run on me. And as I was coming down the back straightaway and fading up towards the wall, he had a good run on me, got his nose in on the right side, and just wedged himself in there, and that was it. But not much you can do about it.
Well, they certainly are disappointed. They're certainly trying to fix this race car to get back out for points, Alan.
We are under the red flag here at Pocono. You see the field has been parked on pit road. Ricky Rudd, the leader, the first car in line there, but the race will be stopped so that repairs can be effected to that inside guardrail between turns 1 and 2 where Steve Park and Dale Earnhardt Jr. crashed. Fortunately, the guardrail gave. No question that helped the severity of the crash, but now it's going to need to be repaired before racing can safely be resumed once again. Bill?
Alan, Benny talked about all the safety innovations currently in these NASCAR Winston Cup machines, but safety innovation continues day in and day out. Earlier this year, NASCAR conducted a series of tests at the new speedway in Kansas City, Kansas. What they're looking at is a larger greenhouse. That's this portion of the car, the glass and the roof. They're looking at making it bigger. Now, a lot of people believe that's to try and help the aerodynamic push problem currently involved in the Winston Cup Series. But this morning, Series Director John Darby told me those tests are being conducted so they can have a bigger greenhouse area, so they can put bigger, safer seats and bigger, safer roll cages in these cars to protect the drivers. Obviously, that will affect the aerodynamics of a race car and may have some influence on the aerodynamic push problem we hear about week in and week out, especially here at Pocono, next week at Indianapolis. But the bigger greenhouse truly is a design to try and make these drivers more safe as racing continues. Just another NASCAR innovation working with race teams in the Winston Cup garage.
Yeah, I think you're right, Bill, and I think also one of the reasons BP maybe they're making that greenhouse bigger is that it gives more crush to a race car, and that when there's more around you and it has more crush, it absorbs more energy, and I think that's maybe what they're looking at as well.
And I think a lot of guys need that larger greenhouse. I'm talking about Michael Waltrip, who's what, 6'5" or something. Sure, maybe it's not a big deal to Jerry Nadeau at 5'7", 5'8", but you take a guy 7-8 inches taller inside that car, his head almost into the roof, so he needs that roof to be 2 or 3 inches higher. I think it's a great thing to do if they can just do it. All right, Marty, what's Junior having to say? Relief, I guess.
I would say he is relieved just from the infield care center. First of all, what did you see from your windshield, Junior?
Well, we come off the corner, and Jimmy Johnson got on the inside of Rusty, and Rusty moved up, and he was just maybe an inch or two of not being clear of Steve, and Rusty got turned in the wall, and Steve, just come down in the path of my car, and I got in the side of him and slid through the grass. I knew that I kind of had him pinned, and I knew when we hit this guardrail it was going to be big. So I'm just glad Steve's all right. And anybody else, I guess, that was involved, I didn't really see anything else going on. But bad wreck for Steve, bad day for the Pennzoil team. We'll probably be able to get the Bud car back out, but those guys in that yellow car really need a good run today.
Hey, Marty, you're disappointed for all of DEI, but you're okay, and in what Steve's condition right now?
Oh, Steve's fine. He just couldn't really get out of the car. They got all these big old headrests these days, and there are some drawbacks. So, we're going to look at maybe shortening his headrest up so when he, if you're ever in that situation again, you want to be able to get out. He had to take his helmet off to get out, and that's the last thing you want to do when you're in a wreck. So, just glad he's okay. Torp race car, but that's no big deal. They make them every day.
Hey, Marty,
Benny, you wanted to ask him something? Go ahead.
Ask Junior if he saw the wreck, or did he have his eyes closed?
Did you see the wreck, or did you have your eyes closed? Benny wants to know that. I'm sure he's had his eyes closed a few times, too.
Yeah, I was trying to do my damnedest to get off of the side of Steve's car because I knew once we hit the wall, my car was going to probably push him over the guardrail and into the infield. So just a bad deal, wasn't really nothing I could do. I was kind of in a bad situation in that wet grass.
All right, glad to see you're okay. And, of course, the bigger report, Steve Park is just fine. He'll be out, hopefully, in a moment.
What is left of Steve Park's Chevy? But the good part is, even though that front end and the back end are so severely crushed, that driver's cocoon that you were showing us a minute ago, Benny, on the Team Caliber 360 car, perfectly intact like it's supposed to be.
Man, there's some sheet metal for some auction sales, huh?
Fortunately, Steve is okay. We'll look to get a word from him when he comes from the care center. We're under the red flag while they repair the guardrail here at Pocono. 1 and 2, there's NASCAR President Mike Helton overseeing the repairs to that safety guardrail on the inside of the track. Let's go to Marty.
Well, Alan, Steve Park is out of the infield care center. Already got a hug from his general manager, Ty Norris, and a big high five from his spotter, Stevie Reeves. Tell us about your ride, Steve.
It was wild, but I just want to say thank God I'm okay. I mean, he definitely rode with me, and I want to tell Mom and Dad at home that I'm fine.
And that, I'm sure it was an emotional ride for you, but what are you thinking when that happens to you? Junior said he knew it was going to be bad when he locked kind of fenders with you.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was going to be bad. You don't realize how fast you're going here, and when you get in the grass, you're lucky not to get upside down. And, with Junior pushing on the door and stuff, I mean, I knew we were going to hit the inside wall and have a chance of getting upside down, but the ride wasn't so bad as much as getting trapped in the race car. I mean, wear these protective head braces and Hans devices and stuff, and I mean, I was trapped. I mean, Pocono, fortunately, has really good safety workers that helped me get out of the Pennzoil car. And, again, I just want to tell Mom and Dad at home that I'm okay.
I know that's got to be scary to be trapped. And Junior kind of said that's the downside of all the good safety material that we have today. But how trapped were you? I mean, could you not move at all?
I mean, I tried not to panic. I mean, you're upside down, you're disoriented, So I tried to get my bearings where I was. I knew I was upside down, and then I knew how to release the seat belts and not hit my head on the top of the car. And I mean, trying to get your feet out and get situated enough to get out of the window of the car is tough with all those devices that are in the car. I mean, they save you as long as you're right side up. You know, when you're upside down, it's real tough to get out of the car. And you know, I told Junior in the ambulance, I'm like, you know, thank God that car didn't go on fire. He said, man, I was right there. I wouldn't let that happen. He said, if I had to push that car over myself and pull you out, I would have. So, I mean, again, just thank the God that I'm fine. And I know Mom and Dad at home. Just want to tell them I'm fine too.
And I know Junior was a welcome sight to you. What did he say to you when he first came up to the car?
He just said, hey, you know, he was glad to see me, and he wanted to make sure I was okay. And I mean, you know, we're a tight-knit family, and it's tough. We compete against each other on Sundays, but we're all friends during the week. And you know, just to see his face, how happy he was seeing me get out of the car, and he looked at me and said, you okay? And I looked him straight in the face, said, yeah, I'm okay. I just don't like the fact that I was trapped. And you know, again, the safety workers definitely helped me get out of the car. And you know, if the car caught fire upside down like that, I mean, just thinking myself, you know, it'd be real hard to get out of the race car. So you know, it's something that we're definitely going to look at.
All right, don't scare us like that again, okay? Glad to see you're okay. All right, Steve Park just fine. Dave?
Well, Jimmy Johnson had a 200-mile-per-hour view of all that, or did you? What did you see, Jimmy?
I didn't really see much. Just talking with Craven and Jerry Nadeau, I guess we were 3 wide. I focused on, you know, getting underneath Rusty. He got me down the front stretch, and I got inside of him coming off of 1. And for all I knew, I thought he was at the wall, and we're riding down there, you know, door by door, door to door, and he disappears out of my view to the right side. And I looked in the mirror, and I saw him all scattering behind. So evidently there was someone got in the back of him from behind. Something happened there. I guess I saw a yellow nose in my mirror when everything started happening. I assumed that Steve, looking at the wild ride, he went through. But sounds like everybody's okay, and we don't have a scratch in the Los Monte Carlo, so we should be in good shape.
Okay, yeah, so you didn't even, nothing touched between you and Rusty at all. All of a sudden he was just gone.
Yeah, nothing touched. It's kind of a weird sensation when you're riding along at 200 and looking out the windshield and looking at, you know, the tunnel turn and what's coming up, and then in a blink of an eye the guy next to you is gone, and you look in the mirror and there's chaos everywhere. So just kind of, it's really too early in the race to have that kind of stuff happen. I have to see the replay to see what all went on. You know, it's just crazy stuff. You know, we're all trying so hard, and just all it takes is a fraction of an inch to mess things up.
Okay, well, you know, it's a weird feeling, like he said, but it's also a good feeling because he didn't have to be involved in it. Alan?
You know, as they continue the repairs of the guardrail down inside turns 1 and 2, we've talked about the luck part of trying to win a championship. Check this out. Look where Sterling Marlin is in relation to the wreck. Right behind it. Watch them all scatter around it, and he just comes right through the center of it, just clean as you please.
Right behind Ricky Craven.
Yep.
Looked like Ricky Craven was a guy that might have had a little bit of contact. I don't know if they were awfully close to Junior, and Steve Park were very, very close to the 32 tide ride. I don't know if there's any contact or not.
I think you might be right, BP. It looks like the 32 car may have been in the back of the 1 car a little bit.
But watch the silver car. Watch Sterling Marlin there. The bubble's over the top of his car, and watch how close he comes to being involved in this and turning his championship picture inside out. Right there in the middle of it. They're still working on that guardrail over inside turns 1 and 2. They've got to get those posts in the ground and then bolt the cross members to it. We're under the red flag at Pocono.
Welcome back to the Pocono Raceway in Long Pond, Pennsylvania. We are under the red flag in the Pennsylvania 500, presented by Pep Boys after a violent crash involving Steve Park and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Both drivers are okay. The cars are gridded along the front stretch. They continue to work along the backstretch. Meanwhile, NASCAR President Mike Helton surveys the damage. And again, another testament to the safety innovations of the cars and the diligence and dedication the crews have to doing the work, putting those safety devices in those cars. I'm along pit road with Kevin Harvick, the winner at Chicagoland. And first of all, let's address the guys to put the safety equipment in these cars. We all talk about the research that goes into it, but the guys have to put it in the car for you to use.
Yeah, I mean, they spend hours on these race cars just putting the bodies and everything on, but they spend as much time in the cockpit of the race cars just making sure everything's where it needs to be, and I know NASCAR has made us pay a lot of attention to the inside of the cars, and you know, you look at all these race cars, and if you look probably a year and a half ago this time, you probably wouldn't see anything inside the race cars in any of these drivers' cars that are the same. So, I mean, after watching, me and Gil were just watching the hit that Steve Park and Junior took, and that was a pretty big hit, and just a huge testament to NASCAR and everybody that puts these race cars together.
I asked you a few minutes ago about your hardest hit. It's not something a driver really likes to think about, but you recalled a couple of them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, anytime you wreck hard, you remember it. You know, we've taken a couple of good shots this year, one at Bristol and one at Daytona right off the bat. But you know, that's part of our job. That's something that you have to climb out and get back and get right back in it and get at it. So I don't think that one car will be getting back at it today. I mean, that thing was pretty demolished, but I'm just glad to see that everybody was okay. And you know, the only thing I'm having a hard time with is I'm starting to get a conscience about this hair thing. I'm walking back, and Schrader says, "Man, you need to go put a hat on. Your hair looks bad." He says, "I thought my hair looked bad, but yours looks really bad."
That's from Yoakum picking on you the other day. Let's talk about a little brighter subject. You won at Chicagoland. Richard Childress Racing had 3 top 10s last week in New Hampshire, something this team had not done all year.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a couple weeks before we had all 3 of them in the top 12. At Sears Point, we had them all in the top 14, and then we came back last week and had them all in the top 10. So, I mean, everybody from the engine shops to the fab shops to the whole RCR organization they don't like running bad, and you know, I don't like running bad. Jeff and Robbie and none of these guys like running bad, but we all just put our heads down and went to work and really concentrating on what we were doing, and I think it's starting to show now. So we're looking forward to the second half of the year. It started off really well for us, and hopefully we can continue today.
Okay, have a great race. Good luck with the hair thing.
All right, thanks.
Okay, let's go further down pit road to Dave.
And right now, Bill, Ricky Craven is surveying the damage on the front of his Tide Ford. And Ricky, first of all, tell us, is that car in need of major repairs? And then again, tell us what happened out there, what you saw.
Well, yeah, we're going to have to come down pit road and fix it. We have the luxury of most of the race, so it's the time to fix it. But it got real crowded. Rusty was in the middle, Steve was on the outside, and it appeared as though Rusty thought he was clear, and Steve had enough on the outside of him that when Rusty moved up, he got into the wall, and then it got extremely crowded. But the Tide Ford slid through there, and really, I think, you know, the good news was that Steve walked away, and that got everybody's attention. It was violent, and that was the priority, was to see Steve walking. And
how did you react when you saw it getting crowded in front of you?
I turned left, and you know, you don't have many options at that point. First of all, you don't expect it that early in the race, and you know, I'm glad Steve's okay. So that's again the priority. But it's pretty easy to be critical of that situation, because you look at the guys involved and you say, well, you know, I've been racing long enough so that don't need to happen that early on, and we'll bring the car down pit road and get it fixed. But the key is that we got through it okay, and it's not going to ruin our day. We're going to have to recover from it, but it's not going to ruin our day.
All right, well, hopefully it won't ruin his day. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
Well, Dave, down here in the 13th position is Dale Jarrett. You followed the 40 through that mess. Take us through what you saw, DJ.
Well, as we got on the straightaway, I just saw a cloud of smoke all of a sudden, and then Steve Park came across in front of me, but it was right in front of the 8, and I saw those two start heading towards the infield. I knew it couldn't be good, but it was a close call for a lot of people. Just glad that the guys are okay. That's the main thing. Hate to see that happen, especially at the beginning of a race. We got 500 miles here, you know, long time to sort things out, but the main thing is they're okay, and we'll go back to racing here.
Now, safety has continued to increase, especially in the headrest area. Now, with that, vision has decreased. Can you kind of show us your right side headrest and how you've developed it so that way you can still see to the right?
Yeah, what we did here was kind of take it, and I wanted something that was really strong in case I had hard impact, but I also didn't want to take away my vision over here. The first one that we came with, I think, at Charlotte last year, kept it to where I couldn't really see out the right side like I wanted to, and that's still very important. You know, we have great spotters up here, and we have these mirrors, but you also need to be able to use your peripheral vision and look over here, and that's what we've been able to develop. My guys have really worked hard with this. I think it's something that's really strong and safe, but yet it doesn't impair my vision.
Now, talking to a lot of different spotters, they all say going into one, off of one, and over by the tunnel turn, that's where they don't have the best vision from their perspective high atop the grandstand. Does it rely more on the driver to kind of go with a little bit more of a gut instinct?
Yeah, it's always up to the driver wherever you are if it's coming down this front stretch. But especially there, you've got to understand these guys are a long ways away, and what they could be able to see is probably speculative as far as being very sure on their part as to what they can really do and help you. So it's up to the driver. We're the ones that are in control of these things, and we have to be accountable for everything that takes place.
Dale Jarrett looking for another win here at Pocono, trying to become the 5th driver out to sweep both races here at Pocono in a single season. He made it through the first one.
Yeah, so far it's Rusty Wallace, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Steve Park, the 3 drivers involved who are back in the garage area. Check the Wendy's race menu, Brickyard 400 time. Next weekend, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, 2 Eastern time on NBC. Then we go to the road course in Watkins Glen, Michigan, and Bristol later on in the month of August. Raceway, Pep Boys presenting the Pennsylvania 500 that is under the red flag after just 5 laps complete, 4 of those under the caution. A lap 1, turn 1 crash involving Steve Park, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Rusty Wallace, damaging that guardrail, and repairs continue. Yesterday, the NASCAR Busch Series ran the Net Zero 250 out at Pikes Peak International Raceway in Colorado Springs. Hank Parker Jr. put a little fuel strategy on him to get his 2nd career win. Parker Jr. running the last 114 miles on a tank of fuel.
And talking to all the guys in the garage here this morning, they marveled at the fact that Hank Parker Jr. was able to run that far on 22 gallons of fuel.
Championship picture did not change much because the top 2 in points, Greg Biffle and Jason Keller, finished back-to-back in the race. The Busch Series headed off to Indianapolis Raceway Park. You'll see it on TNT next Saturday night. That's always a good race, too. A little half-mile short track fender banging thing.
Only 1 caution flag yesterday. I don't think we'll have that problem at IRP. Probably a dozen caution flags.
For the best in Major League action, tune into the Superstation this week. The Brewers head south to take on the Braves Tuesday and Thursday at 7:30 Eastern on TDS.
Raceway, Long Pond, Pennsylvania, under the red flag after an early crash involving Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Steve Park. Both drivers are okay. The fans patiently waiting it out as they continue repairs on the guardrail along the backstretch here on the 2.5-mile Pocono Raceway. A lot of people down here on pit road talking things over. Jimmy Spencer is here talking to Tony Glover and Michael McSwain. Jimmy, you're from Berwick, Pennsylvania, and you have a little message inside your car. A helicopter is currently landed because of the red flag situation, but you have a message on your dash.
Yeah, you know, we all know what happened at the mine here a couple days ago, and to think they got all those guys out and they're healthy. I mean, that's just incredible. The good Lord had their hands on them. And we put a little message in there. Chip called us up today and says, make sure you get something on that dash thanking those miners being back. And, you know, it's close to Chip's home. He's right over here in Pittsburgh. And to think that all the people that worked hard to save those guys' lives is pretty special. And it means a lot of military. You know, there's so many military people coming to the races. They're big race fans. If it wasn't for those armed services across the water protecting us, we couldn't be racing. So there's just a lot of things goes on behind the scenes of this country that I don't think that we give credit enough to. And for those guys not give up hope in that mine and knowing that all those men and women worked their tails off to save them. They didn't know if they were alive or not, and then they come out of there alive. That just goes to show you there's a good Lord above.
I'm a New Jersey boy, and you're a Pennsylvania guy, so help me out. We're in Long Pond, Pennsylvania, Pocono Manor, Pennsylvania. Somerset County is where that was going on, I believe. How far away is that?
That's pretty far. It's a couple 100 miles west of us. We're in the northeast sector of we're near New York, New Jersey and stuff, Pocono Mountains. Great vacation area, but yet Somerset is over towards Pittsburgh area, the other side of the great state, greatest football team in all of the nation, Penn State.
Oh, man.
But then you got the Pittsburgh high school, Pittsburgh College, too. But, you know, it's over there on the western side, not far from Pittsburgh. Great area over there. A lot of coal, West Virginia area. That's where it's at, over in that part. So, you know, a lot of quarries. A lot of hard work goes in there. A lot of people out of Pennsylvania work hard for a living over there, and I'm just glad those guys are all right.
Okay, man, thanks for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Matt.
Well, Bill, Michael Waltrip sits fourth here on the grid, literally. Now, what does it do to a driver's psyche to have to start, then stop a race like this?
Well, you know, you just have to be prepared for anything. That's why experience is such a benefit. You know, you can't get too high at the start of a race or too low when something like this happens. You just have to keep kind of mental balance. And so I just think about my car. I was happy with it on my half lap I got to run, and was real happy with it yesterday in practice. So just optimistic that we can challenge today for the win. We've been consistent, but I want to race for the win, and I think we can do that today.
Now, your teammate Steve Park had difficulty getting out of his race car. That happened to you twice last year.
Yeah, it's a real issue, and NASCAR's addressing it. We've got to get these bigger roll cages on these race cars in order to allow better in and out for the driver. I was going to say egress, degress, but I get confused about those. But so we can get in and out easier. It's really, really important. And also, I think it could be a benefit from competition-wise. It would stand the top of the car up higher, slow the cars down on the straightaway, create a bigger drag behind the car, so maybe drafting would come into play at more places, such as they do in the trucks at Michigan and so forth. So to me, competition is great these days. It's great to have TNT and Fox and NBC and everybody involved in the broadcasting of the races. You got fun driver personalities to watch. The thing we got to work on is just making the cars bigger, and hopefully that would just be a benefit in a lot of areas.
Now, you're a big dude, what, about 6'5"? It has to be more difficult for you getting out of a race car in a very quick situation than, say, maybe Mark Martin.
Well, that's why I've always been really an advocate for the bigger cars, and have gone to Mike Helton and NASCAR and told them over and over again what I see, what I think, because I'm going to notice things tightening up on me before Mark Martin is going to, because of my stature. You know, the cars have gotten smaller over the years, smaller and smaller and smaller, and it's really not necessary. You know, we've kept the wheelbase the same, basically. We can keep the engine size the same. We can dictate that the cars have to be a certain size. You know, GM, Ford, all the manufacturers in Detroit have downsized over the years. I understand that, but a race car doesn't have to follow those lines. It can still look like a race car and have a bigger shell for the drivers to get in and out of the car. So, you know, that'll be a real bonus to the taller drivers. And as you march forward, if you look at this sport in 20 years from now, you don't want the cars to continue to shrink where a guy like me might not even get a chance one day. You know, Richard Petty in his heyday stood 6'2" or 3" and weighed 230 pounds. What if it was 20 years from now and we never got to know Richard Petty because of his size? That wouldn't be fair to the fans. It wouldn't be fair to the driver who don't fit. So I think it's a real issue, and I constantly remind NASCAR my feelings on that. And so hopefully they'll listen, and we can. I know the ball's heading in that direction. I know they're working on it, and we can make these changes so that the cars will be safer. Speaking of safety, I'm glad my buddy Steve got out. I'm happy about that. I want to say hello to Blaze Alexander's family while we're here in his hometown, and tell him that we think about him often.
And they also dedicated the ARCA garage in his honor.
Yeah, Blaze was such a wonderful human being. Sorely missed by many people. And last night, Schrader and I talked to Danny Lasowski, and he's doing well. So that was good to hear Danny's voice, and just want the public at home to know that even though the world keeps turning and we keep showing up racing week in and week out, there's a lot of people that are here with us today in spirit, even though they're not here physically.
Now, for folks at home who may not know Blaze Alexander, he's a young man from Montoursville, Pennsylvania. He was tragically killed last fall at Charlotte in an ARCA crash. He's a very popular driver, best friends with Winston Cup star Jimmy Johnson. In fact, he has 2 different decals on his race car today in memory of his fallen friend. Marty?
Well, Matt and Jeff Burton had a little too good of a view of that wreck, and you brought up a great point to me. You have one solution that you think will help racetracks overall. What is it?
Well, I don't know. Of course, I haven't seen the whole wreck. I've only seen little parts of it. But, you know, it's rained a lot today, and the grass is wet. So when he did get on the grass, that wasn't a good thing. So I would imagine in the future we'd see, you know, the back straightaway here get paved so that it would scrub some speed off. But, again, I haven't seen the wreck in its entirety. I've only seen from my perspective, and I came down the front straightaway once, and these big screen TVs that they have up, I got a chance to watch it from in the race car on replay. But I haven't analyzed it enough to truly make a statement, but I do know that generally asphalt slows the car down much more than grass does. People think when a car hits grass, it takes off, goes faster. I don't think it goes faster. I just don't think it slows down like it does in asphalt, especially with the grass is wet. But, you know, you know, everything we do can be looked at and figured out how to make it better, and maybe that's a valid point, maybe it's not.
And they've done that at places like Talladega, where it used to be grass and now it's asphalt. Let's talk about the inside of your race car real quick. And Steve was telling us how he was trapped inside the race car. How do you get trapped inside the race car with all this safety stuff? Take us through that real quick.
Well, again, I haven't seen the inside of his car, so I don't want to comment too much and, you know, say exactly this is what happened. I'd be speaking out of turn. But I do know that everything's made to hold the driver down and to keep him from going left and right, up and, you know, and when you get upside down, now all the weight's on the belts, and it's hard to unhook your belts. And then with all the new head supports and all that, your shoulders actually sit below the head support. So when you do unhook and you're upside down, it can't, you know, you fall on, it hits your shoulders. So it's very awkward getting out of the cars when it's upright and normal. It's hard to get out of the cars today, much less when the car is upside down or on its side or whatever it is. It would just make it that much harder, I think.
We saw that guardrail get pretty torn up over there, and that probably did soften the impact a little bit, wouldn't you say?
Well, again, I didn't, you know, I've said this.
Yeah, you haven't seen it, I know.
But, you know, I'm not a big fan of guardrail, but I didn't, in this incident, it may have helped, it may not, I don't know. We've continually taken guardrail out for certain reasons. In some cases, you know, if you hit it just right, guardrail is really great. And the majority of times, guardrail is not a good thing. But in this case, it may have helped it. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just glad. I'm glad he's okay. You know, it's a pretty big event, and it's good to see he's okay. He's had enough hard hits. He doesn't need any more.
Wally asked me to ask you if it's harder when you're upside down when you take the steering wheel out to get out. I didn't understand that question.
Well,
okay, you go, Wally. You ask him.
Well, I just said another thing when you're upside down is you've got to, when you undo the straps, you've got to take the wheel off to get off, and you've got that spline sitting right there that you don't want to
he's
fall
talking
on
about
either.
the spline. You know, when you're upside down, that's in the way, you know, too.
Well, it is. You've got the, you know, in my car, I've got a steering column. I got a deal here to keep my legs from, my knees from hyperextending in a big impact. I got a lot of things going here that aren't a big deal when you're right, you know, right side up. But you get upside down, now you got to come out of this thing. Your legs are underneath the dash. They're all crammed underneath the steering column. It's just hard to get out of the thing. And again, it's hard to get out of it anyway. All the head supports are great for hitting. They're just not good for getting in and out. I actually, you know, I've hurt my shoulder getting in and out of the car before with all the new head supports. It's part of what we. You know, it's part of evolution. We're making things better, but everything has a negative. And one of the negatives is it's harder to get out. And that's one of the major concerns people have in this system is if the car is on fire, how do I get out? Yeah. And it is difficult to get out. It's very difficult to get out. I guess you weigh your options and you say, okay, there's more opportunity to get hurt just from hitting than it is to catch on fire. So you try to take care of the majority of things that can happen. But there's ways, you know, we need to continue to improve. That's the whole thing about racing in general. You know, what we're doing today isn't going to be good enough tomorrow, not only in safety, but in competition and everything we do. It's always evolving.
But the general consensus seems to be, Alan, that the bigger greenhouse would help in case of the fire Jeff talked about, and that's what everybody seems to think here on pit road.
Everybody sitting along pit road right now under the red flag as they continue the repairs to the guardrail inside turns 1 and 2. There's that sign inside Jimmy Spencer's car. Welcome back, miners.
Attaboy, Jimmy.
And a huge tip of the cap to the rescue workers who just persevered night and day and kept at it until they got him out. Glad that all turned out well. We'll come back to Pocono in just a minute on TNT. Coverage of NASCAR coming to you today from Long Pond, Pennsylvania in the Pocono Mountain Range, where Pep Boys presents the Pennsylvania 500. Cloudy and cool overcast day. We only got one lap in under the green flag when a massive crash happened off of turn number 1 right in the middle of the pack. Rusty Wallace and Steve Park tangling, sending Park and Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car into that inside guardrail. They're trying to make repairs to that safety barrier now. All the drivers okay in the accident, but work continues so that the conditions are proper for resumption of the race.
All right, back here's where the crash is going to start. You see the one car gets pinned up against the wall by Rusty Wallace. He turns the 2 car into the wall. Now watch Ricky Craven, the Tide Rider, as he comes off. He runs in the back of the 1 car. Right there, he hits the one and turns him almost 90 degrees left. We can see the damage on the rear of Steve Park's car where Ricky Craven got in the back of him. So no wonder Craven has to go down pit road and make some repairs.
And all the damage to that guardrail, though fortunately, as we've heard before, the guardrail gave, and that absorbed some of the impact for Steve Park.
And again, the guardrail gave, but one reason that NASCAR doesn't use more metal barriers is exactly for this reason, because we've now watched him 1 hour try to repair the fence.
Another look at it. Seeing Ricky Craven's role there in the orange car. Wow. Park ends up upside down, as we've discussed, somewhat trapped in his car by all the safety equipment. Dale Jr. running to his teammate to make sure he's okay. And as you know by now, things had a happy ending. Park was fine in the car, just trying to find a way to get out. And the work continues on the guardrail. Now, the delay to repair the guardrail was probably something we didn't need in terms of the weather. While he's not a meteorologist, he'd like to play one on TV right now. Here's Dave Burns.
Well, and at least there are a lot of friendly people around here. Nearly every team has visited this spot. This is where NASCAR has the weather radar up for the teams to see. Let me show you what we think we know. This gets updated about every 15 minutes or so. Here's Pocono International Raceway right about there. This system has moved across most of the morning, but started to come down just a while ago. This severe stuff over here moved straight down and seems to have stalled, so we hope that it's not moving this way. And then we heard a rumor that the winds have moved to a northerly blowing direction there, but we don't know that that's true. So best guess is the storm has been kind of moving this way. We're kind of in a line to get some of it, but at the moment it is still dry here.
Hey, Dave.
Yes, yes, Wally.
What kind of ice cream was that?
Every single crew member that's come through here has been eating a popsicle or something ice cream, and I haven't gotten anything. They just gave me a stick.
Ask Frank when he's going to send some of those up here to the booth for us.
When are you sending some up to Alan and Benny?
We worked hard enough to deserve an ice cream.
But I have. He's hard enough to understand when his mouth is not full, right? Yeah. They said thanks a lot, by the way. Anyway, so that's what's going on down here with the weather, and I'll find something to fill this with.
Okay. Oh, that ice cream looks good.
It did look good.
Yep. Mike's working his way back up to race control. NASCAR President Mike Helton.
Now watch, though. He's going to have to get through the autographs. I saw him come up earlier, and he was playing Elvis, buddy. He was signing autographs.
Elvis is trying to rise to the stage.
They're not messing with him now.
Well, if he's coming up here, that means the repairs are just about done, and we can get back racing shortly. College football is coming up very soon. In fact, coverage starts Saturday, September 14th at 7 o'clock Eastern Time on Superstation TBS.
What kind of football is that?
Real soon.
I'm going to start watching that.
TBS. That's 6 weeks, isn't it?
Well, be here before you know it.
The Brickyard 400 now, that's real soon.
Got
next week.
Big 12, Pac-10 football.
Ah.
Come on, you're on top of this stuff.
Pac-10, huh?
Yeah.
What's that mean?
That's the guys on the West Coast, huh?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
UCLA Bruins and the Stanford Cardinal and California Golden Bears.
But the Oregon Beavers will wipe all of them out.
There you go.
Are you making all that up?
No. Just about finished fixing that guardrail. We should be able to get the Pennsylvania 500 back underway shortly. We'll come back. Don't go to sleep, Jeff. Here at Pocono Raceway, and it's of the good kind. Drivers have just been called back to their cars, and we will get the Pennsylvania 500 started up again in just a couple of minutes. Hey, you know what we didn't do because of the rain rush up on the countdown to green?
A lot of things.
We didn't give out the Golden Benny.
Oh, that's right.
But we've got time to do it right now. Let's go to Benny in the pits.
All right, last week we saw Ward Burton go to victory in Loudon, New Hampshire. The guy that made that decision, Tommy Baldwin. Tommy, congratulations.
Thanks, Benny. I wish you were out here so we could jump you and steal this from you, but thanks for the award. Guys did a great job last week to get us in victory lane, and we're proud to get this trophy from you.
Hey, a little bit excited last week, wasn't you?
Just a little bit. A lot of hard work goes into these things, and see all them guys with the big smiles on their face with all the hard work definitely pays off, and get to go a little crazy every now and then.
Hey, Tommy, some guys asked me down there if there's any money goes with this award, and I said some things are priceless.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess so.
and speechless, too, right?
Yeah, we'll deal with that on the golf course maybe one day, but thanks, Benny. I appreciate it, man.
Hey, congratulations, Tommy. Great run last week.
Thank you very much.
Tommy Baldwin, winner of the Golden Benny from New Hampshire, who will win the Treasured and Prized Award next week. Find out on Discover Card Countdown to Green from Indianapolis.
You know, maybe the Oregon Beavers can get that one day.
I've been told on my headset, it's not the Beavers, huh?
It's the Ducks.
Oh, well, isn't one of those Oregon teams the Beavers? No? Okay, let's don't go there. It's the Oregon Ducks. Oregon Ducks. Okay. To all the folks out in the Northwest, I apologize.
What have we learned? Benny will not be the color commentator for the
Pac-12.
Pac-10 football games. Yeah. All right. All right, let's go to Marty.
Thank you, Alan. And for those of you who missed the Countdown to Green show, I am sorry. First of all, you started the race a lap down, but you missed Rusty Wallace playing golf. So here's a second helping and a different twist on Ford No Boundaries.
Instead of Ford No Boundaries, it's probably going to be Ford Out of Boundaries in this one.
Yeah. That went out of bounds twice.
Did you see that? See it anywhere?
I have no. I think it's out of bounds.
Jeez, you want to look for it? I'll look for it.
All right, good enough. Yeah, I can't find it anywhere, Rusty. Just a couple of green snake bites, you know, no problem there. And I didn't mind going in the woods because, Wally, I'm used to looking for your ball in the woods. That's where your ball always goes, you know. What you didn't see was Rusty throwing a ball at me, so I would think it was a snake. That's what you missed. But I'm used to being in the woods looking for your ball and Alan's, too, most times.
Well, believe me, I've been in the woods plenty, and the foot wedge works just nicely when that happens.
I've seen your foot wedge. It can go a long way, can't it, Wally?
No boundaries on that, and when Wally golfs, there's no rules either.
No, there isn't.
All right, we're about set to get this thing back going again. Let's put you back inside the driver's seat here, Mr. Dallenbach. You've had to sit down for the better part of an hour now. You're all juiced up and ready to go for the start of the race. Well, and then you had to kind of take a nap.
Yeah, most of the time, when we restart these races like that, everybody's a little bit more careful, and it's probably a little bit better start because everybody realizes just what happened. So we'll probably see a little bit more give and take on the restarts after you have a situation like this.
It's amazing. In Daytona Beach each year, they run qualifying races on Thursday. If you have a huge crash in the first one, the second one is almost always caution-free. If the first one is caution-free, almost always you have a big crash the second one. So, yeah, these guys have seen these cars torn up on the backstretch, and there will be a lot more give and take when this race restarts.
We showed you the weather radar a little while ago. There is some weather that may threaten the area sometime later in the day, so that's on the minds of all the drivers and crew chiefs as they get set to go, meaning lap 100, halfway point of this race, may take on a little more importance as we roll on. Ricky Rudd is the leader. Pep Boys presents the Pennsylvania 500 on TNT. On the command to refire engines and resume the Pennsylvania 500 presented by Pep Boys here at Pocono Raceway. Been under the red flag for about an hour after a lap 1 crash just off turn 1. And Rusty Wallace and Steve Park got together, sending Park and Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s cars into that inside guardrail, destroying about a, 30-40 foot section of it. And they've been working to replace that over inside the corners since then. Here's another look at the crash.
Steve Park trying to go by Rusty Wallace. Rusty comes up, they make contact. Ricky Craven gets in the back of Steve Park and turns him left. Dale Earnhardt right in the path of Dale Earnhardt Jr. And like a bulldozer, here they go for the guardrail. The guardrail gives, and watches that car just goes right through it. The entire width of the car through the guardrail, but it does throw it back inside the track, up and over. And finally will do another half spin and stop on its side.
After some difficulties getting extricated from the safety equipment inside the cockpit, Steve Park did climb from the machine, and he is fine. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is fine. And the cars of Earnhardt Jr., Park, and Rusty Wallace are now back in the garage area. Check with Bill Weber.
Well, thank you, Alan. We just handed out the Golden Benny to the 22 crew of Tommy Baldwin and company for winning last week in Loudon, New Hampshire. I want to take just a second to flash back to that event, a race that left cars crumbled and drivers complaining. In the garage here at Pocono, several teams told me they pulled, among other things, pavement, stones, and rubber out from underneath the car body after the race. I spoke to track owner Bob Bear on the telephone on Wednesday. He said he plans to roll the track with heavy equipment and then just let the track sit. That would allow the pavement that was put down 3 to 4 weeks before the New England 300 to fully set and hopefully not have any problems when we go back there in September. Earlier today, I spoke to Winston Cup Series Director John Darby about what happened and what's ahead.
I think going in there to September, I know how focused and adamant Bob Bear is about having a good racetrack for our competitors to race on. I'm sure he's already got engineers and asphalt people lined up probably all the way around the track looking at it. make the necessary repairs on turns 3 and 4, and then we can really see the benefit of what the change up there was.
And you're confident that we will have a good race when we go back to New Hampshire in September?
Oh, absolutely.
And Mr. Bear is very confident of that as well, so we'll see what happens when we go back to the New Hampshire International Speedway. Meanwhile, in that race, Dale Jarrett finished 3rd. In post-race inspection, the car was found to be 1/8 of an inch too low. Jarrett was fined 25 driver points. The team was fined 25 owner points, and crew chief Todd Parrott was fined $20,000. The comment from Todd Parrott, is an official no comment. As for Dale Jarrett, he said his stance on post-race inspection hasn't changed since we talked to him a few weeks ago.
But I think there's got to be zero tolerance. Our sport is to that point that we have to be that strict, because it is so difficult to win these races that people, I believe, are willing to take that chance and say, you know, let's pay our $25,000 fine because we need to win.
And the buzz around the garage area this weekend, what happens to the next guy that is 1/8 of an inch too low? And that 1/8 has been pretty expensive to some teams in the Winston Cup Series this season. Alan?
Bill, thanks. And, of course, the taking of points, something that we've just seen in the last couple of punishments that have been handed out, that has gotten some people's attention.
Because you don't know how valuable those 25 points can be when the year's over. If it's a difference between 1st and 2nd in NASCAR Winston Cup point standings, it could be millions. If it's a difference in 18th and 19th, it's still a few $1,000s.
They're getting ready to roll the field off and try and resume the Pennsylvania 500. So let's take a break here. Hopefully the resumption of this race is just around the corner.
One weekend, 2 stars, 3 chances to see the Thomas Crown Affair.
Do you really think I'm going to sleep with the man I'm investigating?
One last chance to see the Thomas Crown Affair, tonight at 8 on TNT.
And at Pocono Raceway, the field is rolling off the pit lane, getting ready to resume the Pennsylvania 500 after a 1-hour and 5-minute red flag to make repairs to the guardrail inside turns 1 and 2. NASCAR President Mike Helton has stepped over into the booth to join us. Mike, you went out there and surveyed the scene a little while ago. Tell us, it was pretty extensive, the damage over there.
Yeah, it took out probably about 100 feet of guardrail on the backstretch back there, and the guardrail was important to protect the infield area from the race cars, which it served its purpose earlier today. We need to make sure it stayed that way.
We talked about Steve, and the guardrail gave and probably helped his injury situation, but when you come back here next year, you think that wall will still be metal or going to concrete wall?
Well, I think, you know, George Ewald and the crew from Pocono back there and did a great job putting everything back together, and I think that Doc and George will take a look at maybe making that a little bit stronger, a little bit taller, but it served its purpose today. It took us a while to get it back together, but we're ready to go again.
This is one of the situations, though, while you talk about guardrails and the study of safe walls, soft walls as they're called, needs to be extensively done. You've been pretty adamant about being hesitant about this.
Yeah, and if you'll recall, in the history of the sport, we started off racing with no guardrails at all, and then had the Armco barriers that was typical of what was back there. And we've evolved into the concrete exterior walls, and now we're working on the next evolution of that. But there is a downfall to this Armco barrier, like we saw today. It takes a lot of time to put things back together, but we're pleased that nobody was hurt. Steve's in a good spirits. Dale Jr.'s in good spirits, and we're ready to go back to it.
How close are the energy-absorbing walls to coming to these racetracks?
Well, it's closer than it's ever been. Next week at the Brickyard 400, we'll have them in place there. Indianapolis was the test model to begin the development of the walls, so therefore it makes a whole lot of sense for it to be the first facility where we actually put them into practice. And as we speak, there's development going on to where we can conquer tight radius issues as well as issues on steep banks like a Bristol or Talladega and Daytona. But Dean Sickens and the folks at University of Nebraska have done a great job, and we expect to see more of them as we go.
All right, Mike. Thanks for the update. Let's you get back next door, and we'll get back to racing. You see,
I can have my spot back.
Yeah, Wally's sitting over here in the corner pouting because you cut him out of the herd. But number of cars have visited pit road here on the under the caution flag to try and top off the fuel tank.
Because now you don't know. I mean, fuel might be an issue.
Well, it always is here, it seems like.
But even more so now because of that storm of brewing.
Yeah.
A brewing. I like that.
All right, let's reset it for you. Ricky Rudd is the leader. Bill Elliott is second. Jeremy Mayfield is third, Michael Waltrip fourth, and Ryan Newman is fifth. Then you've got Johnny Benson, Tony Stewart, John Andretti, Jerry Nadeau, and Jimmy Johnson, who round out the top 10. We only ran one lap, not even a full lap, before the caution flag came out. So basically we're starting from scratch, save for the laps that have been run under the caution.
And Ricky Craven was talking about bringing that Tide Ride to pit road. So far that has not happened. Still in the 11th position.
First car that pitted was the Elliott Sadler car, who was running 24th at the time. And people behind him all bailed out, came down pit road, and topped off the fuel. Getting the 1 to go signal at the start-finish line. That's great news. Again, just joining us, Steve Park, Dale Earnhardt Jr., both okay after the accident. Let's make our singular call to the pits now. Bill?
Well, thank you, Alan. One car that did not stop here would, of course, be the 28 car of Ricky Rudd, the race leader. Doesn't want to give up that track position, doing fine so far. Called in to make sure his guys checked his tires when they were under the red flag. Took a good look at him. Everything's okay. Ricky's turned off his fan, says his temperature is fine. Big break for this team being out front. Single file restart. Not much traffic heading into turn 1. You can't say that as you go a little deeper in the field. Mike McSwain and company brought the same car that almost won here in June. Dave?
Bill, Ricky Craven decided not to come in. They decided not to give up track position. They'd already picked up 5 positions on the track. The crew, however, has this tape patch ready, and they went over to a diagram at the front of the car to show that they want to cover up a little bit of the damage on the left front so that that car has a little bit more left front downforce when they have an opportunity. But that will be under caution and not right now. Marty?
Dave, this is a critical race for Sterling Marlin, and they're trying something new inside the 40 car. They are shifting twice here at Pocono. What that does is it keeps the RPMs down. The first time they tried it was yesterday in happy hour. Sterling has a new transmission in his car, and it's an important race because he is the points leader. 136 was his points lead here in June. It is now down to 55. They have trimmed it that much. Matt?
Marty, before his win at New Hampshire, Ward Burton told me he'd been bitten by the bad luck bug 9 times this year, and then he went out and won his second race this season. He comes into Pocono, he spun during qualifying, and now the concern is the team's transmission. Ward said under the yellow that his car had trouble going. When he went to go into third gear, the transmission was very tight. He said that it is a concern. Remember, back in June, he lost third gear, so the team is a little concerned, Alan.
So some of the stories on competitors in the Pennsylvania 500 as we get set to go back racing. The green flag will come out at the completion of the 8th circuit of this race. Ricky Rudd, Bill Elliott, Jeremy Mayfield, Michael Waltrip, and Ryan Newman going to lead him down for the restart. Much to the delight of this crowd. Those two.
Here comes the fan. Sterling Marlin trying to get alongside Ricky Rudd. Looks like Sterling is going to get a great restart. Ricky Craven, yeah, Ricky Rudd's the leader of the race.
Ryan Newman picking up a spot from Michael Waltrip on the jump into turn 1. In 4th place. And we're past the accident scene from lap 1. Johnny Benson inside of John Andretti. Not quite.
But he backed off. You see, he backed off. He might have had position. Or later in the race, he might go on under those conditions. But right now, decided, hey, let me back off. And Craven maintains that position on Sterling Marlin.
The straightaways are so long here. You definitely get a draft. On the straightaway as well as a long pond straightaway, you really do pick up a draft from these cars. Coming off of turn 1 here, as you're getting into 2, you pick up a big draft right where Bill Elliott is, like right now with Ricky Rudd. If you're going to make the pass going into turn 2, you need to be about where Sterling is. You've got to be at least side by side or have the nose on the door. Then it's pretty much your corner, because the guy on the outside, wow.
Wow, did you see Craven?
So much for my theory.
Drive in on the outside.
You're about to say you don't want to drive in there on the outside, weren't you?
Yeah, but
we change.
You do. You want to get on the inside. As long as you're up beside him, you can drive it down in there. That outside groove will get slicker and slicker as this race goes on.
Bill Elliott puts the red Dodge back out in front.
And look at that Dodge just pull away from Ricky Rudd off of turn 3.
Jeremy Mayfield going to try Ricky Rudd for second into the corner.
And Rudd loses 2 spots all of a sudden. And Tony Stewart has moved up to that 5th spot.
Yeah, took that away from Michael Waltrip just a lap ago. Here comes Ryan Newman.
Usually the outside guy is going to give. Unless you're the points leader, if you're on the inside, you may give. That's Sterling did.
So Newman to third, Rudd to fourth. And Tony Stewart's going to try him there.
Here's another spot. You need to at least show your nose to the door in order for the guy to know you're there, to be able to get up on the inside of a guy in turn 3. But once you're on the inside, it's real difficult staying side by side down this long straightaway.
Tony Stewart right up on the back bumper of Rudd. Cannot make a move. Meanwhile, they're side by side. Joe Nemechek on the inside of Johnny Benson.
This is 13th place, BP.
And look how that outside line is being used more and more by these drivers, Wally.
Yeah, it looks really good. There's a lot of racing room up there in turn 1. And this is a really fun place to pass. Here we got 3 abreast. Somebody's definitely going to have to give big here.
Yeah, this is big. Back off somebody.
Benson, Blaney in the yellow car.
And that really slows the pack down when that happens, because everybody's got to get off the gas for it to get sorted out.
Jimmy Johnson, the 48 car, caught on the outside. Oh, the
3 wide behind him.
Huge.
Jimmy Johnson trying to boldly go where
you can't go.
Supposed to. There was a cliche there, but I caught myself. There's Jeff Gordon trying to pick his way up through. He's back in 22nd place. Trying to get 21st away from his teammate, Jimmy Johnson. Ricky Rudd's been slipping back a little bit, Bill. What's up?
Well, Alan, he's running his pace, but the other guys are beating him off the turns. And what Ricky believes is that some of these guys, like Marty Snyder talked about earlier today, are shifting twice, and that's where Ricky's getting killed off the turns. He simply can't run with the guys that are shifting twice. So they have more RPMs, faster speeds, drops to 28, deeper in the field.
What happens when you shift twice? That means you have more gear ratio as you come off these corners and more oomph, more horsepower.
Tony Stewart trying to close in on Ryan Newman in the 12 for 3rd place.
Yeah, Ben, it used to be a lot of guys would just shift one time. They downshift going into turn 1, and they would keep it in 3rd gear all the way around until they got to about the start-finish line. Now they're downshifting in 1, upshifting right about where these guys are here in between 1 and 2, then downshifting again, getting into turn 3.
The downside of that, the overdrive that they have to run in the transmission is like a .90. 3rd gear would be 1-to-1, just like you'd have in 4th gear in your car. They shift into 4th, that's overdrive like a .90.
Newman and up the nose under the back bumper.
That's right. Here goes Newman into the 2nd spot. Tony Stewart trying to follow. The problem is if the engine is turning 9,000 RPMs, the drive shaft is turning over 10,000 RPMs.
So let's listen to Ryan Newman here.
Zippy shifts down the back stretch.
Here he comes out of turn 1.
Up.
He is not shifting it twice by the sounds of that. If he were shifting twice, he'd be downshifting here when he gets into turn 3.
So we see as he goes across about 8,600 across the short tube. Now here, oh, look at him fight that wheel coming off that flat corner. Now watch him shift about the start-finish line. Just about 9,000.
I can't believe he's not shifting at all.
What? What? Look at that.
9,500. That car will not last 500 miles.
Ryan, you're supposed to pull it back and forth. Man, oh, man.
That is twisting the engine. Let's see what we get here in the turn 2.
That's 9,200.
Yeah.
Tell you what, Larry Wallace and those guys, hope they aren't watching this. They'll be nervous.
The engine builder. You see, one thing about twisting the engine like this, you don't have to use as much brake because you're using the engine's RPMs to slow you down. So you're not having to use the brake pedal as much. But boy, that is hard on an engine.
He's fighting that car off that flat corner, too. Newman running second. Tony Stewart is third. Jeremy Mayfield is fourth, and Ricky Rudd is fifth, but they're all running behind Bill Elliott. Started on the pole, gave up the lead to Ricky Rudd, but now he's back out in front of the Pennsylvania 500. Bill Elliott still leads the Pennsylvania 500, presented by Pep Boys from the Pocono Raceway in Long Pond, Pennsylvania. This is the first race in the Pep Boys When Your Car Wins, You Win sweepstakes, starting today and concluding with the Chevrolet Monte Carlo 400 in Richmond on September 7th. You can stop by any Pep Boys and pick up a sweepstakes game piece. Scratch off where it says car number and prize. And if your car wins any Winston Cup race between today and that Richmond race, you win the corresponding prize. All prize winners, in addition, who mail in their game piece will be eligible for the grand prize, a trip to 3 Winston Cup races in 2003. Mike Skinner carrying our Pep Boys camera today.
Mike shifting. Now that looks like a guy that's shifting twice, because he upshifted then downshifted before turn 2. Now what he'll do is he'll hold it here. He'll go through turn 3, and then he'll grab high gear around the start-finish line.
When he gets about 8,500, you'll see him shift. Go. See it back up just a little bit, and he's going to turn about 8,800, 8,900 going down in turn 1. Ooh, way up the racetrack, trying to use that outside line.
He's got somebody down on the inside, and there's Bobby the Bomber.
A tussle for second place here. Tony Stewart's after Ryan Newman.
And there goes Tony. Well, I tell you, Tony Stewart in that 20 car is making a terrific exit off turn 3. What about the 12 car, Dave?
Well, BP, you were looking at the in-car on Ryan to see whether or not he was shifting, right?
Yes.
Did he ever grab the shifter knob?
I didn't see that.
Well, I went up to Matt Borland, his crew chief, and I said, he's not shifting. How can that be? And Matt said, oh, yeah, he's shifting one time. But, see, I learned something about Matt this weekend, that he plays a lot of poker, and he took money from about 4 of his teammates this weekend. But then again, they said he had 5 aces. So we still don't have a straight answer on shifting.
Well, we got the video, so I'll take our answer. What do you think, BP?
He did shift that one time we were on board with him.
If he shifted into high gear and he's pulling 9,500 RPMs going into turn 1, then they need to put that engine in bronze if it goes the distance.
Uh-oh. Somebody saying it's raining in 3?
That's what I thought I heard him say.
That was Ryan Newman's radio, but no caution flag. Johnny Benson might have some problems. What's going on there, Matt?
Alan, Johnny Benson currently in the 19th position. James, have you lost all radio contact with Johnny?
Yeah, right now we don't have anything. We can hear Johnny. He can't hear us. He doesn't know that we can hear him, and it makes it difficult. And, the hardest part for right now is, the spotting issue. This is Awful Pass racetrack, him not having spotters. So we think we got a good car. He just have to be pretty cautious right now.
Now, you and I were joking around that this happened last week with Jerry Nadeau. And what were you and Johnny talking about?
Well, it was kind of funny last week. Jerry got really frustrated. About 150 to go. We lost some radios. Thought we should have won the race. And in Jerry's frustration, he broke the mirror out of the car with his fist. So we kind of talked about it on Slap and Friday. And we've at least got a plan worked out if it ever happens again. We didn't always have to put it in effect today, but hopefully we can work through this.
You worked the hand signals out. The hand on the roof means?
Hand on the roof is tight. Hand on the door top is loose.
And since they don't have any radio contact, they have fixed up an old-fashioned pit sign. Tape on a piece of aluminum means pit. If the car is good, they're hoping Johnny will give them the OK sign, Alan.
You hear all the spotters and the crew chiefs talking to their drivers, and you see the caution flag. Rain here at Pocono brings out yellow flag number 2.
And Joe Nemechek is on pit road. Do you think did he pit too soon, or do you think he was able to get on pit road before the caution flag came out?
I am monitoring the radio traffic between NASCAR race director David Hoots and the inspector at the opening of pit road. They're asking just that question, and his answer is he was there just about at the same time. So Ty goes to the runner. Yep. And Nemechek's good on his pit stop.
Well, terrific. Very smart move on Joe Nemechek's part.
That's Ryan Patty, the crew chief, with the heads-up call there.
But I don't understand why they didn't change 4 tires. Well, maybe I do now, because he's almost about to get lapped. I see. He would have gotten lapped if he had changed 4 tires, probably.
So the yellow flag once again, this time for some raindrops peppering the Pocono Raceway. We were under the caution at lap 1. When Steve Park, Rusty Wallace, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. were involved in a terrible crash off turn number 1. After an hour and 5-minute red flag, we got going again, and now the weather is infringing on our fun.
And we can see the raindrops on the Napa Chevrolet of Michael Waltrip on the camera lens. This is Jeffrey Bodine, by the way.
Yep.
Todd ran the Busch race yesterday in Pikes Peak. Did not fly back to run today.
Yeah, I didn't feel like they wanted to go through the process again of starting at the back with somebody who hadn't practiced a lap in the car. And since Todd is committed by contract to that Excedrin Busch Series ride, and Jeffrey knows what he's doing here.
And talking to the crew this morning, Jeffrey Bodine was very thrilled with the car. Said, you know, I might have a car that can win the race here today.
He has won here before. 3 times, as a matter of fact. Well, you know it's raining when the spotters are covering up on the roof.
Eddie Thrapp trying to put a garbage bag over his head. He would look good in that.
You know, he'll hear you said that, too.
That.
Yeah. Yeah, they're covering up. There's Eddie.
Yeah. There must be a bottom of this now. Oh, there's an arm.
There he goes. It's hard to figure out.
Now, how are you going to make that work?
All right.
Very nice. The finest and fashionable rainwear on display here at Pocono Raceway. For some. For others, it's not raining. Drop that green flag. Let's go. Pit stops will be at lap 25. Bill Elliott's going to lead him in.
And my guess is that everyone except Joe Nemechek will come down pit road.
Johnny Benson's crew no doubt will look to fix their radio troubles. Ricky Craven's crew will stick that tape Band-Aid on his car that we saw earlier. Dave?
The 32 car of Ricky Craven is going to come in. The 20 car of Tony Stewart in. Ricky Craven for the damage to be fixed. As for Tony Stewart, he said he needed to roll through the center of the corner better, so they're going to make a chassis adjustment as well as an air pressure adjustment.
Bill Elliott, Tony Stewart is moving 15.1. Elliott having trouble on that left side. Finally down, but long pit stop for Bill Elliott. He will go back to about 6th or 7th.
Sterling Marlin and Dave Blaney are going to get out first. I want to follow up and see whether they got 4 tires. Now, Marty?
It was 2 tires for the points leader. Allen just a little bit tight. They went up one round on the track bar. He started 13th, moved up to 7th. Very happy with the car, and they made no changes other than that track bar adjustment.
Gets him the lead, gets him 5 bonus points toward the championship.
Except Nemechek is out there in front of him.
This is true. Bratz foiled again. Under caution for the 2nd time in the Pennsylvania 500. Man goes for the raincoat.
And we can see the rain on the screen.
Yeah. So they'll be withdrawing that yellow flag momentarily and displaying the red here at Pocono for the 2nd time already in this Pennsylvania 500. Next weekend, a busy weekend from Indianapolis on TNT and NBC, starting with Saturday's Butthole qualifying at 11 Eastern time, then the Busch Series race from Indianapolis Raceway Park, presented by Midas next Saturday night, and the 9th running of the Brickyard 400 next Sunday on NBC, starting at 2 Eastern time.
Already a huge race in NASCAR Winston Cup racing just in 9 years.
And all the testing that's been done up there over the last couple of weeks, everyone has been there. Qualifying should be tense. There's been going to be a big entry. The bubble, who gets in, who doesn't, there'll be some drama there. Just before the caution came out, we were monitoring Ricky Rudd's traffic back and forth between Michael McSwain and himself.
There. Pretty good. I'm a little loose coming onto the front straightaway. That's probably the only place I'm loose at. Like I say, they look like they got 100 horsepower more than I do off the corner. That advantage is going away a little bit. It was with the 19 car. They got a different gearbox.
Yeah, so he's right. Well, first of all, if you're loose getting off a 3 or you're pushing off a 3 and the guy you're following isn't, he's going to look like he's got 100 more horsepower.
Because if you can't go all the way down with the accelerator to the floor, you know you're not going to use all the horsepower you have.
I'd like to see, I'm glad to see that somebody else uses hand motions when they're talking on the radio in their car. Like, yeah, I'm doing this and I'm doing that. Ricky was doing that. I've done that before, and then I go, why am I doing that? You can't see my hands.
Check out that white car at the head of the field, who did not pit under the caution. That is Morgan Shepherd, leading a Winston Cup race for the first time since June 1st of 1997. Wow. Isn't that great?
Berlin City. And all the cheers that you hear is not for the rain. It's for Dale Earnhardt Jr. driving the Bud car back on pit road, getting ready to go back in the action once the red flag is lifted.
It's going to be some 27 laps down. Certainly the race leaders when he comes back, but I heard Junior talk about it earlier, trying to crack that top 10 in the championship standings. He is 16th now. And really, as bad as that wreck was, they're getting back out without losing a ton of ground.
No, it doesn't take much, Alan, for a couple guys to have mechanical problems or have trouble, and each one of those spots is so important to pick up for points when you're running for the championship. Or, like Earnhardt said, he's trying to get in the top 10 right now.
Yep. Red flag is out. Pennsylvania 500 is stopped for a second time, this time because of rain.
And it looks like they did a pretty good job on that car.
It does look good. You know, right now, if Junior goes back on the racetrack, when this race restarts, he'll be in front of Rusty Wallace, so he automatically picks up 3 points. And then if he can finish the race and 4 or 5 more cars will have trouble fall out, that's another 15 points he can pick up. So
looks like they replaced the whole front end on that car. You see all that stuff down on the bottom here. That's all brand new, because that stuff was torn off in the wreck earlier.
And a little tape on the right rear quarter panel is all that was required.
Big band-aids.
That's the before shot, or
yeah,
that is the before shot.
This is
after
the before
shot.
Yeah. And look at this is the radiator that's laying down flat. Just knocked it completely out of the car.
Huh. Tony Uri Sr. just walking out of the camera away from Dale Jr. and his crew doing a great job to get that car repaired and get Junior back in the hunt. But the big headline right now is it's raining at Pocono, and the Pennsylvania 500 is under the red flag. TNT Sports is live at Pocono International Raceway in Long Pond, Pennsylvania, where the Pennsylvania 500 is under a red flag for the second time. Haven't gotten very far in this one. Only 27 laps of the 200 scheduled are complete. It's been a kind of a bruising and wet start to what was expected to be an exciting afternoon of rain. Of rain.
You big dummy, Alan.
I got ahead of myself here. But I digress. Let's go back to the beginning with our Pepsi race recap. You want to handle this for me?
No.
Bill Elliott, Ricky Rudd led the field to the green flag just after 1 Eastern time with rain threatening, but we just got through the first corner on the first lap. Calamity struck. Steve Park touching with Rusty Wallace, getting turned to the inside, hooking with Dale Earnhardt Jr., pounding the inside guardrail, which fortunately gave way and absorbed some of the blow. Savage crash, sending Park's car end over end. Fortunately, despite all the destruction and damage, as his teammate Dale Jr. ran over to check on him, he found Park was just fine, and Steve climbed from the wreck after figuring out how to extricate himself from all the safety equipment, and he is okay. 100 feet of guardrail torn down in that. After an hour and 5-minute red flag to repair it, we went racing again, but only till lap number 25. And the rain started falling on turn 3, then spread across the front stretch. Now it's all over this giant 2.5-mile track. And we are once again under the red flag in the Pennsylvania 500. An exciting afternoon of rain. I think that might have been a Freudian thing there, yeah. Jeff Burton and all the other drivers out of the cars for the second time in a race.
Now it starts getting aggravating. One time you can kind of deal with it. Now BP, now when you're out, you're in, you're out, now it starts getting aggravating. Hey, Marty, what's happening down there?
Well, I have found Sterling Marlin, and Lee McCullough's crew chief is over here. Lee, come on over here, because he got the Smart Guy Award for going to the radar and checking it out before the pit stops. That's why you took 2 tires, and that certainly helped you out, didn't it, taking 2 tires?
Yeah, it did. I mean, we, probably only got 15 green laps on them, too, so we only needed 8 seconds of fuel, and didn't really make sense to put on forward, and 2 tires worked really good for us here last time, so need to get up there and lead a lap and get us 5 bonus points, and hopefully keep that Coors Light Dodge out front.
That was a good call. All right, let's ask Sterling about the wreck. Boy, you barely made it through that thing. What was your view of that wreck?
I seen the 2 car. We come off turn 1 and seen 2 car just all of a sudden go the right, and I saw, oh, he's going to come back across the track, and he's stuck on the fence, and for some reason the 1 car sent just a blurry yellow go across, and just opened up in front of us. So we were just lucky to miss it. Started right in the middle of it.
Your race car was pretty good, though. Started 13th, had made it up to 7th, Sterling.
Yeah, we did. It's a pretty good car. It was good yesterday evening, and just a long race here, just taking our time. We're a little bit tight right now, and we'll get it freed up. We'll try to get the Coors Light Dodge in victory lane.
How's that shifting twice thing going? You got to remind yourself every lap now, because you've never done it before yesterday.
Now, when I passed Michael, I had to leave it 4th, because going down there side by side, it's you get pretty busy. So I had to go through that corner in 4th, but popped up 3rd coming off. It's pretty good. I didn't really like it before, but the car's really driving good. You're not too busy, so we can go ahead and shift now.
All right, there's your points leader, guys. Currently in the 3rd. Alan?
On Discover Card Countdown to Green, Bill Weber asked our NASCAR.com Race Talk poll which driver has the best chance of catching Sterling Marlin for the championship. Here are your responses.
143,000 people voted Mark Martin, Jeff Gordon, the 2 contenders or pretenders, whichever.
Which is interesting because Gordon is 5th in points. And the guys that are in 3rd and 4th ahead of him and behind Mark Martin, people don't seem to feel like have as good a chance.
And Sterling Marlin being in 2nd spot and Mark Martin back in the field. Huge gain if the race were to end now, but obviously we got a lot more racing to go.
Matt Yoakum, your turn.
Well, Alan, Marty mentioned that Lee McCullough gets the Smart Guy Award. Well, Brian Patty gets the Smartest Guy Award because you guys were working a little bit of pit strategy there, weren't you?
Yes, my hat's off to Brian Patty. He called me in right when the rain. Actually, it was a lap before, but between the radios and Mark Martin beat me on the back bumper is all I could do just to keep it straight off at 3, and came in the next lap and caution come out. So now we're at the front of the field, so it's pretty cool.
Now, how was your race car running?
We were a little bit loose. We started out really good, passed a bunch of cars, and then I got a little bit too loose. But Brian, he made a whole bunch of adjustments there, and we haven't been loose since we've been here except for qualifying with a flat tire. So I just got to thank Papa Joe Hendrick, Rick Hendrick, and all these UAW and Delphi guys. We've had some tough luck lately, and we're just trying to finish this race. I mean, it's been terrible, but it's been a good weekend for us, and I think we're going to have a good shot. If Brian keeps making good calls like that, we're going to be in the front.
Maybe that is a sign that things are starting to change here for Joe Nemechek, Bill.
Well, I caught up with Ricky Rudd. What were you doing, hanging down at the car before you came back up here?
Well, just kind of discussing what's going on out there. We started getting beat pretty bad in the beginning of that race. And
I got to interrupt you. I got to talk. We've been eavesdropping, so we've been listening to you and McSwain talk it all over. What's it like out there with those guys that are shifting twice?
Well, right when we started the race, the racetrack was in real good condition, had a lot of grip, and it would favor a transmission where you shifted twice. In other words, you come out of the corner and you really, it really accelerates hard, which means it puts a lot of abuse to the rear tires. That's good when the racetrack's clean. When it gets a little greased up a little bit, then they can't really use that advantage. They've got that gear, but they can't just stand in the gas and rock it away like they did a while ago. At least that's what I'm hoping. I noticed when the track started getting black again, getting the rubber in it, we're listening to the split times. The leader's advantage wasn't as big. So I guess the greasier it gets, the better it is for us.
You've been analyzing everything, though. I mean, talking about horsepower and gear ratios and everything in that race car.
Well, just give these guys a good heads up. Give them all the info they can. And obviously, a lot of it, we can't change transmissions in the middle of a race. But it could really help them on some decisions later on in the race. Just really kind of give them a heads up. Comes down to the end of the race, and we've got a 10-lap sprint race. Do whatever they can, maybe pump the tires up a little bit more to free the car up a little bit to try to compete with that other gearbox ratio them guys have got.
Yeah, with the car you had here in June, that you want to finish someplace different than you did then.
Well, we had a dominant car. We led the most laps. We had to start dead last because we had a motor change. So everybody on the Haviland team worked hard, got the motor changed, and had to start dead last. Came all the way up through the field and led the most laps, and we're leading with 6 laps to go. And DJ was following us. Looks like it was going to be a 1-2 Yates finish, and we had a flat tire and brushed the wall, and our day was over with. But same car, but that just goes to show you how technology can change from one race to the next. I really think the advantage is not going to be as big as it was a while ago if we get back racing. But I don't see us winning this race if it comes down to a 10-lap sprint race, just simply because they're going to out-gear ratio us.
Okay, we're talking racing today, but you've had a big smile on your face. I have a feeling you and I might be talking other things maybe next week in Indianapolis or something.
Well, I certainly hope so. I can't stand the stress much of this anymore. I like to sleep a few nights, but, you know, we got a lot of things working, and hopefully by Indianapolis, if not right before Indy, then right after Indy, things should be laid to rest. And, you know, a lot of it, again, has been out of my control. I don't have a lot of say-so what happens on the 2018, but I've got to get my ducks lined up in a row just in case this doesn't work out. So I think hopefully we'll have something to announce right around Indy time, maybe right after that.
Okay, well, best of luck here at Pocono and best of luck in the future.
Thanks, Bill.
That's Ricky Rudd. Started up front, hopes to finish up there. Alan?
Okay, Bill, Ricky running right now in 7th spot under the red flag, behind a couple of the guys who did not pit. And there's Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car, 24 laps down, back in 41st position. You know, on Friday, some of New York City's finest and bravest traveled south to North Carolina for a practice session with some of NASCAR's finest. These are members of the New York City Police and Fire Departments who went to work with Walt Smith, the pit crew coach for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, in a training session with the number 8 pit crew. This is for an August 8th competition when the police and fire departments will go head-to-head in a pit crew challenge in New York City. And on his way up to Watkins Glen, Dale Jr. is going to host this special event in Macy's Herald Square. This guy's found out. There's Walt right there on the right, the pit crew meister. These guys found out that you got to be an athlete to go do this over the wall.
Not as easy as it looks like it's going to be. So now when's the other team going to get their chance to come down and practice?
That was both of them.
Oh, that was both teams.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
And the real team for the 8 car, they were getting some words of praise from their driver a moment ago as we eavesdropped.
That was a great fix, guys. Great job. They only took 21 laps.
Well, that wasn't Dale Jr. who was talking, but you get the message nonetheless. They did a great job to fix the car. Dave, how about it? You're with Dale Jr.
Well, and he's going to have some praise for him too, Alan, but look at the yard sale we could have right now. We got a power steering pump, we got an alternator, oil filter, got a water pump off the motor, got the radiator here. And Junior, these guys changed all this stuff on your car in like 31 minutes. How good are they?
Oh, they're awesome. I don't know if any of that's for sale. Some of it's probably still good.
Well, if you sign it, it will be.
Yeah, it'll be on eBay in 6 hours. Yeah, it's a tough wreck, you know, and I'm, glad Steve's okay, and real tribute to my team. And they're a real gutsy bunch of guys, and we want to get back out there, for ourselves and for our fans, and whether we pick up another spot or not, we just don't try not to ever quit on ourselves. So it's it's a lot easier to go to work on Monday when you didn't give up. So
there's one piece missing here though. The guys told me he may end up on your wall. Did you take something away already?
Yeah, I already took the nose. I have a habit of taking all the tore up sheet metal and hanging it in my shop. So
why?
Well, it just it's good stories, conversation pieces. But the nose is pretty spectacular. So that's going up there definitely. But hopefully get back out there and. This rain will quit. I mean, we were pretty disappointed. We just got the car back out on pit road, so one personal victory out of the way. We're going to get this race in, and we'll finish it.
Okay, so you'll go back out, timing and scoring. Basically, you'll watch that and find out whether or not you're going to pick up everything and then park it later on. Is that the idea?
We're just going to try to run as fast as we can. Actually, the front end ain't bent. The clip of my car went underneath Steve's car and didn't really bend the steering. So, seriously, chances are the car's going to drive pretty decent. Just as long as, it's not too bad off really aero-wise and the motor's not tore up.
All right, we'll find out when he and everyone else has a chance to get back out there. Marty?
Well, Dave, here are the yard sale items from Rusty Wallace's car. Right front spindle. This is the lower A-arm and the spring bucket right there that they took off of the car from the wrecks. Unfortunately, Rusty's car did not get fixed. They have about 20 more minutes worth of work, and this is the frustrating part. They have another red flag here. You see Jeff Thousand and Mike Garrett, some of the crew members sitting there trying to figure out how they're going to fix it. They cannot touch the car under the red flag, so all they can do is talk about what they're going to do. They can work on pieces that they're going to put on the car. They've already done that. They have about 20 more minutes to fix the 2 car and get it back out on the track, but that's the frustrating part of having a red flag.
Making a good plan here under the red flag will help you fix it a little faster.
And Jeff Thousand, I mean, he loves to work. That's got to be the hardest working guy in the pit area. And he must be just
chomping at the bit.
Chomping at the bit, just sitting there doing nothing.
Bolt it up, see about where it's going to be. If it's way off, then...
But you're right. Things will go faster now that they've been able to sit back and look at it
they know exactly what piece they need and what's got to be changed, so things will go very quickly.
In a way, it eliminates the chaos of when that car comes back to the garage and everybody's trying to run around and assess the damage and figure out what the parts are. Now they've got a good plan, and they'll get it put back together, and it'll take them less time to do it than it might otherwise.
But there still is a lot of work to be done, as Marty said. It's not easy replacing those parts, and also trying probably to straighten the frame section out. I'm sure it's been a little bit. They may not have to, it may not be bent badly enough. They have to straighten it out, get a machine out to straighten it.
It was starting to get complicated here with all of our what we was making.
We were watching some of that onboard camera from Ryan Newman's car a little while ago, and Wally and Benny were kind of curious about shifting, not shifting. We got a headset on him. How you doing, Ryan?
How you guys doing? Ryan, I was razzing you, man. That you had that thing twisted going into turn one. Was that in fourth gear or was that in third gear?
Well, seeing as how both you and Benny are ex-race car drivers or current race car drivers, depending on your status, but you know, I can't tell secrets. You know, you're what? How many million viewers out here? And this is, you know, not even a third of the way through the race, and you guys are trying to figure out what we're doing.
I know you're twisting that engine, so it must be working for you. But I mean, I remember the last time I ran here, we used to only shift one time, and I would see 9400 go into like turn 2, and that thing lasted. I don't know how it lasted. So. But that was in third gear, not in fourth gear. So we must have missed something. If you're not going to tell us, then we're going to have to keep watching.
You just have to keep watching. The guys at the engine shop are doing a great job, and the guys here at the racetrack are doing a great job. We'll just see if the rain quits.
Ryan's trying to play international man of mystery on us.
Austin Powers.
Well, mate, we're going to go take a lap here, and you could probably listen. You may not want to listen to this, Ryan, but
it sounds pretty cool, don't it?
Yeah, it's humming. Here you are going down straightaway. And that hand never came off the steering wheel. But we cannot see the shifter.
What you can't see is there's a fourth pedal in there. It's connected to the transmission.
Okay. So we need a foot cam in your car.
The tachometer is way off. Our tachometers are really off.
Wow.
Sounds pretty cool, doesn't it?
It sounds good. Now, isn't it true, though, when you have that kind of gear and you can run the engine like that, you don't have to use as much brake, which I think is a big advantage here at Pocono. Because doesn't the engine, the RPM, slow you down a little bit better, and you don't have to use as much brake pedal getting in the corners?
Yeah, you get a little bit of engine brake, but, I mean, it all depends on what you're going for.
All right, well, good luck.
Thank you.
Have fun, Ryan.
We'll try.
Hopefully we'll get this thing back underway shortly. He didn't want to answer your questions,
No, he wasn't,
Wally.
but I'll get to the bottom of it.
Look at him laughing, too. Uh-huh. We have the evidence, though.
There goes the in-car cameras in that car.
Yeah.
And there goes the one truck carrying Steve Park's car back to Mooresville, North Carolina.
But fortunately, Steve is okay after that vicious crash on lap 1. Webb, are you wet yet?
No, I'm actually pretty dry, and Ken Schrader is pretty dry, too. Made the walk back to his hauler in the garage area, and you've got a commitment from a couple of guys, and you think Park and Earnhardt Jr. are trying to get out of it. What's up with that?
We're having a race at a racetrack at Peebly, Missouri, Wednesday night, sprints and late miles, and it's to benefit Kyle and Patty Betty's Victory Junction Camp gang. And we've had it planned for a long time. It's Kyle and myself and Johnny Benson and Mike Wallace and Bill Elliott and Steve Park and Dale Jr. And I told Jr. if he just didn't want to come, then he could just say so. But that was a pretty big deal to try to get out of it. But luckily they're both okay, and they'll be there. I was just worried about them when it came around, and not because of people.
Hey, Schrader, how about your buddy up in the booth?
Wally wants to know about your buddy up in the booth.
Oh, yeah. I guess I need to talk to Alan.
Hey, for the people that aren't aware, tell everybody what you got going on. It is a charity race. It is for Victory Junction, and it's out at I-55.
Yeah, it's this Wednesday night at I-55, just south of St. Louis. We're running wing sprints and UMP late models, full-blown dirt late models. And then the Cup drivers are going to have an autograph session from 5 to 7 o'clock. And then we're going to do a 10-lap play race, match race with modifieds
on dirt
around intermission time. And you know, it's just really good of the guys to commit to doing it for us. And you know, like I say, we're doing it because of Kyle and Patty Petty's.
Yeah, and that's your place out there?
That's at our place, Wednesday. It'll be big.
There'll be a few fans there. How's your car here?
Car's pretty good. We struggled a little bit yesterday, and they made a bunch of changes, and I was stuck in the back. We did 2 tires, and we got a little bit of track position, and it doesn't feel bad, so I'm pretty optimistic about getting restarted.
Has Junior ever raced on dirt? Do you know, Ken?
Get back with me. He was there last year, and he stood up top, and he told when they asked him, he said he hadn't, but he could tell by watching him he'd be dang good at it.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Ken Schrader, the biggest promoter of I-55 Raceway that there is. That should be fun Wednesday night. It's raining here at the racetrack. Who will stop the rain? Pep Boys presents the Pennsylvania 500 NASCAR on TNT at Pocono Raceway in Long Pond, Pennsylvania, where they did a better job of putting that logo on that decal there than we did putting tires on the car.
This is true.
Yeah. Huge crowd here today. Unfortunately, they're all huddled under umbrellas because it's raining, and this race is under the red flag. Bill Elliott started on pole, and he led a pretty good chunk of the first 25 laps we ran. Let's hear from him now.
And Alan, he did look pretty good, taking the lead from Ricky Rudd. And Bill, how was your car? He obviously fell back a little bit after pit stop, so how was your car overall?
It's not bad. You know, Dodge is running pretty good, but I mean, what, we're only 30 laps in a 200-lap race, and, you know, depending on what the weather does, I'm sure it's changed. I hope we get it started back this afternoon, because I do feel like I can be better later this afternoon than probably tomorrow, but we'll see. I
heard you say on the radio you're a little bit free in the center now. There are three very distinct turns here, so is it free in the middle everywhere around, and did you get that corrected after the pit stop?
We pretty much got it corrected. We'll figure it out from there.
Okay, you ready for Indy next week?
I think so. You know, we're deciding whether we're going to take this car or the other car we tested, and we'll hope we learned something the other day. I think we ran about 170 laps one day and 120 something the other, so surely I've learned something.
You're warmed up. All right, Bill, go ahead and get you some lunch now. He said he was hungry, so we'll send him on his way. And remember, here at Pocono, he's a 4-time winner. It's been really great here for Bill Elliott.
Elliott has had a ton of success here at this racetrack. His victories date back to 1985 when he won not once, but twice within a span of 6 weeks here. Took the June race, then came back, took the July race as well. That was in that magical season that he capped off by winning $1 million. 1988, on his way to a Winston Cup championship, he won here at Pocono, did it again the following July. It's been a terrific racetrack for Bill Elliott over the years. Matter of fact, he had a good run here back in June also. He led 26 laps, but the engine gave out about 20 laps from the finish and took his result away.
It was only fitting he won twice here in 1985. After all, he won everywhere else.
Yeah. 11 races that year.
And the $1 million.
Yeah.
And did not win the NASCAR Winston Cup championship.
Yep. Well, it's a shame for these fans because they've come from far and wide and they've been pouring in here since before dawn this morning. Right now, they've got nothing to do but have a hot dog and sit back and wait out the rain.
Sound like a wonderful idea to me.
You need a hot dog?
Okay.
We'll see if we can arrange that. While Marty talks to somebody, I'll see if I can get somebody to get one for you there, VP.
Well, Alan, today is July 28th, a very significant date in the Parker family. Sean Parker is the chief mechanic for Kurt Busch's team, and his wife, Tara, 1 year ago today, got a brand new heart. She had to have a heart transplant. And, Sean, let's talk about the 1 year anniversary. How is Tara these days, anyway?
She's doing good. She's home today. Well, I guess watching it rain right now, but she's doing good. She had her yearly exam the other day, and so far everything's been good from the results we've heard.
You can smile about it now. I know it was a very tough time here this time last year. Go through that weekend with us.
Well, you just never knew what day it was going to happen, and I got that call that Saturday morning, and Jack flew me back to Winston-Salem with it, 1 year ago today, and that was the day of the surgery, and so far everything's been going well.
And you're never out of the woods when you have a heart transplant, but the 1 year mark is significant.
Well, it's a lot farther along than you were, 6 months ago, but I don't think you're ever out of the woods when you're in a situation like that. But just keep taking one day at a time, and hopefully everything will keep getting better.
And I don't know if it was a present or what, but they have a brand new pool at their house. That's what they've been celebrating in. They've been swimming, and they've been having a good time. Tara Parker, very healthy these days. Bill?
Thanks, Marty. I'm here with Ward Burton, and we're standing in the rain. We have an umbrella, but Ward's an outdoorsman, and he won't let me use the umbrella. And I'm a guy not big on rain, but that's okay. I'll hang with you. How are you?
Doing good, doing good.
Yeah, what's up with your car?
We changed a lot of stuff from yesterday, Bill, and I think we headed in the right direction. I think we got something we could adjust on, but as much stuff as we changed, obviously didn't expect for it to be perfect, but I think we'll be in good shape this afternoon or tomorrow.
Okay, this afternoon. It's this afternoon. Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah, we definitely need to do it this afternoon. For sure. I tell you one thing, got to mention, glad that Steve, I know 3 people involved, but particularly Steve, glad he wasn't hurt over there.
Okay, walk me through last week, New Hampshire, your first win since the Daytona 500. How big was that for you?
That was really big for 2 reasons. One, the slump we had gotten in from Daytona to New Hampshire. 2, at a short track, a place that notoriously myself and 22 team needed a lot of work at. And the Cat Dodge, man, it was hooked up from the time we got there. The last 3 chassis changes that Tommy and the guys made Saturday afternoon on 48-lap tires, we got 3 laps, and it was the fastest 3 laps we'd run the whole day Saturday. So we knew then we had a good car for the long run.
Now, did you see Tommy Baldwin celebrating like a little kid out there on pit road?
That's his hometown, man. I tell you what, that'd be like us winning a Winston Cup race at Martinsville or Richmond, and I'm looking forward to that time.
Yeah, because that would be big because you're from Virginia.
Exactly. And last time, actually, that car was good enough to win the race at Richmond. Didn't get to capitalize on it, but to the present, I'm looking forward to racing today. Let's hope we can get this thing in.
Okay, your guys got the Golden Benny. Are you aware of that?
What?
Your team got the Golden Benny Award.
What is that?
What is that?
Yeah.
Never mind. Never mind. It's not going to be anything. It's not going to be that long of a rain delay. It is an award presented by Benny Parsons, and you know what the rules are? Whatever Benny darn well wants him to be. And last week it was because your guys had good work in the pits and good pit strategy and sent you to victory lane.
Oh, that's a nice award. I was just trying to figure what was golden about Benny. Now I know.
Come on, Ward. Gee whiz.
Okay.
And Bill, that opens up a lot of lines, doesn't it?
It sure does, and we won't be using any of them. I'm getting rid of him, and you know something? Looks like it's clearing down here, so we didn't even need the umbrella anyway.
There you go. Glad you're not getting wet. Yeah, a little opening here in the overcast over turn 3, starting to creep across the racetrack. That's good news.
And the jet dryers are pulling on the racetrack to start their job of drying this 2.5-mile facility. Unfortunately, it is 2.5 miles.
And you know what else is good news, Benny?
Hot dogs.
Your hot dogs here.
Yes.
Hot dogs. The food has arrived, and so we will take a break. Come back and see if we can catch Benny talking with his mouth full after this. We're live at Pocono Raceway in Long Pond, Pennsylvania with NASCAR on TNT. The Pennsylvania 500 is under the red flag for rain. We only got 1 lap in, but a big crash knocked down about 100 feet of guardrail inside turns 1 and 2. Savage accident. Steve Park, the principal driver involved, along with Dale Earnhardt Jr. They're both just fine. That took about 1 hour and 5 minutes to clean up. Race to lap 25, and then the rain came down. Now the rain has stopped, but we've got some track drying to do because a lot of water got dumped on this speedway. Marty, your turn.
Thank you, Alan, and Matt Kenseth here. And let's first of all start off talking about last week. And I know that had to be very frustrating to know you had the best car at the end of the race, to know you had a shot to win the race. You're leading, looks like the checkered flag's in sight, and then you feel a tire going down. What was going through your mind? You pound the dashboard or something?
Nah, I mean, it's never over till it's over. You know, it was really frustrating. We ended up losing the race, but it was real encouraging how good we ran. We've never ran that good at Loudon, and felt like we had a car to beat all day. So that was a good part about it. And there's going to be days when you have the best car and things don't go right, and you're going to lose the races. And there's going to be a lot more of them days, and there's going to be days when you know, everything goes right and falls into place, and you end up winning.
You got so mad you went out and won the late model race at Slinger Speedway Tuesday.
Yeah, that was kind of fun. Slinger Speedway is one of my home tracks, and they always run the Slinger Nationals up there every year, which is a big race. So we went up there and raced Tuesday night, and had a real good car, a real good engine, and ended up winning. So that was a lot of fun.
3 wins for you guys this season, Matt, but it has really slipped here in the last few weeks. Have you guys had a team meeting, anything like that, to talk about how you can turn the momentum around?
Not really. I feel like we're doing pretty much everything that's in our control. Last week was something totally beyond our control, and you know, felt like we're good enough to win. Just had a little pinhole in the right rear tire and got a flat, so that's kind of something that we can't control. And even some of the pieces and parts that broke, felt like there wasn't anything we could really do about it, and you know, gotten all the speedway accidents, so that's sometimes tough to avoid too. So we just have to try to keep our performance at the level it's been, and you know, hopefully we get some more good finishes and get back in there.
Now, we were talking earlier in the show and talking about how good the car was in Happy Hour, and I heard you screaming tight, tight, tight on the radio. Is the car not that good today?
I think it'll be okay once we run some more. I was real tight in the beginning, but we're still kind of holding our own. So I think if we get it freed up a little bit, we worked on it quite a bit on that pit stop. I think it'll be better. And this is, you know, one of them places where you get real tight in big groups of cars. I think once the cars get strung out and you can find a little clean arrow there to get the front end pin, you'll be able to get going and hopefully get back toward the front.
All right, you think we're going to get it in today? I think so.
I hope so.
All right, me too, Matt. All right, the Wisconsin boy won a race in Wisconsin earlier this week, Bill, and that was at Slinger Speedway. He beat some good competition, too. Schrader was one of them.
Okay, Marty, thanks a lot here with Johnny Benson. First of all, how do you feel?
I feel pretty good, actually. Just, you know, except for this dang rain. But outside day, yeah, it's been fine.
Yeah, ribs are good?
Ribs are good.
Yeah.
Not well done or nothing.
Very good. Comfortable in the car?
Yeah, not too bad. It's, you know, it's like last time. I mean, just a little tender, but not too bad. Like I say, it's in a different spot this time. It's up front rather than in the backside, so it doesn't really hurt as bad.
Okay, how is your car?
It started off okay, then it got really,
then they dropped the green.
tight. Then they dropped the green, and the thing's really tight. So we've got a couple things we're going to try to do here. And matter of fact, we did some of it here just before the red came out. So we'll get it done, and hopefully it'll be okay. We'll just have to start back.
And you're using telepathy to communicate with your crew, I understand.
Apparently they can hear me, and I can't hear him right now. So we're waving and tapping the roof and stuff like that. But we'll get that fixed too. You know, once we get going again here, I just got to swap out a radio, and I think we'll be okay. So I don't think that's going to be a big issue. But the thing is, getting the car a little bit better. I think I actually think we can get it better. We're going to keep the TV out of us. We'll be changing some stuff when they come back.
We will do that. Best of luck to you. Welcome back.
All right, thanks, Bill.
Okay, that's Johnny Benson. Let's move down further in the garage area to Dave Burns, the weatherman.
Well, today I am, Bill. I play one on TV. Again, crews coming by, taking a look at the weather radar. The bad news is that there's still a whole lot of green around the Pocono International Raceway, if you can see the little arrow right there. The good news is that this all red blotches here, red and yellow, the bad stuff, has dissipated somewhat. And so there's kind of a window back here if we can just get to that point. But right now it's pretty much centered over us. There's also another high-tech sort of a tool that I'm using to watch the weather here, and it's called this, and there's some blue sky up there. So I don't know. It looks 50-50 right now, and we see the sun peeking through, and the radar's kind of bad. So take your pick.
Where's your popsicle stick, Dave?
Well, you know, I was actually sending some friends out to get me some ice cream here, but I guess they didn't pull through.
You didn't have the friends you thought you had.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I think they're all up in the booth. What did I hear? Hot dogs, ice cream, burgers. You guys are living it up there. Yeah.
Oh, living it up.
I haven't seen any ice cream here, Dave.
Oh, well, if my friends ever get to me, I'll send them up to you.
Well, we won't wait on that then. All right. Under the red flag for the second time in the Pennsylvania 500 at Pocono, but they're trying to get the track dry.
How about one of these hot dogs, VP?
At Pocono International Raceway, NASCAR on TNT with coverage of the Pennsylvania 500 presented by Pep Boys. Those are the big jet engines strapped to the back of trucks that we use as good old giant-sized hair dryers, blow dryers.
That's exactly what they are, giant-sized hair dryers. We don't need even the small ones. I don't need the small ones, but this racetrack is 2.5 miles around. It needs all it can get.
No, but if you did need one, that'd be a big one.
Oh, yeah. Got a big head, just no hair on it.
And they're going to roll all the equipment out there and try and disperse this water and get it dried up as quickly as we can. But while we're standing still, let's take you back to yesterday's action here at Pocono. An ARCA series race highlighted the day, but a familiar face dominated the action. That red number 19 is Casey Atwood behind the wheel of a Ray Evernham Dodge. Led the final 10 laps to score the victory. It was his first ever ARCA race, wasn't it? You're not sure?
I don't know.
Bill, I'm pretty sure I'm correct on that. Was I right?
Let's just ask the race winner, Casey Atwood. Was that your first ever ARCA race?
Yeah, that was. I never tried to attempt that. I've tried the trucks, and of course I ran Bush, but I guess I've run them all now.
Yeah, so why did you attempt that?
Well, we just had a lot of stuff we wanted to try, some engine parts, some other chassis stuff that we wanted to do, and didn't really want to run it over here yet because we didn't know what it was going to do, and didn't want to rent a track and just run laps by ourselves. We wanted to put it in a real race competition, see how it would hold up, and I think everything went real well.
Friends of yours back here trying to say hello. Let me ask you this then. You were running real well, and then all of a sudden you ended up at the back of the field, and then you came back to the front. What was up with all that mess?
Well, the caution come out, and everybody pitted behind me. We stayed out, and we couldn't make it on fuel. We had to go to lap 47 to make it on fuel. So we ran like 3 more laps of caution, made it to lap 47, came in, and had to start the back. And luckily, I mean, the leader stretched it out on us a couple times just because we were stuck back in traffic, and we got some cautions, everybody back up, and was able to get back to the front.
Ray Evernham told me on Friday, Casey, that this has not been easy for you. It has been a struggle at times this season. For you to run that ARCA race and do well would be a big boost to your confidence. Do you feel that way?
It has. It was a lot of confidence yesterday. I mean, it's the beginning part of last season and the beginning part of this season. It was a real big struggle for us. We picked it up last year at the end, and I think we're going to start picking it up in the second half of this season. But I hadn't won anything since '99 and since Bush, so it was big to come back yesterday and work with the old 19 team. Sammy Johns was the crew chief over there yesterday, and Sirius and all the people were involved with that, and Dodge and everybody, so it was good to get a win.
How about your car here in the Pennsylvania 500?
Well, we hadn't got a lot of time to see yet. We got that little short green right there, and I was really loose. And we were good yesterday in happy hour, a little bit tight, but I could come off the corners pretty good. And we're just real loose right now, but we get it tightened up and get the race in, we'll be fine.
Okay, congratulations on your win, and best of luck the rest of the year.
Thank you.
Casey Atwood. Alan?
All right, Bill, yesterday, a couple of Winston Cup drivers had a little extra activity added to their weekend. Jerry Nadeau and Ricky Craven traveled over to Akron, Ohio to take part in one of racing's great traditions, the All-American Soapbox Derby. Had a little heat race. Nadeau in the green car, edging out Craven in a photo finish. Look at that. A lot of fun.
Oh my God. I'm a soapbox girl.
That's a great way to start the weekend.
Then Jerry and Ricky turn the track over to the real stars of the day, young men and women who have worked all year to get to the final stages of the 65th edition of the Derby. You never know. Might see one of these youngsters here at Pocono one day, racing a Winston Cup car. That's a lot of fun. Dave is with one of the participants in yesterday's race.
That's right, Alan, and he was a participant back at his home in Danbury, Connecticut, too, which I guess you can do if you have a hill that they race on near your house, because they never did that back in Kalamazoo, Michigan. So how fun was that when you were 9 years old racing Soapbox Derby?
It was pretty cool. I mean, we have Soapbox Derby every year at Danbury, and when I was 8, 9, we bought a car and we put it together, me and my dad. We didn't know how to cheat, and obviously back then a lot of guys cheated and got to win, but this year, I mean, at this time, you know, they're just like NASCAR, and you got 25 templates putting on these Soapbox Derby cars, and we had a good time. Me and Ricky and Todd Zegedy went out there yesterday in Akron, Ohio, and got to hand the trophies out to all the winners, and it was pretty exciting being there because I never had a chance to go there, and I wanted to when I was young, so it was pretty neat.
So where did this fit into your passion for racing? I know you race a lot of other stuff too, but where did Soapbox Derby fit in terms of giving you a desire to move on in it?
Well, I mean, I raced go-karts before I even did the Soapbox Derby, and I think it was something, it was another challenge that I wanted to do. You know, I was young, I was a kid. You know, I was racing go-karts when I was 5, 6 years old, and then we decided to build this kit, me and my dad, and we, you know, it was just something that I wanted to do just to say that I did it. But I read magazines that all the top drivers got to go to Akron, Ohio, and my goal was to win. And they obviously only took 2 drivers, and we finished 3rd, and I missed it by 1 spot. But it was all in all, it's fun for the kids. It's fun for the families. I'm glad NASCAR is involved in the program, and I think it's going to be a big boost.
And how fun was it to participate yesterday and be involved in that?
It was good. Me and Ricky and Ty got to race. We went down the hill. I won a trophy, which was cool. I'm able to brag about it. Ricky protested. He said I crossed the line, and he had photos to prove it, but he didn't win because I thought that he went to Kinko's and just kind of messed around with the photos a little bit. But
that would be cheating.
Yeah, and you know, Ricky's kind of, you know, he was a little upset that I won. He tried to do everything he did to win, but all in all, it was a lot of fun. There was a lot of people from New Hampshire on his side, a lot of people from Danbury, Connecticut, so it was a good time, and hopefully, looks like the sun's coming out. Looks like we'll be out there soon.
Well, so he gets a trophy from Soapbox Derby. He gets a new ride in his number 44 Dodge. It's been an okay week for Jerry Nadeau. Marty?
Well, Dave, I am hanging with Robbie Gordon, who is chilling, literally, his feet in the cooler down there, because remember, he has the big old ankle. Look at that. That is a melon, Gordon.
Yeah, she's a little sore, but didn't seem to bother me too much when we were out there. Car was a little bit loose getting in. I was able to work the throttle pretty good with my right foot. A little tentative on braking, so we're going to put a little insert in my foot so I can push on the brake pedal a little bit harder.
So a tough guy like you, I'm sure you've driven with worse than this, haven't you?
I don't think so. You know, I think I broke a toe or something and raced motocross the next day or something like that, you know, a long time ago when I was young and tough.
Yeah.
But, you know, nowadays, you know, this is probably the biggest mistake I've made in a long time in my racing career. And went out with the guys yesterday, having a little bit of fun with the singular wireless crew, and got a little over anxious.
Well, tell us about the motorcycle. That was a big jump from what I understand.
Yeah, it was a little jump, but actually I landed on top of the next one and kind of what they call case it, landed on the frame and didn't land on any suspension, so my ankles took it all. You know, we were having a lot of fun out there, and fortunate enough nobody else got hurt, and we'll be able to recover from this.
But the car is pretty good out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, car was real good. You know, we decided to change 4 tires there. A lot of guys took 2 tires, which is not really a big deal because they've got 25 laps on those set of tires, and I think it'll come to us. We probably lost 6, 8 positions in that last pit stop, but we'll be okay in the long run.
All right, I played basketball, you know, when I was in my youth, and I've seen ankles like that before. You'll be okay.
All right, cool, thanks.
All right, Matt?
Well, Marty, down here at the 43 truck, I've caught up with John Andretti and inside the top 20. How was your race car in the clouds?
It was pretty good. I mean, we were running 6th there, I guess, when all the pit stops came around, and we didn't get the strategy in like some of those other guys. Hats off to them, but you know, I think we'll be okay. The car's running pretty good, and the weather changing is obviously going to change the racetrack, and then we'll see how it goes. But like everybody says, if the rain stays away, yoo-hoo, you know. We all want to get it in today. Unfortunately, it's out of our control.
Now, the Andretti family has such a rich racing history in this area. Uncle Mario, Michael living down in Nazareth and the such. Now, I'm told when you were a young boy that you won a race here, but you didn't walk away with a trophy, a go-kart race, and I'm told your cousin Michael took home the trophy. What happened on that?
We were running the big nationals here at the go-karts, and I had a flat tire about halfway through the race, and I pitted to fix it. And we couldn't get the tire off, so I went ahead and ran with the tire, and they kept showing me the black flag with the orange dot, which just means I have a problem with my equipment, and I just kept driving.
Typical driver response, just keep driving.
Well, it wasn't anything wrong. I was keeping up. Matter of fact, I was beating him still, and he passed me, and then I passed him back. Well, in the last lap, he set me up, and he passed me, and then he blew a right rear tire. So I easily beat him to the line, and then they came in, and after everything was said and done, they gave him the trophy, of course, which he took no problem, and, you know, and after the whole thing was said and done, they gave me the win, and he wasn't going to give the trophy back, so they had to make a second one up.
He never gave you the trophy?
No, when you're that age, you know, I would say when I was that age, which, you know, I haven't grown too much, but, I mean, it's a big deal to get a trophy, especially when it's almost as tall as you are. So he kept that one, but they engraved my name on mine, so to prove that I was the one that won the race. And I know Michael disputed, but that's all right. He's got other races that he won that I think I beat him at.
A win here today, that trophy would mean a little more, or would the old go-kart trophy mean more?
I don't even know where the old go-kart trophy is anymore. This one definitely mean a lot more. I'd love to, you know, get back in the winner's circle. We know where it's at least here we do, because we have driver intros at it, so I know where to pull in at. It's right by my pit stall. All my guys are located good, so I'd love to see that happen, but you know, we still have a long way to go, and we'll see how it all turns out.
Well, Alan, 114 races have passed since John Andretti last went to victory lane on the flat track at Martinsville.
You got to teach John a lesson here. He said Michael might dispute it, but John was the one that had the microphone of the national television network at the moment. Michael can't talk back.
That's true. He didn't have to bring Michael into the picture. Just, I beat Michael.
Yeah.
End
hey,
story.
Look at this. Sky's getting bright. I actually see sunshine. This is good. Hopefully we can get this thing dried out quickly, and we'll get the Pennsylvania 500 back underway.
Day here in Long Pond, Pennsylvania. A great day to come out to the Pocono Raceway and see the Pennsylvania 500 presented by Pep Boys. Only problem is it rained a little while ago and they're dry on the track, and we're waiting. I'm hanging out here in the garage area with Jimmy Johnson, who's having an outstanding year. How about an outstanding day? How's your stuff?
I hope so. The car's pretty good. We've been having a little trouble getting going on the restarts. I think we got it figured out what we need to do there, but I swear everybody could taste blood and know that there's going to be some type of rain-shortened race, because when we got to win the first start and then the second one, it's pretty crazy out there, and I was trying to be cautious on that second restart, and a bunch of people got by me, and we worked our way back up through there, and it's just outside the top 10 right now, and I think we'll be in good shape when we go back.
You have to be thrilled about the opportunity of going back to some of these tracks for a second time now.
We should be better. We hope so. That's the.
You better be, or Chad's not going to be happy.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing we're hoping for. Experience goes so far, and the 2 years in the Busch Series gave me a lot of experience to get me ready for this opportunity, and I feel I'm only going to get better, and so is the team. We're all growing together, communicating better and better every week, and it should all be better.
Well, it is all about experience. So yesterday, after happy hour, when the garage closed at 3 o'clock, you and Jeff Gordon and some of your crew guys went out to get a little experience on the go-kart track. What was that like?
We're all sore this morning. I think I should have taken my Hans device and my helmet, hit my head on the roll bar a few times, but we had a great time out playing around, sliding around with the guys. Really neat racetrack, a slick track, and kind of a dirt modified looking cars, so we had a good time.
And that's part of our Discover Card Countdown to Green next Sunday before the Brickyard 400, but you can give us an insight into that. How much are you learning from Jeff Gordon as this season goes along?
I'm learning a lot, and based on how our race went yesterday, I need to learn a little bit more from Robbie Loomis. He has this real creative way, excuse me, on restarts
of passing
everyone, and he'll be lined up probably 10th and come around and take the green in the lead. So, but I don't think he's paid attention a lot to the races on Sunday afternoons that you can only pass to the right, because he was on the inside passing everyone.
I also seem to rub the wall quite a bit, Robbie Loomis did.
Yeah, I think they need to open up the walls about 10 or 15 feet on each side for him. But it was funny too when they pointed the black flag at him. He went from this stern look on his face to all of a sudden apologetic and I'm sorry. So it was funny.
Okay, well, thanks for doing that with us. Best of luck this afternoon, and we'll see you at Indy too.
Great, thanks a lot.
Okay, that's Jimmy Johnson. Having a great year here in the Winston Cup Series. Let's move over to Dave.
And Bill, we're up in front of the hauler with Kurt Busch here, and we're kind of distracted because you know, Kurt's watching a race where there's no rain. Who are you watching here, Kurt?
Little brother's on TV. It's not often we get to see him because they're right up against our races, but he's not doing too bad. He's running 6th, got right behind Butch Miller, so he'll see if he can work to the front. You know, it's always exciting to watch family.
Kyle is running an ASA race in Madison, Wisconsin. Have you been seeing anything he's not doing right now?
I wouldn't know. I've never been there to any of those racetracks, so he's done a great job picking up on the racetracks as far as the lines. Qualified 2nd, right next to Butch Miller. So if you can hang out with the veterans, you can learn some things. I mean, Butch just made a comment and said he was old when Kyle was born. So I mean, it's a lot of fun that Kyle's having with that series and to watch those guys race, and he's learning quite a bit.
All right, we hope to see him in NASCAR in a year or two, maybe. Kurt, your car's running pretty good today. You came in, took on 4 tires. How was it running before the break?
It was fair, a little bit on the tight side. We had some cross weight back down yesterday, so we had to bump it back up just to be sure. And last race when we were here, we ended up spinning out right in front of my teammate, Luce. So wanted to make sure that we were all right. Car marched its way up to 13th. We took 4 tires there and faded back to 17th because the guy's taking 2 tires. No big deal. When it's 400 miles or 500 miles, long way, 4 hours. We're just riding around.
And you don't plan on coming back from 3 laps down again this week, do you?
No, we keep digging ourselves a hole every week, whether it's Daytona or Loudon or whether it's just bad racing luck. Hopefully we can keep it smooth and make sure that we make our day as easy as it possibly can be.
He raced extremely hard last week, and I know his whole crew was proud of the job he did and that they did together last week at New Hampshire to come back from those 3 laps down. So let's go down to Marty Snyder.
And I am found his teammate, Mark Martin, the man who's 2nd in points. So, Mr. Martin, how's your car today?
I think it'll be all right if we get to run, you know, a lot of green flag. Our car was pretty special yesterday after, you know, at the end of the happy hour. We never got a chance to really let it out there. We need to get closer to the front where we got some clean air and get some green flag. But it seems like it may be really good.
You guys have certainly been on a roll lately, Mark. You've made up a lot of points. You were 222 back after Dover. Now you're just 55 back. Can you feel the momentum building on the team? I mean, you're a veteran. Do you feel a championship run coming here?
No, I don't really feel it. You know, we're doing the same thing every race that we did preparing for Daytona. We've got a great race team here, and we're just taking it a week at a time and trying to maximize, you know, every race, every finishing position is, you know, equals points, and that's what we're trying to do week in and week out.
So you don't focus on the championship then? It's just a week-to-week thing?
I don't know how you focus on the championship. We started focusing on the championship before we went to Daytona in February, and whatever that is what we do. And so I don't see how you change that. Yeah. I mean, you know, somebody said, you know, when are you, you know, do you start thinking points yet? And I was like, well, we really in January.
February.
Yeah, in January and February we started thinking it, you know, and it's not the last race of the season that makes you or breaks you. It's every one of them, and we're taking every one and trying to do the best we can with them.
You guys had a great run here in June, finished 2nd, but didn't bring back the same car. Why was that?
Because I'm dumb, and I've proved that over and over again. We're trying to do better, and, you know, I know we had a great finishing position, but I didn't think that we ran that great. And I looked back and watched it on TV, and it looked like we did, but I still don't feel that we ran as good as we needed to. So we're trying, you know, we're trying harder. We have a better car, we think, and I think it handles better, but I think it'll be a chore to finish the same or better as we did last time. You know, brakes just have to go our way.
We've had rain here in the last little bit, Mark. How do you think that will change the racetrack when you guys do go back racing?
I hope the sun stays out. I think that'll play in our favor. I think we have a good long haul set up on our car, and you know, I believe that we'll be strong if we get that, and if we don't, we get caution after caution after caution. It's going to be tough.
Second place man in points there, Alan. Mark Martin.
And under the red flag, Mark shows in the 11th position right now. Next weekend, it's Brickyard 400 week, and we've got coverage for you from top to bottom. Front pole qualifying for the Brickyard is Saturday 11 Eastern on TNT. Then the Busch Series race from Indianapolis Raceway Park, presented by Midas, next Saturday night. Next Sunday on NBC, 2 Eastern time. Coverage of the 9th running of the Brickyard 400. NASCAR on TNT is live at Pocono Raceway in Pennsylvania as Pep Boys presents the Pennsylvania 500. Just joining us, expecting to see the final laps of this race and the exciting finish. Look at them, Indian file. You haven't missed much.
They're all drafting.
Yeah. Let's show you what's happened so far. The news is we're only 27 laps into this race. It has been an eventful 27 laps to this point. Morgan Shepherd is your leader as a result of not pitting under the caution when everybody else just did. Joe Nemechek stopped as the caution came out that led to a red flag.
There's here Polster to Bill Elliott back in 8th spot. 11 through 20, Mark Martin, Jarrett, Johnson, Ricky Craven, 14th after he was involved in the first lap crash. Just superficial damage.
These are the way they sit under the red flag right now. Mike Wallace in that 14 car this week here at Pocono, replacing Stacy Compton.
Last week's winner, Ward Burton, back in 29th spot, checking 31 through 40. Robbie Gordon with those bad ankles back in 33rd. Jeffrey Bodine in that Discover car, 31st.
And the final 3 are those who've made most of the headlines so far in this race. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has just come back from the garage area as the red flag came out. He's 24 laps down in 41st place. Rusty Wallace's crew still working on his car. Steve Park is retired from the event. Lap number 1, just off the first corner, trouble.
Steve Park makes contact with Rusty Wallace, and Ricky Craven and Dale Earnhardt get together with Steve. And look at them just bulldoze and snowplow the car right into the inside guardrail, knocking out about 100 feet off that metal rail. Steve Park up in the air, tumbling, but luckily both drivers were okay. Junior jumped out of his car and rushed over to the Pennzoil car to make sure that Steve was okay. He finally stepped aside. The rescue workers go in there and pull Steve out of the car.
And Steve is just fine, which is great news because that was a very scary crash. An hour and 5 red flag to clean up and fix that guardrail. We ran to lap 25, and then the rain started falling. They parked them at lap 27 because of the rain and haven't moved an inch since.
Now, we go back to that shot you saw just a moment ago when we came back on there.
Yep.
Trucks and jet dryers on the speedway trying to get this thing dried off.
Good news is the sun is out. Bad news is an awful lot of water was dumped on this racetrack, and we are still yet a bit away from the resumption of the Pennsylvania 500. Let's go to Marty.
Well, Al and I have found Dave Blaney, who made a great, well, you didn't make the call. Ryan made the call for 2 tires on that last stop, so that means you're up in 4th. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't do anything.
Hey, you drove the car to pit road and then left pit road. That was good.
Actually, the car's pretty good. We were creeping forward that whole time during that green run, and we need a little bit help with the car, but we need a little track position too. So I think he made a good call, but we'll find out a little bit here. Long day yet, so.
Yeah, definitely a long day today, huh? And let's put on your promoter hat real quick. You got a World of Outlaws race at your track on Wednesday. So now you think if this rains out, we got to run tomorrow, you're really in trouble, aren't you? You put you behind today at least.
No, I don't have to do anything over there to get ready. Those guys will have that place ready, and I'll show up Wednesday and count the people in the stands probably.
Is that fun for you to do that?
It's been fun this year. Our family's probably been pleasantly surprised. You know, my mom, dad, my brother Dale, and his wife have done a ton of work, and we're sitting back and learning how to race from that side of things.
It seems like this team, the 77 team, has really turned the corner. You guys are communicating better, it appears. You can tell it on the radio.
Well, for sure. The whole Jasper team's getting better and better. They're bringing, they've been building new cars after new cars, and Ryan and I are getting better as far as knowing what to get me, what I can work with, and I knew that was just going to be a matter of time. So I'll tell you, we're not far from having a very good team. So we'll just we'll keep improving on it.
And he currently sits fourth, and I hope for your sake and everyone's we race today, don't you?
Did I hear something about you wanting to drive an outlaw car?
No, that was Matt. Although I think we are going to do a school in Phoenix, so Wally's supposedly going to take us around, and that kind of concerns me.
Yeah, I'm afraid both of you might be way underqualified, but that's all right.
That was at you, Mr. Dallenbach.
Yeah,
How about that?
He's absolutely right.
All right. Dave, I believe, is our next guy up. Dave?
That would be me, Marty, with Mike Skinner, driver of the Kodak Chevrolet, who's missing a little something here. His Maui Jim sunglasses, which he normally has, he doesn't have with him. So this is an unusual shot. Take a look at Mike Skinner there. This is unusual.
I had to make him get in the back, make the sun behind me, because if I turn around, I'll be looking at you with my eyes all squinchy. But I miss my Maui Jims right now. I'll be getting them as soon as we get back over to our car.
All right, that sounds good. Your car, by the way, is running 30th right now. You came in for a pit stop. Changes good on the car?
I think so. I mean, we really haven't had a chance to try it out yet. Chris Carrier and the guys, they made some air pressure adjustments, and you know, I think we got a car that's tunable. We really struggled ever since we got here, which usually run pretty good here, and something happened in the engine yesterday in happy hour, and they had to change engines, so we started shotgun, and we're moving forward. So as long as we're doing that, I'm happy, and I think Chris and those guys can adjust this race car. I think we can end up with a good finish. We just keep the fenders on it and stay out of trouble.
Is this the first time this year that the one-engine rules kind of bit you?
No, it's bit us 3 or 4 times. Just unfortunate little crazy things. But you know, it's the hard part of the rule is we broke a couple of motors before qualifying. Well, even if you break before qualifying and you qualify with another engine, you still have to start in the back. So that part of it, I think, could be refined a little bit. But all in all, the thing seems to be working good with the one motor rule. I think it's saving some of these car owners a lot of money, which in turn saves sponsors money, which is all good. Driver-wise, I want that big steam to qualify with, but we can't have it. So
we'll pass along your suggestion to Mr. Helton. How's that?
Maybe, yeah, do that and tell him that Jimmy Spencer said that that's what we need to do.
Oh, well.
Don't tell him that I said it, because I don't want to get in a lot of trouble with Mr. Hilton. You know, I try to stay on his good side all I can.
Okay, Bill, it's Spencer that we need to tell Helton about. Spencer, yeah, not Skinner. Okay, Bill?
Thank you, Dave. With Mike Wallace, and for you fans at home during the last commercial break, Benny Parsons says, find out if Mike Wallace is driving at Indy. Find out if Mike Wallace is driving at Indy. This is Mike Wallace. You driving at Indy?
Yeah, I'm driving at Indy.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Going to run the Conseco Pontiac up there for A.J. Foyt and Mike Hillman and the whole group. And we actually tested up there Tuesday and Wednesday and ran, I think, fairly well, and look forward to going back there next week.
So you've got a 2-race deal, as they say.
Well, I think that's what I'm told. This has all been thrown together, honestly, at the very last minute. I mean, we had talked about taking, when I say we, they, meaning A.J. Foyt Racing, had talked about taking 2 cars to the Brickyard. That's what I went and tested, was for a second car. And things changed, got the opportunity to run here at Pocono, and I'd like to thank the Conseco folks. It's a step up, so I'm going to step up to the table here and try to get the job done.
So let me in on something. During, well, the guys were going through inspection here on Friday morning. There was no real driver hanging around that car. I know you were here, but what was going on there?
They just have situations that needed to get squared away, I guess, you know, and opportunity about 10 o'clock or 10:15 came for me to drive the car, and slid in the seat and had to work on that a little bit, put a porta power to it yesterday a little bit. That's the hardest part about getting in someone's car, you know, that seats aren't that comfortable. And I think as Wally said the other day, I heard him say Elliott was talking about getting a seat to fit you really good in a glove, and then if somebody gives you a ride, you'll sit on anything, you know. But for today's race, we worked on it and made it a lot better. And you know, we had a flat tire at the first of the race there. We had to come down pit road on that first caution, put 4 on, got us to the back, come back, put 2 tires on. Great call by Mike and the guys. And, you know, we're 19th, 20th, something like that, and I think we'll be pretty decent.
And, Mike, you are auditioning not only for this ride, but maybe for something else.
Oh, without a doubt. You know, I'm looking for a ride for next year, and, you know, would like to have a full-time Winston Cup program. I have my Busch Car National program with Biaggi Brothers. You know, we're going to run that at IRP next week, and but trying to do the best we can, you know. You got this job tied up, so I can't get that. And Benny and Alan and Wally got that, but, you know, we'll see what we can do.
We'll be watching. Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, let's go back up to the guys in the nice, comfortable booth.
I don't know. I don't know if I have mine tied up.
You know?
Mike knows something I don't.
Benny in the pits. What's that?
Salutes the troops.
Yeah.
Benny's Hotel.
Where's
All
your
right.
hotel at? Where's Benny's Hotel?
I don't know.
Is it?
I don't know.
There a guy. It's been renamed. It's the Bates Motel. All right. We'll be back to Pocono in a minute. Underway. Let's see. There was a plate of 3 hot dogs here. There's just one left. But I know I haven't had anything to eat. So, Matt, give me a break here. I need to have something to eat.
Well, Alan, let's talk to the 4-time NASCAR Winston Cup champion, Jeff Gordon. You've been up debriefing with Robbie Loomis. The sun's out. We've had rain today, so you compound that. Is that an advantage or disadvantage for you?
I hope it's an advantage. You know, typically when the track gets really slick, gets a lot of rubber down, usually the DuPont Chevrolet's pretty good. We're just stuck in a bunch of traffic right now, and those first 27 laps weren't a lot of fun, but hopefully we can get some track position. We need the long green flag runs. I heard Mark Martin talking about that. We're the same way. We need long green flag runs, and we'll, you know, I think slowly but surely work our way to the front. It's a 500-mile race. We hope we get all 500 in, because I think we can be a factor in this race at the end of the day.
Now, when you look back to last year, you were on such a run during the summer months. You were in the zone, as you said before. A lot of guys in the garage are worried once you break through and get a win that you guys are going to be back in the zone.
Yeah, you know, that go-kart race we had last night gave me a little confidence. So
we can't really talk. We can't say who won, but we will say you scored a top 4 finish.
I'm not saying about who won. I just got a lot of confidence coming off that race last night. But no, you know, this is you got to work hard and just stay after it. You can't get frustrated. We've had a lot of moments where maybe we could build some momentum from it, or we've had moments that we could really tear ourselves down. And this team has stayed solid through all the ups and downs that we've gone through this year. It just doesn't seem like when we get the great cars that are capable of winning that we can capitalize on it, and we hope that we can start doing that. I know we're capable of it, but you know, the things just have to materialize and happen. And this is a great place for us. Pocono is a track we've won races at. We always run well here. We didn't qualify very good, but I think we've got a car. If we can take it and get it up in the front, I think we can really show something.
Now, you've been on both sides of the coin, both winning and losing. Which is more infectious?
Come on, man. The only reason I'm here is to win. I don't like anything else that we do here other than winning. That's what it's all about. That's what we do, you know. That's why we love what we do, is to come out here and compete against the best, and to feel what it's like to get to victory lane is what keeps you going each and every weekend. And when you don't get there, it just makes you appreciate it more and more and more, and it makes you work harder to get back there, and that's what we're doing right now.
So winning is more infectious, but first off, we're looking back at the video. There's rumors that the officials may penalize your crew chief for passing.
Oh, I think they should have penalized him for a lot of things. It's a good thing that he's a crew chief. That's all I got to say. But you know what's funny is he never is pushing me to go out and do all these things that he was doing when he was behind the wheel. I mean, he was doing some things that were just
a wild man,
out of control. Absolutely. I was shaking my head. I couldn't believe some of it. I mean, they'd say, give the one to go, and he'd start passing cars. You know, they'd say pass on the left, he'd pass on the right, or they'd say pass on the right, he'd pass on the left. I mean, he did everything opposite of what everybody was telling him to do. But I'm just glad he knows how to make the right calls from up on top of that box.
Well, we've heard enough of the talk about the go-kart race. We'll find out the true results next Sunday in our Discover Countdown to Green. We'll see all the video, and the video will tell the whole story. Marty?
Well, Matt, I think Terry Labonte would have taken all of them in the go-kart race. How about that? Because he's a 2-time Winston Cup champion. Yeah, one as many as Jeff. That's okay. I'm going to protest. We're sitting down for this interview because, you know, us pit reporters have to walk around, go get all these interviews. Those booth guys sitting up there in the AC, sitting down, hanging out. That's not fair, is it?
It doesn't look like it is. You look like you were wore out walking up.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
How about your race car? You guys have really turned it around lately, Terry.
Yeah, I tell you what, we've got a good car here. We're running good. We broke an air wrench on our pit stop there, so we lost a lot of spots. But I think we got a pretty good car. So Kellogg's team's doing a good job, and we'll try to fight back and have a good run today.
3 top 15s in the last 4 races. Is that consistency I see there?
It is, but we're not where we want to be. We're kind of knocking on the top 10 door, and we really need to be up in the top 10. And last week we probably could have had a top 15, and I kind of went to sleep. They had a wreck late in the race, and I checked up because I thought it was going to be a bigger wreck than it really was.
Wasn't as big as you thought it was.
And I lost about 6 or 7 spots there, and I never got them back. But we've been doing pretty good, though.
Let's talk about your week after Chicago. You left Sunday night after Chicago, went to your place in Texas, and there was a problem there. What happened?
Well, to make a long story short, Texas is, parts of it have been experiencing some flash flooding, and a river been out of the bank of more than one of them. We've had a lot of rain down there. And we got there, and my property backs up to a river. And so I knew where it was because the guy next door told me. And so we felt like we'd be fine getting in. And as we got there, it started raining, and it rained probably, gosh, I don't know, 10 or 12 inches, I guess. And we kind of got caught in a flash flood. And the truck, we got the truck stuck in the mud, and the water was up above the radio speakers and the doors. And we were stuck there for a couple of days before we got out. And we finally got out, but it was we'd get up about every hour and look and see how close the river was to the house. And I think that's when it dawned on me that I don't have flood insurance.
Not good.
Not good, and I probably built my house a little too close to the river. So it was kind of really scary, though, and it kind of made you realize what those folks are going through down there.
Funny now, but wasn't funny at the time. And you know what I think? I think it all flowed down from Wally's house to your house.
Marty,
Don't you agree with that?
That's the direction it was coming from.
Marty,
Yep.
Marty,
Yes.
tell him I sent a note in a bottle and I threw it out, but I don't know if he got it or not.
Wally said he sent a note in a bottle, and you didn't get it, did you? You were supposed to grab it.
Well, believe it or not, the current was a little bit stronger than I thought. I saw it go by, and I couldn't catch it.
All right, they had to take a 24-mile ride in four-wheelers to get back to his truck, which was 100 yards from the house. They had a really tough week. Got there on Sunday night, couldn't get home until Tuesday night, Bill.
Okay, Marty, we're right next door hanging out with Kyle Petty. First of all, let's talk about your car here. How is it?
We've struggled this week. I think John's been really good, and Jerry's been really good, the Georgia Pacific car and the Cheerios car, but we struggled with the Sprint car a little bit, and we're still struggling. We were in here running some numbers through a computer, trying to figure out what kind of rubbers we could put in and what kind of shock adjustments and wedge and stuff. So we're going to try a different setup when we go back here in a minute.
I know you had an unfortunate end to your race last week, but your car looked good early in that race, Kyle.
It was decent. We've kind of struggled the last 4 or 5 races. We haven't been as good as what we wanted to be. We went through a stretch early in the year where the Sprint Dodge was really good. We were good week in and week out, and we felt like we were making ground. We've just kind of maintained, and when you start to climb and then you only maintain, you feel like you're sliding backwards almost. But I think the last 3 or 4 weeks, Stephen Lane and Hyder and everybody's worked really hard, and we're getting there little by little.
Okay, I know you have a race to run midweek at Schrader's place.
Schrader just invites people out there so he can beat us up. I think that's what it is in this 10-lap. I heard him say 10-lap, kind of show race, whatever. So when he laps us 4 times in 10 laps, it's, then he's the hero. But, Kenny's done a phenomenal job. He's always been a part of anything that we've done with the charity ride. When we announced, Patty and I, that we were looking at doing the Victory Junction game camp, Kenny was one of the first people to sign up. And to go to Peely, he's asked me a couple times. I hadn't had an opportunity, but to go out there on a night like this and to have Steve Park, and I hope Steve's doing better. I was praying for him when I saw that happen, but hope Steve, and you look at Steve and Dale Jr. and some of the guys that are going to be out there, and to come out there to his place and race and have him be a part of the Victory Junction King Camp, I think means a lot to our family, so it's important.
Autographs and everything. Sounds like a great time.
It's going to be a big time, and on top of that, Kenny said he'd buy dinner. That's the most exciting part.
Okay, thanks, Kyle. Best of luck here.
Thank you, man.
All right, that's Kyle Petty. They continue to work on the racetrack here, trying to get it dry. The sun is out. It's a nice afternoon in Pocono. We want to go race it. We'll be right back.
Presented by Pep Boys. And the news continues to get better. The skies are bright. The sun is out. The track is drying more and more. You can see the different shades of pavement.
But what does the radar look like, Alan?
Well, question asked, question answered. Dave?
Well, first of all, finally my friends have come through and they passed me along some ice here. And, I think we've seen enough yellow today. I think we've seen enough red today. I've been working on the green one. But
very good.
Thank you very much. Now, the green up here, however, has been a little bit better, too. See all this green? I just got the monitor all wet. All green. It's all gone. International Raceway of Pocono Raceway right there, and then beyond it, a nice little window there. So as the track drying continues, I think we're going to be okay for some green flag racing. Alan?
We hope so. That's good news.
That is great news. Thank you, Dave. Back to the popsicle.
Yeah, he still hasn't sent us up any of them. Matt Yoakum, how about your turn?
Well, Alan, on Wednesday, it tragically marked the 1-year anniversary of the death of Corey Stringer, the Minnesota Vikings football player who died of heat stroke. Now, many times we give you the track temperature, and down here on pit road, when we say it's 134 degrees, that's what a lot of the crew members are standing on for 3, 4, even 5 hours. And Al Schufer's been 25 years in the sports medicine industry. You've been working on this, Al, over at Chip Ganassi Racing, how to take care of your athletes, your over-the-wall guys.
Yeah, we have a different philosophy at Chip Ganassi Racing where we're concerned with the person and how to get the most out of our person, whether it's our drivers, our crew members, our hauler drivers, everybody that's involved with our whole team concept. And what I've got here is I've got a digital sling psychrometer. And what it measures is the temperature and humidity of the air, the actual air temperature. And we take a factor of 150 is the number that I've set for our group that I kind of monitor. And if it's over 150, I make sure they get extra fluids and get the right amount of fluids in their body.
Now, how do you prepare your guys when you know it's going to be a record-breaking day?
Well, that's kind of a long process, man. We start actually on Wednesday, the week of a race, and I monitor the temperature at our shop in practice when we try to do some heat conditioning work, and then also I monitor the site that we're going to and look at the trends in the past, temperatures that they've been in the past, and where they're going to be, the projected forecast.
Now, you can see, folks at home, that NASCAR culturally has hit the mainstream with MTV and Dale Earnhardt Jr., a number of other drivers. But this, oh, by the way, one quick question for you. You know, the BP Challenge. Last year, the 12 guys were trying to win that money. What about your guys? They've been fast, and I've seen the averages. Each race, they start to get faster and faster and faster.
Well, you can tell Benny he might as well get ready to write the check. Actually, we want cash. We won't take the check from him. We want straight cash, and I'll be the one to collect it from him. Just as quick as we get that first pit stop, that's, what, 12.9, 13.0, something?
It's got to be
12.99.
12.99, under 13 seconds.
Tell him I'm coming to get the money in a few minutes, so just tell him to get ready.
Okay, I got it, Al.
Well, Benny, you better get that money ready, because Al Shuford says both the 40 and 41 guys are going to take your money.
Good.
Marty?
Well, Matt, as you know, after happy hour yesterday, you know, we got to kind of hang out. It was a beautiful day here in Pocono. It wasn't raining like it was earlier today, so I decided to go out with my buddy Rusty Wallace. We played a little golf, and believe me, Rusty's swing is even a little worse than Wally's.
Every Saturday, 2 hours after happy hour practice, I'm right here on the golf course. Today, I got my buddy Marty Snyder. We're going to attempt to play a little golf, NASCAR golf. Look at that, see? Good hit,
I'm
man.
out there with you.
Hit that. Oh, you lucky sucker. Hit the tree right out in the middle of the fairway. Come on. You're playing illegal already.
Oh, come on.
You're cheating, man. You're cheating.
That is
just
beautiful.
like that. Just like that.
Yeah, you are getting good at this game, aren't you? So now, why has this become your passion all of a sudden?
Well, you know what? Practice is over at noon.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to do from noon on except autograph sessions and stuff like that. And, man, I got to tell you, I'm just getting tired of doing the same little things at track. And I'm in the beach. You know, I'm got the wrong clothes on today. This really cool guy come up, we're talking. And I told him how I wanted to try this because it's 2 inches shorter than my other one, and maybe a little more control. He says, you like that? And he said, yeah, here you go, you can have it. Just gave me a $500 golf club, yeah.
You've become
the only thing he said, if you don't like it, autograph it so I can get auction for charity. I said, okay. I don't take anything on the road. Oh, this sucker's trying to get us. We got to go.
And the other thing about golf is you can't let people pass you. Try to pass him.
I hate these electric golf carts. They don't have any torque.
No.
No power, man. There's not many people that can drive race cars successfully, you know.
Yeah.
There's 43 of us out there. But the humiliating thing for me is when I come to the golf course, everybody can play better than I can play.
Yeah. And you like that?
It doesn't bother me because everybody's always trying to help me.
Yeah.
And they're all kind. And I can hit the worst shot in the world and they go, hey, great shot, you know?
Oh, that is terrible. Look at that.
Well, hey, it's no worse than this one. I think it was a great shot. See how everybody in the golf course commends everybody? Even when you suck?
I think I might pass.
That's more of a solid bump right there. That's one thing I like about playing golf.
Yeah, a little racing involved.
Get them on the outside?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Run me off and run the ditch. Oh, that's a good hit.
Golly. There it is. Turn in.
Oh,
very nice.
You can use that.
From off the green. We can use that
You can use that.
Well, Rusty and I enjoyed playing golf together, and we played that just so you could see it again, but golf's really become your passion. And how did you look out there? How was your swing, Rusty?
I thought my swing looked okay, to tell you the truth.
It's not as bad as Wiley's. I was just giving you a little grief.
Well, yours was pretty good, too. We had a great day. We sunk a couple 20-foot putts. We had some good drives. That was fun. And I wish I was having that much fun today, but I'm not. But yesterday was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed golf, get a lot of meet a lot of new people, and I'm having fun with it.
So what was the final tally? I got to know that.
Now, I think it was like 48 in 9 holes, something like that, you know.
That's good for you, though.
Yeah, for me it is, and I'll get better and better and better and stay working. I golf every Saturday, have a good time at it, and do a little bit at home. And I got a lot to learn, but I'm having a good time with it.
All right, and don't play golf with Wally. It's no fun.
Yeah, I think I should play golf. It'll rough them up a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I think
that'd be a good idea.
Well,
Go ahead, Wally.
Well, I'm just surprised. No, everybody stopped helping me, so maybe I can play with Rusty, and Rusty will help me.
Yeah, and everybody helps Rusty. That should tell you something, Wally.
Well, see, I can't hear what they're saying.
Yeah, I know. That's a good thing. Yeah,
that's a good thing. I don't hear what they're saying, right?
It's a good thing because you know.
Hey, man, I can hold my own out there. We're having fun. If he beats me on the golf course, I wreck him with the golf cart.
That will never happen. It'll never happen. I'll beat you on the golf course. But I may take you up on the race.
Yeah, he may take you up on the race on the golf course, and that's what he taught me. 2 things. You know, keep your drive straight. You know, and don't let anyone pass you in a golf cart. Right?
Yeah, they were trying. They didn't succeed though, did they?
No, they did not. I was glad he was my driver.
You did a pretty good job driving off that tee. You look good right there, but with those snakes. Yeah. You walk right out there with those snakes. You're nuts, man.
Well, I told Wally I'm used to finding his ball out there in the grass with a snake.
I don't think you saw that sign that was on that. When you walked, you didn't see the snake sign.
But I appreciate you throwing the ball at me, though.
Well, I was trying to wake you up.
Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
And next time when there's a rain day, let's play in the motorhome lot. That's more fun.
Yeah, I practiced that last year at Michigan. I hit, 3 shots right over top of Mike Hilton's motorhome.
Yep. You missed the windshield.
Missed the windshield 3 times in a row. So I did pretty good.
All right, watch out for people trying to hit yours.
Okay.
All right, Bill.
Okay, thank you, Marty. This is the year of the young driver, and that's why 60-year-old Morgan Shepherd and his car owner, his wife Cindy, are leading this race, the Pennsylvania 500. How's that sound, Morgan?
Hey, that sounds great. You reckon maybe we can talk them into calling a race there in a little
Or just finish under caution, run all the rest of the laps under cautions, huh? That'd be good for you, wouldn't it?
There, actually, our Ford is pretty good, but we don't have the muscle to jump up there like some of the other guys. And I just like to say thanks to all the people out there that's helped me, and thank the Lord that Steve Park and Dale Jr. wasn't hurt down there.
And so many of your fans glad to see you back at the racetrack. Now tell me how you got the engine that's in that race car.
Well, actually, I got a 58 Chevy. I had a 58 Chevy, 409. And a friend of mine, Jerry Hill, had bought it last year from Robert Yates, and I traded my 58 Chevy for that engine, and here we are.
All right, well, best of luck to you. Good seeing you, and we'll look to see you again a few races later this year.
Thank you, Bill. Looking forward to talking to you.
Okay, the Shepherds, they're leading the race, guys.
Traded a 58 Chevy.
I don't know. I think, man, that'd be hard to get rid of my 58 Chevy.
He wants to race.
He really wants to race badly.
Cleaning up and drying out the Pocono International Raceway. And looking pretty good. About 2 hours and 40 minutes we've been sitting under the red flag for rain, but I see a lot of dry pavement. And we'll hope to get this race back underway very, very shortly. Fans have been patient. Hopeful that we'll see the resumption of the Pennsylvania 500 presented by Pep Boys shortly. Sun is shining. They are working hard to get this racetrack dried, but it is so big, 2.5 miles around, that it takes it's a job to get it done. While we wait on the restart, let's check in with Matt.
Well, Alan, Jeff Green finished second, a career best last week in New Hampshire, and you're trying to carry over that confidence momentum, but right now you are struggling back in 34th.
Yeah, our car wasn't very good there on the green flag start there, and just loose all the way through the corner and pushing too, so that wasn't very much fun to drive. But
how are you going to fix it?
We're going to come in here and change the right rear spring and hook a rear sway bar up and kind of get like the 29 is. He's pretty good, so we're going to just kind of change our car over to that. The caution laps, Matt, is so long here. Feel like we'll have a couple of caution laps when we get going here to get the track completely dry. So the good thing about the north up here, I guess in the east too, you got a lot of daylight left, so I feel like we'll get this whole race in.
Well, pit road could be a very busy place with a number of drivers struggling this afternoon, Alan.
Okay, Matt, you know, you're probably just like us. You want to see some race cars on the racetrack. It's been a while since we've done that.
Me?
Yeah.
Of course I do.
Well, I'm talking to everyone.
Oh, I mean, the folks that listen to us.
That have waited out this whole rain delay with us.
Of course
we are so grateful they've done that. Let's see some race cars on the racetrack. How about the Daytona 500 in February? The very end of it, when all that drama was unfolded in those last few laps.
Is that what we're going to see?
Yeah, that's what we're going to see.
Do it.
Let's go back and watch the end of the 2002 Daytona 500. Race cars on the racetrack, please.
Tommy Baldwin and Ward Burton congratulating each other after winning the race.
You know, and looking back at Daytona and relating it to last weekend too, Benny, it's one of the great things about these races. You just don't know what's going to happen until the last lap is run.
There's just no way to know. Last week, Ward Burton led about the last 100 laps, and you wondered, could he make it on fuel? The final decision was not made until the checkered flag wave.
Hey, got good news. They're calling the drivers to their cars. We're going to get the race cars on the racetrack here, too.
Fantastic. Let's go.
About time. Mike Skinner going to get cinched back up in his Chevy. The 40 drivers still in the running in the Pennsylvania 500, about to get back to the office. You're getting buckled into their cars once again here at Pocono Raceway as TNT brings you continuing coverage of the Pennsylvania 500 presented by Pep Boys. Sun's out. The fans have stayed.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? They're all still here. You know, Pennsylvania, I think there's more NASCAR fans per capita in Pennsylvania than any state in the Union.
Ward?
Hurry, Ward!
Better hurry up. We're about to get started without you. Yeah, you know, so many short tracks in Pennsylvania, so many great fans. This track has been so well supported, and none of them have left. They all want to see this race. And we want to thank you for staying with us at home, too. It's been a long wait. The first red flag for 1 hour and 5 minutes after the big accident on lap 1, and now we're closing in on, what, 2 full hours of red flag here for this rain. Big track, long time to dry, but Bill, we're just about ready.
We certainly are, and so are the crews, and certainly so are the drivers. Among the stories that have unfolded here at Pocono this weekend, the story of the 26 car, normally driven by Todd Bodine, but this weekend driven from the start of the weekend to the end of the weekend, when we finally get there, by Jeffrey Bodine. Why? Well, Todd had a bush race to run in Pikes Peak, Colorado, and there really wasn't a sensible move to bring him back as the way the team looked at it. So they put Jeffrey in the car from the beginning of the weekend, got the car set up for him, got him in the race. Now they're hoping that Jeffrey Bodine, a 3-time winner here at Pocono, can take that 26 to the front. Let's go further down pit road to Dave Burns.
Bill, when Rusty Wallace wrecked on the opening lap of the race, he brought it to the garage, and the crew went to work first on the rear end of the car. They made major repairs back there, and then when the red flag came out for rain, they feverishly went to work around the front end of the car. They obviously can't work on the car during a red flag, but they worked on the rear lower control arm mount so they can fix it back up in there. They fabricated parts. They laid them near it. They laid them on it, but they weren't allowed to work on the car itself. NASCAR officials have been here the entire time. Now they just wait until the race goes back to caution so they can begin their work once again on the front end. Marty?
Dave, everybody is anxious to get this race going again, but probably no driver more anxious than Jeremy Mayfield. The car is very good for Jeremy. He has won 2 times here at Pocono. He sits in the 6th position with 4 tires. The second car in line that has taken 4 tires. The cars in front of him, other than Tony Stewart, have 2 tires or no tires. With the rubber washed off the racetrack and the sun out, many feel like 4 will be better than 2. We'll have to find out. Matt?
Marty, for those who might have missed it and now scoring at home, Joe Nemechek will restart from the 2nd position. A great call by his crew chief, Brian Patty. They pitted right before the caution flew, beat the rain and the caution. They took on 2 tires. And now he feels like after the track bar adjustment, trying to fix that very loose race car with those 2 tires as well. That 25 car now has track position and can contend for the win. He hasn't had a top 10 finish here in the last 12 starts. They're hoping to break their luck of 2000 with some good luck, and also some good luck here at Pocono, Alan.
All right, the drivers are getting all in. They were waiting on a couple of stragglers like Ward Burton to finish hooking up all the safety equipment.
It's not just a simple matter for these drivers to step in the car and buckle the seat belts. I was watching the other day, yesterday at the Busch race in Pikes Peak, and Jason Keller getting in his car. You know, the left belt is stationary. You can't adjust that. You have to do all the adjustment with the right side. And the left one is so tight, you barely can't put the thing in. I watched him get in the car, and it must have taken him 4 or 5 minutes to get buckled up and be ready to go on the racetrack.
But as we saw earlier today, you want all that safety equipment in place and ready to go before you fire that car and roll off. Oh, it's been quiet here for long enough. Time to kickstart my heart.
Well, tell them. Oh.
Lovely noise you hear in the background are the sounds of 40 NASCAR Winston Cup engines that have rumbled to life once again.
That's what I thought was going to kickstart your heart.
Well, I'm not
was
that
the sound
good.
of racing engines.
I don't have that kind of power. But we did kickstart the music, and now we've got the cars running, and we're about set to resume this thing finally. If you're just joining us, you've only missed 27 of the scheduled 200 laps of this thing, and you missed about 3 hours of red flag time, too. Turn 1, lap 1, turned into Calamity Corner for Steve Park.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Rusty Wallace. Watch this as those two cars get hooked up, and Steve Park takes out about 100 feet of that metal guardrail separating the racetrack and the fans.
Fortunately, both drivers okay. Dale Earnhardt Jr. obviously concerned for his teammate, took the check. Park was trying to extricate himself from the car, and a few moments later, Steve did just that, much to the delight of everyone.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. watches they walk away from the car arm in arm.
Then we ran for about 25 laps. Then it started raining. Parked the cars on pit road, covered them up. That's it. That is what's happened so far. Through 4 hours of coverage, you've seen 27 laps of racing.
All right, they're back on the racetrack.
I wasn't sure we were going to see that again today.
Skinner just waiting for all those guys, Ward Burton especially, to get out of his way. All right, he's in third gear right now, Wally.
And that's the last time you'll see that car in third gear.
Exactly.
All right, Wally, put me back in the driver's seat here. We talked earlier about after the first red flag, if you had to get yourself psyched back up. Now you've been sitting for another 2 hours.
Yeah, this is probably the most mellow these drivers will ever start a race because, like I said, they have been sitting around, and I think they just want to get this thing going, get it over with. So, it's a lot different, I think, BP, than it was when we first dropped the green flag because everybody's had time to just think about it and chill out.
Oh, it's so much different. You know, when these guys come to a racetrack on the weekend, I mean, the adrenaline starts on Thursday when they drive in here and they realize tomorrow's qualifying day, Friday's qualifying day, that adrenaline starts building. And about noon on Sunday, it's as high as it's going to get. And I'm telling you right now, it's back down about where it was Friday morning.
Yeah, because everybody is so programmed. Everything is by the schedule, and everybody's used to doing the same thing Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So this really breaks it up.
So do you have to talk yourself back up to the intensity level you need for the restart?
I don't think you really have to talk yourself up. I think once you get in the car, you fire that engine, and these guys are rolling right now. Everybody's as focused as they ever have been, but I think it's just everybody's a little bit more relaxed.
Dale Jr.'s back out, came out from the garage just as the red flag came out. Dave?
And they will get penalized to the end of the longest line, but they were there anyway for coming in before they made a lap around here. They've replaced a lot of tape on that new nose. There's the letters on the left front of the valence there, DMP for Dirty Mo Posse, and he heads back out having checked the tow and filled it full of fuel.
Yeah, they had some time on their hands, huh?
In Junior's interview, he talked about his car and doesn't seem like any of the steering mechanism. The chassis is bent on the car. All it was sheet metal. Well, sheet metal, the radiator, the water pump, the alternator, the power steering pump, everything in front of the engine. But basically, the chassis is okay, so he might run okay.
Listen to the fans roar as the cars come by the grandstand for the first time. They stuck it out. An hour of red flag time earlier, 2 hours of rain delay time now. But they're going to get to see what they paid their money for, which is the Pennsylvania 500.
Hey, watching this Pennsylvania 500 has been an all-day job so far.
Got some guys on pit road. Matt?
Well, Alan, Jeff Green is in. Remember, you heard during his interview under the red flag, they were going to make a number of changes. Right now, they're making the track bar. They're going to change the right rear spring. They're going to hook up the rear sway bar. And they were also talking about putting a spring rubber in the left rear. I asked Todd Barrier, what exactly is he saying about the car? He says, I don't know. He can't describe it. But it is a little bit tight. They're going to try to free it up. Bill?
Ricky Rudd started second in this race, currently seventh with his crew chief, Michael McSwain. What's the situation with that car? What do you think the weather's going to do to the way it's handling?
Car's a little bit off. We'd like to be a little better than we are, but we're pretty good. Made a couple adjustments, a little loose one place, a little tight another. I think we'll be okay. I mean, the car's doing what it wants to do. We need like a little bit of consistent weather for a couple of laps in a row.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. You brought the same car back here that you won with, too, or almost won with.
Yeah. The car we won with, we lost in Richmond last year. The car we should have won with last race, that's this car. We only had to replace a little bit of it, so I think we're going to be pretty good.
Okay, we'll be watching with you, okay?
All right, thanks.
All right, that's McSwain. Here's Marty.
Bill, points leader Sterling Marlin sits in third with 2 tires. Lee McCall looked like a great call with 2 tires. At the time, it did get you the track position, but now there's no rubber on the track. Are you worried about only having 2 tires out there?
No, not at all. You know, we did a couple race runs yesterday, and our car didn't really react very good on 4 tires. And, you know, from what we learned up here in the spring race, 2 tires worked just fine on our car. And from what we learned at Loudon last week, and we promised Sterling we'd look up track position in the dictionary.
What did it say?
2 tires.
Okay, good.
So, you know, it's all about clean air. We're going to hopefully get by this 25 car here and go up there and get 5 points and at least a couple laps.
There's a lot of crew chiefs worried about if we can go the entire distance of the race before it gets dark. Are you worried about that as well?
It's going to be close. You know, I'm sure NASCAR do what they can do to get the whole race in, but we'll see how it goes and play it by ear. You know, we're ready for 101 or lap 200 either way.
We'd love to see it go all 200. Dave?
And I'm standing by with Greg Zipadelli, crew chief for Tony Stewart, who runs in 5th. Greg, you guys came in for a pit stop, made an adjustment to help him rotate through the corner, but there's been a long delay. Do you know anything for sure about your car right now?
No, I don't. That's kind of why we elected to put 4 tires on the Home Depot Pontiac. I didn't want to put right sides and sit here and let them left sides cool off and then have it throw me, you know, maybe later in the race. I figured we'll give up a little bit of track position now, know that we got 4 stickers on, and then we can work on our car again just to see how the track changed, make sure it wasn't my tires, you know, and a combination of the track. So I think hopefully it'll pay off for us. We'll do our 2 tires if we need it later for track position. This is one of those places that you can get away with it, but Home Depot Pontiac was real good at the beginning. We made a lot of changes this morning. Probably the best we've been here yesterday afternoon, and then, you know, the way we started out this morning, so hopefully we can get a good day here.
A lot of racing to go to see how those changes will pan out. Matt?
Dave, Jeff Gordon's back in the 25th position. Now, Robbie, you took on 4 tires, a wedge adjustment, and air pressure to try to free up that race car, but he's been mired back in traffic. So how much does he really know how tight that race car is versus chassis versus aero?
That's the hardest part. We've seen it a lot of times with DuPont Chevrolet. When we're back there in traffic, we really struggle. But as soon as you get to the front, get clean air on, it's a whole different race car. I showed him the other night at the go-kart track how to get these restarts. We'll see what happens.
He certainly was very good on the restarts, although he cheated.
It's all going to come back to that go-kart race, isn't it? All right, here goes the leader, Morgan Shepherd. Going to peel off and go to pit road. And we are expecting 1 to go here when they come to the start-finish line. How about that?
Hallelujah.
Oh, I'm sorry, they're going to make it 2 to go. All right. 2 more laps to go back racing.
All right, Rodney, I don't know what's so funny, but...
Well, but Alan said 1. He can't count.
Oh,
we just all know that.
It's always my fault, somehow. We will get a restart when we come back to Pocono. Underway 4 hours ago. And we've only run 27 laps. Make it 30 now with a couple more under the caution. But we're about to get it going again.
Okay, this time, Rodney Wise, the flagman, will give them the signal. Next time by, I'm going to throw the green flag, and you guys can get 4 wide, 5 wide. I don't care what they do down in turn 1. That's what Rodney's saying.
He's got a flag for everything.
He's got a flag for it all. That's right.
Let's see who comes in to top off the fuel on 1 to go. Robbie Gordon will duck in. Johnny Benson, Jeff Green, and Morgan Shepherd are the cars that darted to pit lane from the back of the pack. Let's mention that Brett Bodine took his car when they rolled off from the red flag on pit road onto the racetrack. He never even went out onto the racetrack. He hung a left and went right into the garage. Word is they are changing the rear gear on his Ford.
See Robbie Gordon coming in for just a splash of fuel. Okay, that means that Robbie Gordon is going to try to make it on about 3 more stops.
I'm going to let you do that.
And all the rest of them have got to stop 4 times. That's what that was all about. If this thing should go green.
Okay. Joe Nemechek is the leader. Remember, he came down pit road just as the caution was coming out for rain. Beat the pit road closed flag in, so that got him track position and 4 fresh tires. Then you've got Sterling Marlin and Dave Blaney, 2nd and 3rd. They took just 2 tires on their stop to get some track position. Tony Stewart is 4th. Jeremy Mayfield is 5th. Then we've got Ricky Rudd, Bill Elliott, Ryan Newman, Jimmy Spencer, and Mark Martin, who fill out the top 10. A little farther back, we've got Dale Jarrett, Jimmy Johnson, Ricky Craven, Jerry Nadeau, John Andretti. The way that weather radar looked earlier today, I would have never believed this. The sun is out. Way to go racing again.
A beautiful day in the Pocono Mountains. Now then, you know, when these guys all running overdrive transmissions, you've got to give up something on the restart. You either got to start first gear, second gear. Which one do they choose? Sterling Marlin right now, he desperately wants to get in front and get those 5 bonus points. He might choose first gear for this restart.
2 hours later, we're green once again at Pocono.
That's right, Benny, and you have a little bit of advantage not starting in front because you can lay back a little bit and try to anticipate it.
Here they go.
He's looking, but I don't think he's got enough steam.
Sterling Marlin on Dave Blaney for second.
Blaney got a great run. He's trying to get by Sterling on the outside. Look at that 77 go.
That's right. Marlin was in front of Blaney. How did Blaney get to his outside on the front stretch?
Maybe he started in first gear and Sterling started in second gear.
Sterling moved left to block.
All right, here we go. 3 wide down the backstretch. 12, 28, 9.
Who gives? Usually the guy on the outside.
The guy on the outside is going to give.
Here comes Jimmy Spencer. Bullseye. He is moving forward.
Now the problem is with Jimmy now, he's out of the draft. All those cars lined up on the right side of the racetrack, and he's stuck on the inside. That ain't going to get it done.
Now all the cars get back in line. First car trying to get on the inside, make it too wide is Jerry Nadeau in 44.
That'd be the 14th place that he's trying to take from Ricky Craven. Here comes Tony Stewart. Got a run on Dave Blaney for third.
Remember, Tony Stewart in the 20 car, those guys changed 4 tires. The other cars from the top 4 all changed 2.
Kind of a feeling out process is going on in the track now. The rubber all washed off, the rain.
Yeah, everybody is trying to get a handle on what they're doing, and I don't think the crew chiefs are not asking the drivers quite yet how their car is. They'll wait for another 10 or 15 laps. The track has definitely changed a little bit. Every time you get rain, it washes off the little rubber, changes the track surface.
Approaching 200 mile an hour into that front stretch. Here's Ryan Newman challenging Jeremy Mayfield for 5th place.
Jeremy Mayfield moves up the hill as Ryan Newman cannot get on the inside to take that preferred line on the bottom.
Newman kind of in a Dodge sandwich there in between the Evernham cars, Mayfield and Bill Elliott, in the 19 and 9 respectively. Can he turn it under him? Not quite. Jimmy Johnson after Mark Martin for 10th. John Andretti next in the yellow hooded car, 43. Ricky Craven in the Tide Ride. Jerry Nadeau now in that 44.
And Bobby Hamilton in the 55 car. Hamilton has got a terrific run going today. As we see Ricky Rudd. Oh,
hang on,
boy.
Ricky.
Whoa, was that close?
Glove saving a beauty.
Man, oh man. Bill Elliott, all they could be going, that was close.
That was loose end.
And Rudd's heart's going boom, boom, boom. Here comes Dale Jarrett on Jimmy Spencer. And the big brown truck. Well, I thought he was through. You're not supposed to do that on the outside, Jimmy.
I tell you what, that outside groove down in turn 1 is just getting better and better.
Thing about it is, this is where right here, Jimmy's hanging really tough on the outside. Got a little bit loose getting off the 3 there.
Here comes Ryan Newman on Jeremy Mayfield. That'll be 5th place.
And Tony Stewart has closed up right on the back bumper of Sterling Marlin, and I know that Glover and Lee McCall and all those guys are saying, come on, Sterling, get those 5 bonus points before Tony Stewart gets by us. I'm not too sure he can do that.
Ricky Rudd hanging in there in 8th place, but boy, did he have a scare down in turn 1 just a second ago.
He definitely had his hands full. On board with him. Watch him go down the corner and listen.
doesn't look like much, but believe me.
It was big. It was real big.
It was a moment.
Big moment.
Yeah. But Rudd's gathered it up, and he's closing back in on Mayfield for 7th place. And we look a little bit farther back.
And Sterling, he's there now.
On 2 tires.
And Nemechek has 2 tires. Tony Stewart, on the other hand, has 4. You would think. But again, Tony Stewart's in that aero push land, and that has affected his car dramatically.
And Marlin, if you're not familiar with the system that's used to determine the Winston Cup Championship, when you lead a lap during the race, you get 5 bonus points toward that championship. The driver who leads the most laps gets another 5 bonus points. So Marlin wants to get out front, get that lap-led bonus points knocked off and in the books for the day. Then he doesn't have to worry about it till we get closer to the end of the race.
I just used the phrase aero push. And you see Tony Stewart moving high on the racetrack. That helps that aero push problem. When you pull up right behind another car and you can't get all that air across your car and create the downforce that you need for the grip that you need on the racetrack. When you ride in that wake, we call that an aerodynamic push. You turn the steering wheel and the car wants to continue going straight because of aerodynamics. And you'll hear us use that phrase, and we see Sterling Marlin getting a run on Nadeau. You'll hear us use that phrase many times before this day is over.
Nemechek, you big dummy.
Did I say Nadeau?
Yes, you did.
Thank you very much, Wally. Straighten me out.
And I think also Sterling looked like he got Joe Nemechek a little bit loose. And when you're talking about aero push, that was aero loose right there. He pulled up right on the back of Joe's car and got the car loose. And that's perfect. That's a great place to do it over turn 2 if you can get it there.
And Sterling got those 5 points that Alan just told you about just a moment ago. Here goes Tony on the outside. Look out.
That 25 car was bouncing around down the bottom, wasn't he? Wow. Looking down on Pocono Raceway, courtesy of the United States Army, an army of one, a much nicer view than it was earlier in the day when the fog and the rain was here. 7th place.
Jeremy Mayfield lose positions by the 2s. Ricky Rudd, Dale Jarrett, both going by.
And remember, those 2 cars, the 28 and the 88, those were the 2 that settled the win among themselves back in June here, just 6 weeks ago.
Dave, what's going on with the 19 car?
Benny, I just checked with his crew chief, Ray Evernham. He's also the car owner. He told me that he was a little loose earlier, and now he's real loose. That was after the adjustment they made during the pit stop to tighten the car up. So I asked Ray if it was the track, and he said he didn't know, but now it's much looser than it was before.
And again, Mayfield losing 2 positions here a moment ago. He's back to 9th place now. He started in the number 4 spot. Rudd and Jarrett, the Yates teammates. For how long? At the end of this season, that's the big question. You heard Bill Weber talk with Ricky Rudd earlier. Ricky said he hoped to have something to announce and things straightened out, perhaps by the Brickyard 400 next week or shortly thereafter. Wow, Nemechek's car slid in.
Your Ricky Rudd shift when he goes down the front straightaway, going into overdrive. Hey, Matt, we've seen Joe Nemechek lose a couple of spots. What's going on with his car?
Well, Benny, he's got the 77 of Dave Blaney working him hard for that 3rd position. He came on the radio about a lap ago, and all he said to Brian Patty, his crew chief, car is loose off 3, tight in the tunnel.
And one of the difficult things about this racetrack, 3 different shaped corners. You can't fix one. You can't fix them all. You got to fix one.
Yeah. Everything is a compromise at this racetrack, and that's why that a driver is so important at this racetrack.
You see that 25 car bouncing all around there in turn 3, and Ryan Newman will prepare the assault for the 4th position. Sterling Marlin, the championship leader, out in front after 100 miles. 100 miles complete as Pep Boys presents the Pennsylvania 500. TNT Sports live at Pocono Raceway in Long Pond, Pennsylvania. Sterling Marlin is the leader after delays for red flags totaling 3 hours and 7 minutes. put a very halting start to the beginning of this one.
And I tell you what, Sterling Marlin has a very good race car. He's about 3/10 faster than anyone else in the lead lap right now.
Marlin leading. Mark Martin is back in 12th place. Sterling's lead coming into the day on Mark was 55 points. As they run now, it's double that just about. How about that math?
Well, you worked on it for 5 minutes during the commercial.
Marlin up by an even 2 seconds on Tony Stewart, with Ryan Newman third, having just overtaken Dave Blaney for that spot. Dave is back to fourth, and Bill Elliott still runs in fifth position. You know, early in the race, we rode on board with Ryan Newman in the 12, and were wildly fascinated by the RPM he was turning his engine, according to our onboard telemetry.
I'm certainly fascinated, so let's sneak a peek here and see if we're seeing the same deal. Oh, I saw a big number there for a second.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see. Ryan Newman, as he comes off the first corner, heading down the long pond straight. Holding it. And he's going to turn over 9,000 RPMs in this corner.
9,100 and change.
Could not get off that corner very well. Had to feather the throttle just a little bit. Now here's where we're going to see some RPMs if he doesn't shift. Now, earlier in the race, he did not shift into overdrive down this front straightaway, and we saw 94, 9,500 RPMs. Listen.
I'll say that sounds good, though. I don't care what. Oh, yeah. I hope it lasts, because that sounds good.
That front straightaway at Pocono so long, teams use transmissions like were developed for the road courses to put an overdrive in.
And see, if you can twist it that much, which he's doing, if you can twist it that much, then your RPMs don't drop when you don't have to downshift. So he's keeping up on the RPM range, and that's definitely an advantage.
Dave Blaney losing a couple of spots in that 77.
I guess that they feel like that Ryan Newman, has not had a lot of road racing in his career, so it would really mess his lap up, his timing up, to try to shift a couple of laps. So what the heck? Just turn it a few more RPMs and don't worry about shifting, and he'll be much faster. And right now he's running in third spot, so I'm not going to argue with that strategy.
But he's got the big red Dodge closing in that rearview mirror. Bill Elliott has closed in on Newman the last couple of laps. Joe Nemechek, we watched his struggles out on the racetrack. Well, he's on pit road now, Matt.
An unscheduled stop for Joe Nemechek. He came on the radio half a lap ago and said, Brian, I believe I've got a tire going down. Remember, when they pitted before, they only took on 2 tires. So this will be a 4-tire change because they're not exactly sure which tire could be going down. A costly problem for Joe Nemechek.
And we saw Joe Nemechek smoke the tires trying to leave the pits. That's another problem with an overdrive transmission, is trying to get the car rolling out of the pits.
But you know, one of the things about this Pocono racetrack, at 55, 56 seconds a lap, you can make that green flag pit stop. He'll still be on the lead lap, barely.
Well, he better hurry. Sterling is coming hard. You're right, though. He's not going to probably lose a lap right here.
He'll stay on the lead lap, but he needs the race to run. He needs a caution is what he needs.
Well, he needs for Sterling Marlin and all these other cars to make their pit stops before the caution flag, before he has to stop again, and then the caution flag comes out. He'll be the leader. Or pretty close to the lead.
That 40 car is on a rail.
It's really good. Look at that.
See how smooth his hands were through there?
And he's leader by 4 3/4 seconds, and it wasn't just a handful of laps ago that Allen said 2 seconds.
Yeah. Sterling has led 11, about to be 12 laps today. In his entire Winston Cup career here at Pocono, 34 races before today, he'd only led a total of 60 laps at this racetrack. Period. He's got it going his way right now. Marlin maximizing points today at Pocono.
Is out in Long Pond, Pennsylvania, as our coverage of the Pennsylvania 500 presented by Pep Boys continues. Long rain delay, now a lot of racing ahead of us, and some interesting action at the front of the field. Sterling Marlin continues to lead. Let's take you deep into the field, beginning with Marty Snyder.
And Bill, that lead grows almost every lap for Sterling Marlin. Now it's up to over 7 seconds. He is the only one turning laps down the 51 10-second bracket. Last lap for Sterling Marlin, 56.172. Excellent run for these guys. He has said nothing on the radio. Tony Glover just keeps calling out the lap times. This car for Sterling has won twice this year at Las Vegas and Darlington, and only once at the finish out of the top 10. Dave?
Marty, Tony Stewart has also been very quiet on the radio. This is the same car that he used to his third-place finish at Chicagoland earlier this year, and he told his team it was either the best or the second-best car he's ever had at Joe Gibbs Racing. As for the 9 car of Bill Elliott, he right now is also all quiet on the radio. They fixed the loose through the center condition, and if he moves, now he moves into second place, so obviously they did fix that car, running much better for him. And if he can win today, he will take over the most wins for active drivers here at Pocono Raceway with a total of 5. Now in fourth place, the 12 car of Ryan Newman. He's just a little bit tight in that car. They'll try to make a change to fix that on his next stop. Ryan, who loves to go fishing everywhere he races, fished at Big Boulder Lake yesterday and pulled out a 4-pound bass. A pretty good take for this young rookie in the Winston Cup Series. Bill?
Well, Ricky Rudd started this race in second place, restarted it in 7th, and is currently running 5th. But he believes his car was better before the second long rain delay than it was before it. We'll have to see what happens. Marty?
Bill Del Jarrett restarted after the rain delay in 11th. He is up to the 6th position, doing very well. On the radio, he said nothing. Todd Parrott keeps telling him, you're doing good. The lap times look great. They've had 4 top 10s in their last 7 races. They might be on their way to another one. Weber?
Dave Blaney only took 2 tires during his last pit stop, restarted forward in the field, has slipped back a little bit. His car's a little bit tight, but the driver and the crew very confident. Some people want to say this is a single car team, but they've got Penske support. We'll see what happens. Dave Blaney trying to move forward in the field, Matt.
And Bill trying to reel in Dave Blaney is a 99 of Jeff Burton. He's still looking for his season's first victory. He started near the back. He qualified 33rd. He has climbed all the way up to 8th. All he said on the radio that his car was loose off the corners, so they made an air pressure adjustment. Meanwhile, John Andretti, the Andretti family, notoriously from Nazareth, they've got so much racing history, especially here at Pocono. He's never won here, although he claims he won a go-kart race when he was a kid. He qualified 5th. He was just passed by the 99 car 2 laps ago. He was a little bit loose in some areas, tight in others, so they adjusted with air pressure. Dave?
Matt, the 48 car of Jimmy Johnson needs to stop for fuel and adjustments in about 10 laps. He's a little bit loose off. Just think what this rookie has done this year with 2 wins and a 3rd place finish here at Pocono. He's very confident now with the support of his team and the way that they're working together. We'll see him win another race before this year is over. Alan?
Sterling Marlin continues to add to his lead. It's up to 7.8 seconds now over Bill Elliott as we continue to go through the field. Mark Martin runs in the 11th spot now. And let's check with Bill.
Well, Alan, he's chasing Marlin on the track and Marlin in the points. Mark Martin second in points, 55 behind coming in here, lost 6 points to Sterling last week. Mark a little tight on the racetrack. He has never won here at Pocono. Marty?
Kurt Busch having a fine run out there, Bill. He's restarted 16th after the rain delay. He's moved his way up to 12th. The car is a little bit tight for Kurt. They're debating on an air pressure change or a wedge adjustment right now, which will be the better thing. These guys have 4 top 10s in the last 5 races and had the very impressive run in New Hampshire when they came from 3 laps down to finish in the top 10. Dave?
Marty, Ricky Craven runs in 13th. That damage from the lap 1 incident to his 32 car on the front end is not causing him any problems right now. Temperatures are fine. It's just a little bit tight going through the corners. Alan?
Change of position for 3rd. Ryan Newman moving up.
So Tony Stewart, they changed the 4 tires, but again, Zipadelli explained the strategy to see what their car was going to do so they would have some idea what kind of changes to make on the car as the pit stops ensue all day long.
Here come the 28 and the 88 to kind of join the fray for that spot as well. Let's keep going through the field. We left off with 13th place Ricky Craven. How about Jerry Nadeau? He runs in 14th, Marty.
Yeah, how about this one for Jerry Nadeau? Very impressive. He did have 1 race with his team earlier this year. Of course, at Sears Point, looked like they were going to win the thing. Had the transmission break at the end of the race, or the gear rather break at the end of the race. race. This is his first week in the car for the rest of the year. He will be in this car for Steve Grissom. The remainder of the year, the car a little bit tight right now, but overall very much happy with the race car. Matt Kenseth behind him on the racetrack in 15th. He told us he wasn't happy with his car during the rain delay. He said it's tight, but it's starting to get a little better for him. He has not had a top 10 in the last 4 races since he won at Michigan.
And Jeremy Mayfield, an unscheduled pit stop, I guess, Dave.
Actually, this is starting to fall in their pit window, Benny, but he was so loose that they needed to go 3 rounds down on the track bar to tighten that car up, as well as add fuel. It sounds like he shut the car off or stalled it. Now he refires it, and Jeremy Mayfield is off of pit road.
Yeah, it's been 35 laps since they pitted, so we are starting to trickle in. I figured we'd see everybody get up to around 40, but...
And it sounds like he was out of fuel. I mean, they said the engine was off.
Yeah. So Mayfield rejoins. And looks like he has lost a lap in the process there.
Yes, he has. He will be a lap down if the caution flag should come out soon. But as soon as all these leaders make a pit stop, he should be okay.
Tony Stewart slipping back as Rudd and Jarrett continue their march forward. Puts Rudd up to 4th, Jarrett to 5th, and Tony back to 6th. Now, Tony is the 6th place car, and look at that last lap speed for Sterling Marlin we saw there. 3-mile-an-hour difference just about.
You know what, that 20 car doesn't look like he's got any aero push problem. The way he drove underneath that car in front of him was Dale Jarrett. Yep, that thing was pinned right to the ground.
Now, Rudd and Jarrett are up there pressuring Newman for the 3rd spot.
So once again, the Robert Yates cars, the 28 and 88, are very, very good this week. But they got to catch Sterling Marlin.
Yeah.
And they're going to need some help to do that.
Let's mention that Brett Bodine has come back out from behind the wall. He is 10 laps down. Back in 40th place. Rusty Wallace has not returned to the race yet. Morgan Shepherd has gone to the garage.
And John Andretti just left pit road after making a schedule, I guess, 4-tire stop.
Yep, going to start to see all the leaders come in here in these next few laps. Here comes Bill Elliott. 2nd place car off the track onto pit road. Stop is as the leaders complete lap number 61. 55 miles an hour, the pit road speed limit for Elliott today. And he works his way down this long pit road to Dave Burns.
And Bill Elliott comes in now, the pole sitter, to get the adjustments on his car. Remember, he was reporting that they fixed the looseness in the center. It looks like if they make anything, that they're just going to make an air pressure adjustment. So for Bill right now, the case is just to get it full of fuel and get it back off of pit road. The 48 of Jimmy Johnson also on pit road. Remember, he was having a loose-off condition. And right now, and they're going to go ahead and change 4 tires on that car, make an air pressure adjustment, and also make a wedge adjustment in the left rear. And he is now off of pit road as well.
I tell you, that Bill Elliott pit stop was terrific. I mean, that was in a 13-second bracket. They almost got in my pocket with that stop.
Kyle Petty and Derek Cope are in. They had a little interesting exchange on the opening to pit road, but everybody got away okay. Now here comes Ryan Newman. He'll be followed down pit road by Mark Martin. That's Derek Cope's car that's leaving just in front of Newman.
And Jerry Nadeau slid all 4 tires trying to get down to the 55-mile-per-hour speed limit.
Go ahead, Dave.
Ryan Newman battling with Jimmy Johnson for Rookie of the Year honors. They will go to the right side. Remember, Ryan was just a tick tight. They're going to make an adjustment to the chassis in the left rear. Bill Weber.
Mark Martin on pit road. Remember, his car was tight. 4 tires, 2 rounds to fight out. All the fuel you can get. He's on his way.
Jeff Gordon is leaving his pit. Michael Waltrip is in. And here comes the leader. Sterling Marlin going to stop at lap 63. Mike Skinner and Mike Wallace have also come in for their pit stops. And let's cover the leader's visit to his crew with Marty.
What an impressive run for Sterling Marlin thus far, Alan. It will be 4 tires for Sterling, and they will make no adjustments on the car. Sterling did not say anything until his crew asked him how the car was, and these guys desperately need a good finish. They have only had 2 top 10s, in their last 9 races. Has a good stop going for the Coors Light team thus far. And they drop the jack and he heads back out on the track. Dave.
Marty Tony Stewart's car is loose. They're going to make a wedge adjustment in the left rear. Jeff Patterson makes that adjustment. Now he puts in the second can of fuel. They go to the left side of the car. They're going to give Tony 4 more tires and send him back out.
Dale Jarrett's been in. Matt Kenseth is in. Dave Blaney, Kevin Harvick, Ward Burton, Rusty Wallace just coming out of the garage to rejoin the race. Who else is here? Bobby Labonte, Jimmy Spencer. Did I mention Johnny Benson? Ricky Rudd is the new leader. And here he comes to pit road. He'll be followed in by Jeff Burton and Kurt Busch. And these stops will be at lap 64. Bill?
And Ricky Rudd, cautious of the traffic on pit road, simply wants to get more grip out of his race car. It's 4 tires and fuel, not expecting to see a chassis adjustment, so they'll try and improve the handling of the car with air pressure. Rudd gets the left sides on, fuel going in, not waiting for any more gas. He's getting back in the race.
Kurt Busch sits on pit road. We told you they were debating on the air pressure or the wedge adjustment. They went the air pressure route. He was a little bit tight, and that means that he took a pound out of the right front tire and a 4-tire stop for Kurt Busch. Hey, Burns.
And Ricky Craven burns out on pit road. His car was a little bit tight. They put on 4 tires, packed it full of fuel, and made a wedge adjustment in the right rear.
Elliott Sadler's now the leader all year long. The Wood brothers have gotten great fuel mileage, and they've run a few laps longer than about everybody. Let's see if he pits this time.
Nope.
No, that would be a no.
That is a no. This is one place you don't want to run out of fuel, though, BC.
No. All right, so we'll see him in next time. Elliott Sadler, Terry Labonte, Jeffrey Bodine would be the first 3, and Casey Atwood. Now here come Terry Labonte, Casey Atwood, and Jeffrey Bodine in. So Sadler would be, looks like the last one to complete the cycle of stops here. We are looking at the race leader. 21 car of Sadler.
And Mike Skinner, the car direct in front of him, about to go a lap down because he has made a pit stop. A lap down to Elliott Sadler,
which is going to peel off into the pits right now. Yep. So it really won't go a lap down.
Nope. And you see Sadler fade from the rear view mirror. Brakes, 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 brakes. When you come off that corner running 140 miles an hour, and you got to stop down to 55.
4, 3,
Matt?
2, 1, right here, brother.
And the 21 car of Elliott Sadler. A few laps ago, Elliott came on the radio and told his crew chief, Pat Trison, he wanted 1 pound in the left rear, 1 pound out of each right side tire. He said he was tight in the center and up off the corner. Work continues on Elliott Sadler's car, and now he's down and away.
Well, when I was running down the guys who needed to pit yet to complete the stops, I missed one.
One more. Robbie Gordon, we saw him make that pit stop for fuel only so he could stretch his fuel mileage. Marty?
Yeah, and Benny, that worked for them. They are a little bit tight for Ken Schrader. They didn't make a chassis adjustment and an air pressure adjustment. Bigger problem for Schrader. He's got a little radio problem from his spotter to him. Cannot hear him all the way around the racetrack. It comes in and out. That's the biggest problem for Schrader right now.
Spotter's up on the roof in the rain. Might have gotten that radio a little wet. Never know.
And Robbie Gordon goes by, completes another lap. But that is a battle for the lead. Sterling Marlin has made his pit stop, has 4 tires, and is now about to take the lead away from Robbie Gordon.
So when Robbie does stop, he will be a lap down.
I would stop this time. If I just lost the lead, I'd give myself that full lap to make my pit stop and not get overtaken, right?
And most of the time, you're right, Alan, that's what happens.
Tony Stewart, Ryan Newman, this is 5th place. And Dale Jarrett just in front of them in 4th. That was the first lap Robbie Gordon has led this whole season? Really? Wow. Oh, Stewart waddling up off the corner. But he's hanging in there. Locked in this tight fight for 4th place. Sterling Marlin has resumed the lead in the Pennsylvania 500 at Pocono. The Silver Bullet leads the Pennsylvania 500. Championship leader Sterling Marlin out in front. We check our Coors pit summary and see that his crew held serve.
And Bill Elliott also, his crew had a terrific pit stop. Tony Stewart, his guys lost a couple of spots, but again, making those adjustments on those cars, having to make a chassis adjustment slows everything down.
Did he lose that in the pits, or did he lose that on the track?
One in
Tony Stewart.
One in the pits and one on the track, I think. Just after he came up to speed, Ryan Newman got by him. Dale Jarrett's crew got him up to third on that exchange of stops, so good for him and them. Speaking of Dale Jarrett, he is being pursued by Ryan Newman.
Well, I am impressed with that motor in that car.
We're really going to be impressed at 200 laps.
Yes. Yes, I am. You watch here. Gets out of 2. And normally he makes up a lot of ground in between 2 and 3.
Every other race team on the garage is going to be impressed when they go home and watch their tape back of the race like they all do and see what that telemetry showed. And the next technical innovation at Pocono will have been found.
See, here we're riding on with Ryan, and see how he's catching. He's catching the 88, and that's saying a lot, BP.
Yes, it is. Watch that. 9,500 at 195 miles per hour.
Unbelievable. That's Kirk Shelmerdine getting put a third lap down by the leaders. It's mentioned that Brett Bodine has been in and out of the garage again. He's now 16 laps down in 39th place. And Rusty Wallace is back on the track, 61 laps down in 42nd.
I'm not so sure he doesn't get off the gas a little bit early there, just so he doesn't get that aero push, to get away from the 88 car, to get some clean air on his nose. Because he makes it up coming through 3 and going down the straightaway.
If you can get that air on the car, on the nose of the car, it will help it turn. You'll get the air will push the car down and increase the grip, help the car turn a little bit.
And turn 2 is one of those places you do not want to get an aero push, because there's not enough room to actually save it. You know, when that front of that car starts sliding out of 2, that wall is there in a hurry. It's not like you have all the space in turn 1.
And again, these two drivers racing for 3rd and 4th positions. So Elliott Sadler leading the race on the exchange of pit stops. Matt, something up there?
Well, Alan, under the red flag, once we went back to yellow, a team member failed to take a piece of tape off the overflow valve. Len Wood, you did not get all the fuel in it. How many gallons did you get in the 21 car?
We didn't give it 9 gallons in. We had taped the overflow up when it rained. I forgot to take it off. We still, as long as it goes green, we'll still be all right. We're still on pace to stop the same amount of time.
When will you have to hit pit road? Because obviously you're going to have to be hitting earlier now.
About another 10 laps, so for probably about 15 laps, we'll be at risk of getting a lap down. But if we make it past that, then we'll be back on schedule.
The race is taking a turn for the worse for Elliott Sadler. Now they're hoping for a caution so they can get back on sequence and not lose a lap when they have to pit early.
That's too bad.
Yep.
These cars, when you put fuel in them, the gas tank has air in it, and when the fuel goes in, it's displacing air, and all that air has to go someplace. So they use a 1-inch vent hose for that air to go out, and they put a piece of tape over it so the air wouldn't come out, and that therefore the fuel could not go in.
Elliott Sadler right now lead lap, 20th place, 30 seconds behind the leader, so he will get lapped when he does stop under the green. Jimmy Spencer, Berwick, Pennsylvania. Hometown native, losing 25th place here.
Jeffrey Bodine, the Discover car, goes easing by. All right, Jimmy Spencer, have a foot cam. We see that left foot poised on the brake.
Also, we see over here, this brace is so in case the accelerator hangs,
he can pop his foot back. He can pull it back with his foot. All right, Jimmy, you can relax. You got that long 4,400-foot straightaway before anything has to happen. Go ahead and shift using the clutch. Now, he's not going to use you see that little burp with the right foot. He did not use the clutch downshifting going in 1.
What do you call it? Matching revs?
Yeah.
A little burp on the accelerator.
Yep, matching the revs. And Normally the gear will drop right down in the third gear. Now he's giving a little bit of extra pump on the brake pedal here. You'll see him pump it a couple of times. That's just a safety pump. Sometimes you get the pads will be knocked back by the rotors when you're going down the straightaway. So you got to pump it to get the pads back to the rotors, so when you really hit the brake, they're there.
Different players, different styles. Let's check out the foot cam in Rusty Wallace's car. Repaired, back out on the track after that lap 1 crash he was involved in.
All right, you see Rusty. He's got his foot firmly on the floorboard. All right, going to back off. All the way off the gas, on the brakes. All right. Back on, man, he's weighted right in that throttle. All right, now on the front stretch, he's going to have to shift. Now watch.
Well, here's another guy that's not shifting, but he's Ryan Newman's teammate. So.
Ryan Newman's teammate.
With that right front fender missing, is he up to speed enough where shifting would even be a...
Yeah, he had that thing wound up, too. By the sounds of it. Well, let's watch here, see what happens. Well,
he's going to move over and let
move over, yeah.
And Burns, what about the 2 car?
Well, Benny, I just checked with Billy Wilbur and his crew chief, and of course they're just out there trying to make up laps in case they can get more laps in the book than one of the other guys that has problems today. Billy said that Rusty hasn't said anything about the car and that they are definitely staying up above the minimum required speed.
But again, Rusty back in 42nd place. He needs some people to drop out of this race to gain some positions and have all that effort the team made repairing that car pay off. Sterling Marlin still leading Bill Elliott. The advantage is 2.7 seconds. Elliott has closed in by about 2/3 of a second, but it is still the championship leader Marlin who's in command here at Pocono.
I'm feeling paranoid. What you gonna do? What you gonna be when they're coming after me? I know that I'm feeling the lonely one. What you gonna do? What you gonna be when they're coming after me? Well, I know that I'm feeling the lonely one.
45-year-old Sterling Marlin leading the points and leading the Pennsylvania 500 here at Pocono. Last season, an extremely strong second half, including 2 wins. Right now, the point leader. But when you're in front, you know everybody's chasing you. So what's the most difficult part about staying ahead of them?
I mean, really, it's just a position right now. You know, we're just, you come in, week out, we're going to come here and try to win the race. And if you can't win, we're going to try to run the top 5. If you can't do that, try to pull you out of the top 10. So, you know, until we get down toward the end of the year with a couple races left and, you know, see what we got. But right now, it's just position. And we're glad to have it. And got a good race team put together, the Coors Light team. And, you know, we're just, you know, playing it race for race and trying to win.
Sterling Marlin has a lot of confidence in Lee McCall and Tony Glover. He knows a lot of guys are talking about overhauling him in the points. So Sterling made it very clear early in this weekend he doesn't want to talk very much about being the point leader. He wants to talk about running well in races and winning them and hoping, as the cliche goes, the points will come. But guys, I know as you went through the garage here this weekend, you could feel it, that people think they can reel Sterling in. Any one of the top 5 guys in points could leave here as the point leader when this thing's finally over.
I'll tell you one thing, Bill, they better start reeling if they expect to catch him.
And you know, Sterling's not one of those guys that you can really play too many head games with. I mean, he is the most steady guy out there. He just goes out and he does his job, and he gets what the car will give him, and he's about the calmest guy I've seen in the garage area.
Nothing seems to bother Sterling Marlin. Right now, the 30 car, Jeff Green, AOL car, going a lap down. So obviously the changes they made on that car did not work as well as they hoped.
Joe, I think the reason people feel like Sterling Marlin is vulnerable is because they aren't running, at least until today, like they had been in the early part of the season when they picked up a couple of wins. I mean, in his last 5 races, he's got only 1 top 10 finish. In his last, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 races, he's got only 2 top 10 finishes. So they've been showing vulnerability. I mean, it's not like he's fallen out of races except for the one at Sears Point, but, you know, finishing 14th, 16th, that's not looking like the guy who's going to go on and roll to the championship either.
And he's been a little bit lucky. Last week, as you said, at Loud, New Hampshire, he finished 14th. His closest competitor finished 16th. The next guy finished 15th. He finished 14th and beats both of them.
You're watching live the Pennsylvania 500 presented by Pep Boys on TNT from the Pocono Raceway in Long Pond, Pennsylvania. TNT's coverage coming to you later than it was supposed to be. We've had a long day so far, and most of it was with the cars sitting still under the red flag. A horrific crash on lap 1 between Steve Park, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Rusty Wallace. Put the race under the red flag for an hour and 5 minutes. All the drivers okay, but they had to spend some time repairing the guardrail. As you see Elliott Sadler coming in on pit road. We'll check on that here with Matt.
The 21 is in. Remember, Len Wood, the co-owner of this team, so they only got 9 gallons in on their last stop. So now they're off sequence, 4 tires, and fuel. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment. Elliott said his car was loose off. It was really loose when he was back in the gas.
So Elliott Sadler, as he tried to leave the pits, revving that engine, slipping the clutch, trying to get the car rolling so he wouldn't kill the engine.
And so, like we said, he needs the race to stay green until all the other leaders come in now, or he's going to get caught a lap down. So Sadler back in the hunt, but he's a lap behind leader Sterling Marlin. We are approaching the midway point of today's Pennsylvania 500. The giant 2.5-mile Pocono Raceway in Long Pond, Pennsylvania, where the Pennsylvania 500 is ongoing, nearing its halfway point. After lengthy delays, a couple hours for rain and an hour for a guardrail repair. This is the first race in the Pep Boys When Your Car Wins, You Win sweepstakes, starting with this race and concluding with the Chevy Monte Carlo 400 in Richmond, September 7th. Stop by any Pep Boys and pick up a sweepstakes game piece. Scratch off where it says car number and prize. And if your car wins any Winston Cup race between today and September 7th, you win the corresponding prize. All prize winners who mail in their game piece will be eligible for the grand prize, a trip to 3 Winston Cup races in 2003.
Very nice. You do that so well.
Don't try this at home. I'm a trained professional.
And Sterling Marlin continues to do what he's doing so well.
He's a trained professional, too.
Yes, he is.
Out in front by 3.8 seconds over Bill Elliott is Sterling Marlin, but the man really on the move, who's caught our attention,
that man,
Jeff Burton. He was 16th when the race went back to green after the delay. Now he is up in 4th spot, scoring serial on Jeff. It's been a good day for him so far. And Matt Yoakum's about to give his crew chief some TV time. Matt?
And Jeff Burton qualified 33rd. Your man has climbed all the way up easily inside the top 5 and chasing down the leaders. That car has really come to life, Jeff.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's done a great job. You know, I don't know if it could have been that good, but the rain delay, Jeff was up in the truck, and he's got an appearance tomorrow. And we want to make sure we please all those Citgo fans and make it to the appearance. So I told him the faster he gets this race over with, the quicker we'll be home. Now I guess he's doing it.
That car has really come to life for Jeff, and he's certainly motoring his way, trying to score his first ever win here at Pocono. Best finish, 1997, the June race, 2nd.
Well, last lap by, Matt, as he was doing that, he passed the start-finish line. He was the fastest car. Faster than the leader, faster than Bill Elliott, faster than Dale Jarrett.
All right, let's check speeds at the line. We've talked about Sterling Marlin and Jeff Burton and relative speeds. Let's check them out. It's going to take a while for some of these other guys to get here. Sterling's got such a big lead.
We see that Sterling is still a little bit faster than Bill Elliott. Here comes Jarrett.
Hey,
see?
How about that?
The Burton go. But you know, as this thing continues on, there's a couple other cars that are pretty good. Deep in the field, Kurt Busch, Terry Labonte.
In fact, all the Roush cars are creeping toward the front. Mark Martin is the farthest back of the Roush machines, and he's in 12th place.
Matt Kenseth is another Roush car that's been running very well the last few laps.
Yeah, he's in 11th. Check out this record for Jeff Burton here at Pocono. In the last 11 Pocono races, 8 top 10 finishes, but 3 36th place finishes. So it's like we are approaching the midway point of today's Pennsylvania 500. The giant 2.5-mile Pocono Raceway in Long Pond, Pennsylvania, where the Pennsylvania 500 is ongoing, nearing its halfway point. After lengthy delays, a couple hours for rain and an hour for a guardrail repair. This is the first race in the Pep Boys When Your Car Wins, You Win sweepstakes, starting with this race and concluding with the Chevy Monte Carlo 400 in Richmond, September 7th. Stop by any Pep Boys and pick up a sweepstakes game piece. Scratch off where it says car number and prize. And if your car wins any Winston Cup race between today and September 7th, you win the corresponding prize. All prize winners who mail in their game piece will be eligible for the grand prize, a trip to 3 Winston Cup races in 2003.
Very nice. You do that so much.
Don't try this at home. I'm a trained professional.
And Sterling Marlin continues to do what he's doing so well.
He's a trained professional, too.
Yes, he is.
Out in front by 3.8 seconds over Bill Elliott is Sterling Marlin, but the man really on the move, who's
He
caught our
is?
attention,
That man.
Jeff Burton. He was 16th when the race went back to green after the delay. Now he is up in 4th spot, scoring serial on Jeff. It's been a good day for him so far. And Matt Yoakum's about to give his crew chief some TV time. Matt?
And Jeff Burton qualified 33rd. Your man has climbed all the way up easily inside the top 5 and chasing down the leaders. That car has really come to life, Jeff.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's done a great job. You know, I don't know if it could have been that good, but the rain delay, Jeff was up in the truck, and he's got an appearance tomorrow. And we want to make sure we please all those Citgo fans and make it to the appearance. So I told him the faster he gets this race over with, the quicker we'll be home. Now I guess he's doing it.
That car has really come to life for Jeff, and he's certainly motoring his way, trying to score his first ever win here at Pocono. Best finish, 1997, the June race, 2nd.
Well, last lap by, Matt, as he was doing that, he passed the start-finish line. He was the fastest car. Faster than the leader, faster than Bill Elliott, faster than Dale Jarrett.
All right, let's check speeds at the line. We've talked about Sterling Marlin and Jeff Burton and relative speeds. Let's check them out. It's going to take a while for some of these other guys to get here. Sterling's got such a big lead.
We see that Sterling is still a little bit faster than Bill Elliott. Here comes Jarrett.
Hey,
see?
How about that?
The Burton go. But you know, as this thing continues on, there's a couple other cars that are pretty good. Deep in the field, Kurt Busch, Terry Labonte.
In fact, all the Roush cars are creeping toward the front. Mark Martin is the farthest back of the Roush machines, and he's in 12th place.
Matt Kenseth, another Roush car that's been running very well the last few laps.
Yeah, he's in 11th. Check out this record for Jeff Burton here at Pocono. In the last 11 Pocono races, 8 top 10 finishes, but 3 36th place finishes. So it's like he runs great, or something bad, really bad happens.
It's either feast or famine, as they say. Does very well or very poor.
Who's they?
Well, that's what's said about me.
Oh, okay. Sterling Marlin leads. We're coming up on another round of green flag pit stops, so let's take a break. You're watching NASCAR on TNT.
One week.
I hadn't planned on our race broadcast being the lead-in to the movie, but it looks like that's going to be the case.
We may have a bit part in it.
Yeah, this could be. Sterling Marlin is the leader as we come up on halfway in the Pennsylvania 500 presented by Pep Boys. We've started to see the beginning of green flag pit stops. Jeremy Mayfield has been in. Jimmy Johnson and Hut Strickland also have been in under green, so we expect most of the other leaders in another 5 or 4 laps, somewhere in there.
And right behind that Lowe's car, there you see him, is Jeff Burton. He has moved the Citgo car up to 3rd spot.
Displacing Dale Jarrett. But he's 9.9 seconds behind Sterling Marlin.
Hey, but he's got 250 miles to catch him.
Yep. And his pit crew gets a chance to
try to make up some time. Yes.
Yeah, shine a little bit here because he'll be on pit road coming shortly. Kyle Petty's been in for his green flag stop. He's back on track. As you see, 30 car there, Jeff Green. He is a lap down in 29th place. Jimmy Johnson's in 30th. They're racing for that spot just ahead of Burton. And he's saying, hey, I'm in a hurry.
Yeah, Jeff would like to get by. He's actually lost a little bit of time on second place car of Bill Elliott on that lap.
I mentioned Jimmy Johnson was on pit road a minute ago. Dave?
They took on 4 tires, and Jimmy Johnson's car was very, very loose, Alan, so they also made a wedge adjustment and a track bar adjustment to try to fix his Chevrolet.
Johnny Benson, John Andretti, Derek Cope making green flag stops while we follow the second and third place cars in traffic.
And Jarrett in the UPS car has pulled up behind Burton on his rear bumper in this traffic situation, but Burton passed him and looked to be pulling away from Jarrett.
Yeah, that last lap there for Jeff Burton was almost about a half a second, a little bit more than a half a second slower than what he had been running before he caught the traffic.
Second place cars on pit road. It's Bill Elliott headed for Dave Burns.
He gives up second place, Alan, and his car was giving him little fits. He couldn't tell if it was tight in the center or loose in the center on different occasions. And so his crew chief Mike Ford said, is there too much air in all the tires, Bill? And Bill said, yeah, I think that's the problem. So they're going to take air out of all the tires, make a wedge adjustment on the left side, give him some more grip, change 4 tires, and again, pack that fuel cell tight. 12 cars also in. Ryan Newman, they will make a wedge adjustment or a chassis adjustment on the right side. He is still tight in his race car. They also will change 4 tires and fill it full of fuel. So they were tight before. They're still tight now. They're trying to fix that. Bill.
Mark Martin not very happy right now. He's got 4 tires, got a wedge adjustment. He's on his way. Quick stop. Got a lot of fuel in that car. Michael Waltrip also on pit road. Let's go to Marty.
Sterling Marlin comes down pit road, the race leader and the dominant car thus far, Bill, as day becomes evening here at Pocono. Be smart and be smooth. The only words Tony Glover told him that entire run. These pit boxes at Pocono are very big. Sterling fits in very easily. He almost said something funny. He said, the car's not bad in clean air. Matt?
Jeff Burton is already in. No chassis adjustment for the second straight stop for Jeff Burton. He climbed all the way up to third. They're packing that fuel cell full of fuel, and he is good to go.
And there's the gap between the two as they head back out onto the track.
The Jackman on the 40 car had a little bit of a boo-boo. He started to let it down, and it didn't go down. It was a hiccup, and it cost him a couple of seconds.
And the stop penny, 15.8 for Sterling Marlin, not as good as they would have liked. And when he left pit road, you guys talked about the gears in these cars. He almost stalled it. He had to catch it, nearly went dead. That would have been very bad for Sterling Marlin.
Here comes Dale Jarrett. Coming in, he was the leader after the other cars in front of him pitted. We'll go back to Marty.
And Dale Jarrett continues to run well at Pocono. There's something new. He has had 12 top 5s, not top 10s, top 5s in his last 14 races here. Slides to a stop in that pit stall. It'll be 4 tires. They do decide to make a wedge adjustment. He's not bad. He says it's a little tight in the tunnel turn, Bill.
Ricky Rudd continues to slide the car in all 3 turns of the racetrack, so they make a chassis adjustment, give him 4 tires. Dave.
4 tires on the 20 car, wedge and track bar adjustment. The car was a little bit tight for Tony. They try to fix that by going up and down on air pressure on either side of the 20 car.
And Stewart rejoins. Kurt Busch is the leader. Has not yet pitted. And it looks like Jimmy Spencer's going to be coming back to pit road.
For what?
Drive-through penalty.
Oh, he wasn't speeding, was he not, our boy Jimmy?
Here comes Matt Kenseth, one of those who had yet to stop. Kurt Busch and Dave Blaney are the top 2, not yet having visited pit road. And we'll cover the Matt Kenseth stop. Marty?
And file this away for later, guys. These Roush cars doing excellent on fuel mileage today. Matt Kenseth a little bit tight. They add a pound to the right rear tire. They also make a chassis adjustment. Matt wants some water. It is humid out here today. He's feeling a little hot inside the car. He gets that water through the window now. Dave?
Mickey Craven in his bicentennial Winston Cup start will change 4 tires, make a track bar. No, making a wedge adjustment on the right side. Fill it full of fuel. His car was coming to him, then it went back to tight again. That's the problem they've been fighting all day long.
Bobby Labonte leaving pit road, as does Ricky Craven, and still waiting on Kurt Busch to come in. And here he is now. Stop coming as the race is at its halfway point. This is now an official race. So it doesn't look like the weather's going to threaten again anywhere later in the day. Marty?
Kurt is here, Alan, coming down pit road, and they came to lap 100. They wanted to go, or thought they could go, to lap 102. That could be big later in this race. It'll be a 4-tire stop for Kurt. He's a little bit tight. They make an air pressure and a track bar adjustment right there. You saw the track bar adjustment going in. His worst finish of the season came here in June when he finished 40th. They want to avenge that today.
Dave Blaney now the leader. Not yet having pitted. Then it'll cycle back around to Sterling Marlin once Blaney stops. Guess what, Benny? Jimmy Spencer just made his drive-through penalty. And
not too fast.
He's got to come back in. And the second tier on that penalty is a stop and go. Not good for the hometown boy. Here's the leader in. Dave Blaney headed for Bill Weber.
And Ryan Pemberton counts him down to his pit stall. This will be 4 tires and fuel. Now this team gets Penske engines just like the 12 and the 2. Blaney is shifting in this car. They make a chassis adjustment with some wedge, come around to the left side, try and bolt on those left side tires. Blaney continuing to run well, chasing the leaders on his way.
Good stop. Left rear just a little bit slow.
It looked like they had trouble pulling the right rear tire off the car.
Which got the rear man off a little bit slower.
Tire carrier was waiting to put the new one in. The jack man reached over to pull the old one out, and he looked like he just couldn't quite get a grip on it. Oh, check this out. This is for position. 7th place.
And that's pretty close.
Kurt Busch in the 97 is going to get that spot. Brian Newman and Tony Stewart have been together on the racetrack all day.
And it looks like Tony's car works really good right after the pit stop, but then it fades away after about 7 or 8 laps.
So let's reset the front of the field after the exchange of pit stops. Sterling Marlin, his crew held serve on the lead. He's up with Bill Elliott 2nd. Dale Jarrett gets 3rd spot back. Jeff Burton falling to 4th. And it'll be Ricky Rudd off the pit stops in 5th. Speeding penalty phase 2.
Man, when that happens, you are so mad as a driver.
Okay.
Not only because you did it once, but then you get to come back again.
Yeah, but you're not mad at yourself.
Yeah, you are. Why wouldn't you be?
Mad at the guys in the tower. I wasn't speeding. I didn't do that.
The first time. Yeah. But the second time, you got to be mad at yourself.
Okay. It has been a silver day. I think I said at the top of the show that it could be a red color day. It's been a silver color day so far. Oh, that's not good.
No. Mike Skinner's engine is not running, and he's very slow in the tunnel corner. I don't know that he can coast back. He is on the access road, not on the racetrack.
Haven't seen the caution since the rain at lap 25. We're at lap 104 now.
Now there is a shortcut back to the garage area. I don't think Mike will take that. Yoakum, what happened to Skinner's car?
Benny, for the 2nd straight week, Mike Skinner has been bitten by the bad luck bug. He is out of gas.
Oh, no.
And like I said earlier, this is a place you don't run out of gas because you can't coast it back. Unless you run out of gas between turn 2 and 3, you're not going to make it.
Skinner last stopped at lap 62. We were at 104. He's run out, and he has brought out the caution flag.
And Elliott Sadler catches a break. All the other cars make their pit stop. He's now back in the lead lap.
Great break for him. 3rd caution of the race.
All right.
And now, yeah, you're thinking the same thing I am.
All right, business is going to pick up because all of a sudden we're going to get those fast cars together again. I mean, Kurt Busch, Jeff Burton, they're going to be rounding the back bumper of Bill Elliott and Sterling Marlin and see if they can do anything with them.
Well, actually, you're thinking a different thing than I am because I'm thinking we've got 95 laps to go. Stop here, top off the fuel.
Make it on one more
Make
stop.
it on one more stop. But because most of these guys just pitted under green, do you give up the track position or not?
Yes, you have to. Well, but some guys don't. The Roush cars don't. They probably will stay out.
Oh, what's that?
You got left rear flat, 55 car.
Oh, what this caution flag was a huge break for Bobby Hamilton.
So 3rd caution of the Pennsylvania 500. First one was at lap number 1 for the big crash between Dale Earnhardt Jr., Steve Park, and Rusty Wallace. The second one was for rain at lap 25. Then we ran green from the restart all the way through lap 106 caution for Mike Skinner, stopping in turn 3.
I think the pit road was closed, but Bobby Hamilton had no choice. He did not need to ride 2.5 miles on a flat tire.
And the penalty for that is he'll go to the end of the longest line on the restart.
Which is not too bad.
And the penalty for going around another lap is the tire will probably come apart and tear that car all up, especially the fenders.
All right, strategy time. Who's coming in and what do they do?
Well, looks like no one.
And some of the guys towards the back got to come in.
Man, that is amazing.
Mark Martin's coming in.
11th place will be the first one to break off. Bill?
And Mark Martin will come down pit road. This is a huge break for him. They are going to have to change the battery in his Ford. Electrical problems. They're going to come to the left side. They will take off the left rear tire. There's a panel down there with a quick release. They have to unscrew the panel, reach in, get the battery out. Hopefully the quick release will work quickly. They'll put a new battery in, put a tire back on, then send him back out. This will be the only change they'll make on this stop. You can see the battery is out. Now they'll try and shove the new battery in. This is all going on under caution while other guys are getting fuel and tires. They quickly connect that battery back in, shove it back into its slot. They'll tighten that little door that keeps it in place, put the left rear tire on, then send Mark back out. Caution laps here are very long, so they've got plenty of time to get this done. Under caution in the Pennsylvania 500. Point leader Sterling Marlin, the race leader, after 106 laps.
Pocono Raceway, Long Pond, Pennsylvania, where the Pennsylvania 500 presented by Pep Boys is under caution. Third yellow of the day, just past halfway. Saw Mark Martin on pit road a minute ago getting the battery changed on that car. For a closer look, let's go to our Team Caliber 360 racer and BP.
Okay, folks, the battery sits right in front of the left rear tire. Here's the battery. There's a panel in front of the tire. They pop that off, take the battery out, slip the new one in. Just takes a few seconds to change something like a battery. In our car, it probably takes an hour. In a race car, a few seconds. Alan?
No, it doesn't take an hour, Benny. What kind of car do you have?
He's thinking about his 48 Mercury.
Yeah, I guess so.
His collector car that he keeps. Well, Sterling Marlin leads. Mark Martin after the battery change. Where is he? I'm still trying to find him on the score. He's back in 26th place. That'd give Sterling about 100 extra points on the day than he started with. His lead was 55 coming into the race.
That's currently, of course.
Yeah, got a long way to go. Well, you and I were talking during the commercial break, Wally, about why more of the leaders didn't come. Not coming in to top off the fuel tells us that they can't make it 95 laps on one more stop anyway.
That's right. So why lose that track position?
Those who did come in would include Martin, Jimmy Johnson. These are lead lap cars. Robbie Gordon, Ricky Craven, Jerry Nadeau, Elliott Sadler. You got Jeff Green, Joe Nemechek, Michael Waltrip, Ken Schrader, and Bobby Hamilton all came in.
And Ricky Craven is going back down pit road right now, I'm sure, to top off to ensure he can make this on one more stop.
Dave?
And they've actually, this is the third time they've been in during this pit stop, Benny. They put tape on the front, but the real problem they had was the vent tube on the back of the car. And you talked about it earlier for someone else. The vent tube actually fell into the trunk, so they couldn't vent the fuel and fill it full. So they fixed that. They pulled it back out, and now they topped him off and put him out there a little bit longer than everybody else on fuel.
That looks like it's venting too good, BP.
Yeah, the flapper valve inside the vent tube seems to be open, and when he takes off, a lot of fuel is coming out that vent. So that also hurts his mileage when you lose a gallon before you get started.
That's the fuel he wished he had in the final lap of this race. Set to go back under green, got 28 cars on the lead lap. Sterling Marlin has led 62 of the 108 laps that have run so far. Bill Elliott is second. Dale Jarrett third. Jeff Burton fourth. Ricky Rudd fifth. And Kurt Busch, Ryan Newman, Tony Stewart, Matt Kenseth, and John Andretti. Bill?
Battery change on the 6 is complete. He's second in points. Ben Leslie said the voltmeter was low. They had to make the change. Hopefully it'll pay off for them. Ready to go green.
He's 25th in line for the restart.
Green flag.
I love that shot at Pocono going down in turn one. He's for about, it seems like for 8 or 10 seconds, you see all those guys jockeying for position.
Mike Wallace.
Ride him, cowboy.
Got a good run going through turn one there.
Mike is lapped down in 32nd place in the 14 car. Here's Kurt Busch on Ricky Rudd for 5th place.
Oh, Mike. Oh, and the 17 car. Kenseth almost getting the wall. Coming off turn 3.
Matt's running in 9th place. Ryan Newman under Ricky Rudd. At 6th place, changing hands.
There's where those RPMs help. Pull you off that bottom of turn 1. Uh-oh.
John.
John Andretti.
I wonder if this is a flat tire or something that's happened to the engine.
If it weren't for bad luck this season, they would have no luck at all.
Right out of luck. All right, here comes Bill Elliott. Right up on the back bumper. Can he do anything with Sterling Marlin?
Be a long time.
He's going to try.
Has.
He's going to try.
Glover said, no problem. He's not going to pass you.
Dave Burns.
And Alan, Bill Elliott's spotter's been telling him, hey, you're better than he is. Go get him.
And it looks like it. Elliott's car looks a little bit better right now.
Last time by, he was a 10th of a second faster than Sterling Marlin.
4-time winner here at Pocono is Bill Elliott. He hasn't led since lap 25.
Now, I think as good as Sterling Marlin's car is, Bill Elliott's going to have to get up on the rear bumper of that car and maybe get a little bit of aero loose on that 44's car, because right now he's got to get closer to that.
Yeah, you can see it's 3/10 of a second back. He's going to have to get up right on that back bumper, like Wally said. A 10th of a second back.
He's only shot to get.
Dale Jarrett, Jeff Burton trying to hang in there. Let's look a little farther back. There's Ricky Rudd now under pressure from Matt Kenseth in the 17. And old Big Orange, Tony Stewart.
I saw a puff of smoke out of Mike Voss's 14 car.
Wait, Ricky Rudd got loose again there. Same place he did earlier.
And Kenseth trying to make Ricky Rudd pay for getting loose. Takes his spot away. And Kevin Harvick, that 29 car, coming into the mix.
Yeah, he's creeping in there. He's into 10th place. 23 of Hut Strickland, 1 lap down, 32nd place. He's in between 9th and 10th place cars. Bill Michael Waltrip made a couple of stops on pit road under that last caution. One of them pretty lengthy. What's going on there?
Not feeling well at all, Alan. Michael said he's feeling very, very sick. They gave him some towels and some fluids, brought him in twice just to give him a little bit of a rest and some more fluids. But Michael says he does not feel very well at all. They are tentatively looking around for somebody to put in that car. Michael's is a tough seat to get into just because of his size, but does not feel well at all.
Yeah, you gotta have a tall driver to get in that car.
He said that he smelled smoke and saw some smoke in the car earlier in the race. Didn't know where it was coming from, but that's what's contributed to the fact that he doesn't feel very well right now.
Well, his 2 teammates were involved in a crash at lap 1. Dale Earnhardt Jr., though, is back in the race. Steve Park, I would assume, with the rain delay, is long since gone from the property. And probably doesn't want to get back in the race car today anyway.
I was going to say, he's probably watching us on TV from home.
Yeah.
That would be a great story if Steve Park did get in that 15 car, but I agree with you. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah. 3rd place, tighten it up. Jeff Burton starting to put some pressure on Dale Jarrett.
I tell you, it's great to see these guys running this high line down in turn 1. Burton uses that high line to go by Dale Jarrett, take that 3rd spot away.
Yeah, BP, if you can run that high line and get away with it like Jeff, actually you have more momentum getting off of turn 1 because you don't bind the car down so much.
Best finish of the season for Jeff Burton so far. A pair of 3rd place runs at Dover and Richmond. Last time he visited Victory Lane was Phoenix last October. Right now, Burton running in third position. They are about a second and a half behind the top two. Sterling Marlin and Bill Elliott are leading the Pennsylvania 500 at Pocono.
One weekend, 2 stars, 3 chances to see the Thomas Crown Affair.
Do you really think I'm going to sleep with the man I'm investigating?
One last chance to see the Thomas Crown Affair, tonight at 8 on TNT.
Probably immediately following our coverage of NASCAR. 3 hours worth of red flags today.
You know, I just saw that. It said, we know drama. And I'm telling you, the drama is going to be the fuel. And how many more times they have to stop?
I believe so. Went back, that last top off there was with 95 laps to go, and only a few guys came in. I'll tell you, Mark Martin might be in good shape if that electrical system holds up for him, because he came in and got the top off there.
That's right. He can make it the rest of the way, and I believe that probably Kurt Busch can as well.
They can make it the rest of the way on one more stop.
Yeah. And these guys, I think, Sterling Marlin, Bill Elliott, will have to stop twice.
Look at that. 17 of the last 22 races. The driver leading the most lap has finished to win the last 2 seasons.
Sterling, if I were you, I'd back up and let Bill lead a while.
Yeah, we better do it quick. There aren't enough laps left for Bill to have led the most.
That's true.
Sterling's been out in front 73 laps today. Elliott 16.
Ricky Rudd loses another spot. That's 9th as Kevin Harvick goes by him.
Infamous tunnel turn.
You know, and Ricky Rudd, the 28 driver, told his crew chief, Michael McSwain, earlier in the day that he just didn't feel like his car was good enough to beat these guys. And now, as it's getting later, overcast and cooler, all these cars are going to really have an advantage on Ricky Rudd.
Well, here's one thing real interesting. Right here, he's about 400 RPMs lower than Ryan Newman's car when he comes off the turn 3. So that makes a big difference on your straightaway speed. So he's not getting off the corner, I don't think, as good as Ryan Newman, because he's that far down on RPMs, or that much further down than some of the guys that aren't shifting. What did we see high there? Were you paying attention?
8,800.
8,800
is the maximum we saw.
Now, if we can watch Ryan come out of turn 3, right about where Ricky was at 64 or 6,500. Let's watch right here. As he exits turn 3, right when he gets this thing about straight for a second or two, right about here. See, 7,400 RPMs.
Watch this thing. He does not shift. 9,000, 91, 92, 3, 4. Oh, baby.
Screaming.
Screaming that engine is right.
Just past 300 miles, but it's got to live for another 200.
Or dark, whichever comes first.
Goes into turn 2, tunnel turn. 9,000 and change.
And you know, that's another whole point of strategy discussion there. Are we going to get the full distance in before dark?
And Alan, that's something that's figured in up and down pit road. Also, it is clouded over. Guys are also checking the radar. So you have to decide what race you're running. If it's the Pennsylvania 500 or maybe the Pennsylvania 450.
Yep. Here's the challenge for 4th spot with Kurt Busch on the move.
And Kurt Busch goes by on the inside, and we'll take that spot away from Jarrett.
.78 laps to go. Make it 77 now. As Pep Boys presents the Pennsylvania 500 NASCAR on TNT.
Clear all around. I believe this race is going to end at 175, 175, 10-4.
word being passed from NASCAR race control to the teams just seconds ago. This race will end 25 laps shy of its scheduled distance because of the onset of darkness.
So we can take the fuel issue and just throw that right out the window because everyone will have to stop one more time.
And that'll probably come about 20 laps from now. We're at 125 and we're all in.
But right now, as they run, pressure's on these two cars, crew-wise, because the way Elliott's going to get in front of the 40 car will be in the pits.
Yeah, he hadn't been able to pass him on the track.
Right.
Check. Well, I was talking a minute ago about Ricky Rudd and Ryan Newman and their RPMs and relative speed coming off turn 3. Let's check our speed trap there and see how these first few cars come off. What kind of speeds they're turning at that point on the track you see highlighted.
Bill Elliott,
160.
Wow. Kurt Busch, faster than the 40 car. Matt Kenseth's quicker at that point.
And Kenseth easing in on Ryan Newman to try and challenge him there for the number 6 spot.
And the last time by, Kurt Busch was the quickest car.
Overall lap, not
Overall
just the speed trap.
Exactly.
All right, we got a lot of things going on here. We got new race distance been set up, people thinking about their strategies, when they're going to make their final pit stops. So let's take a break here. We'll come back and check in with some of the teams on pit road, find out what the latest thinking is. Sterling Marlin leads at Pocono.
But it will be shortened because of darkness. 128 complete. We go to 175. Sterling Marlin is the leader. We take you through the field. Marty?
His team manager, Tony Glover, told him on the radio a little while ago, Sterling, we have the best car. Take care of it. It's getting the better the longer he runs. They are pulling away from Bill Elliott. Only 5 times this year has the leader of the most laps gone on to win the race. Dave.
And to try to catch Sterling Marlin, Marty, Bill Elliott is searching for other lines on the racetrack. Crew chief Mike Ford keeps giving him lap times to tell him if they're better or worse. So far, nothing is working. Matt?
The 99 of Jeff Burton looking for his first Pocono victory. His car now is gone to the tight side in the center of the corner. Frank Stoddard looking at air pressure adjustments in both right side tires to try to help him. Right now, though, his car is also loose up off the corner, but they're more concerned, Marty, with the tightness.
Jimmy Finning, Kurt Busch's crew chief, sits in 4th. Kurt's in 4th. Jimmy said, you're reeling them in. Just keep it up. We will help you on this last stop, meaning they may try some track position strategy. Dale Jarrett behind him in 5th. He is too tight. He says he's getting beat off the corner. Remember his teammate, Ricky Rudd, said earlier today they were getting beat off the corner when it was cloudy and cool. Right now, cloudy and cool. Dave?
The 12 car of Ryan Newman a little bit tight. He radioed into crew chief Matt Borland that the left front was not down in the track. That accounts for the tightness, but right now his biggest problem is he's got a full mirror of Matt Kenseth. Marty?
And Matt is right behind him. He is tight, however, since these clouds have come out. Matt said, I feel like I can run with the leaders if I can just get to him. And the team told him, don't worry about that. You let us worry about that. Dave?
Marty, the 20 car of Tony Stewart was loose, but the track bar, air pressure, and wedge adjustment improved the handling of that car. This crew, however, is planning for this race to be shortened by rain. Weber?
Kevin Harvick, best in class for the Chevrolets. Last time, 4 tires, fuel, no adjustments. Hoping to work his way to the front of the field and catch the guys in front of him. Ricky Rudd may have a blistered right rear tire. It's been a struggle for Rudd today, the car not handling the way he had hoped. But right now, Ricky has a blistered right rear. He needs to run about 9 more laps to get in his fuel window. He's trying to hang on. As for Dave Blaney, another strong run for this team continues. What they really want now is to get a good finish. We've talked about it in the last couple of weeks. Crew chief Ryan Pemberton believes Blaney can start finishing up front. They're hoping that will begin here today. Matt?
This is a 5 car that Jim Long told me they felt like had the best aero package. They were hoping to showcase how this team has started to make a turnaround. Right now, Terry Labonte says he needs more front grip. They're talking about an air pressure adjustment, Alan.
44 laps to go. Another 5-6 laps. We'll start to see some people diving onto pit road for a final splash of fuel. Sterling Marlin continues.
5 or 6 laps of this keep. Get all you can get so we get all the lead we can get.
There you go. Tony Glover confirming the 5 to 6 laps before we'll see the leader in. Let's continue to go through the field. Back to Dave.
And the 48 of Jimmy Johnson is picking off spots. He's now up to 13th. The car was still too loose, though. It feels a little bit better. They thought about making a shock change. That's just how much of a handful that Jimmy's had today. Matt?
Bobby Labonte, a former winner here at Pocono, has had a very quiet day. He has climbed up to 18th. He's not double shifting like a lot of other drivers. They're looking to make their stop around lap 138 to lap 140. They're talking about an air pressure adjustment down in the right front. Also up a half a pound in the left front. Also the 24 car, Jeff Gordon. He's talked so much about being aero push all year. Now when his car is out of traffic, it's even looser. They're talking about an air pressure adjustment on his final stop. Also a track bar adjustment. Also the 22 car, remember Ward Burton? He said 9 times this year they've had bad luck. Well, count at 10, but he's trying to bounce back. He had to swap to the backup ignition box. The car died. He had to go to the backup box. Right now, they're talking about making their final adjustment. Also, the 21 car, Belly Sadler. He, too, has bounced back what could have been a horrible problem on pit road. He's running in the 17th position. They're talking about making an adjustment on the track bar. 2 rounds down. He says, please, please tighten me up. The car is extremely loose, Bill.
Mark Martin could turn out to be the second biggest story of this race, depending on who wins. Came in second in points, had a voltage meter that said the battery was failing. The team changed the battery under caution, sent him back out. The battery is charging. Martin is hanging on, but still deep in the field. Restarted 25th, climbing into the top 20. Marty?
Bobby Hamilton is doing a very good job. He will not be back in this car after this year, but will he finish out the whole season at APR? That's the question right now. He is tight. It was tight earlier, rather, but the car is very good right now for Bobby, and he's making his way through the field. Bill?
Boy, and a great effort out of Michael Waltrip, who is not feeling very well at all. Believe me when I tell you that. They gave him fluids, they gave him towels, they gave an extra stop on pit road under caution. He gutted it out, went back out there, hanging on tight to that Napa Chevy.
Alan, there are your top 20 as we close in on that critical final round of pit stops. Sterling Marlin continuing to hold on to his advantage of a 1.5 seconds over Bill Elliott. Jeff Burton about 5 seconds behind in third. Looks like it could be settled by those 2 pit crews of the front 2.
I'll tell you, there's no question. The 40 guys have got to do the best pit stop they've ever done to keep Sterling out front. And Bill Elliott's the same position. Those guys are going to try to bust off a better pit stop to get in front of the 40 car.
And what are they going to do? They're going to change 2 tires? They're going to just fuel only? What are they going to do that final stop?
That, I believe, was the Sterling Marlin radio we just heard saying they're coming in next time.
And wouldn't you, BP, wouldn't you want to be the second guy in?
Yeah, to find out what the first guy does.
Here's Ricky Rudd going to make the first break to pit road among the leaders. John Andretti was in a minute ago under green. Bill?
Michael McSwain counts Rudd into his pit stall. They go around to the right side, take the tearaway off the windshield. Rudd believes he has a blistered right rear tire. You can see the brake smoke, the brake dust just pouring out from these front tires. Around to the left side is a 4-tire stop, trying to get as much fuel in as possible. Took just a tad longer than they wanted on the rears. Rudd's on his way. Marty.
And it might come down to the pit crew. Sterling Marlin's going to come down next time by. Al Schufert, the pit crew coach for Sterling Marlin's team, went to each individual on this pit crew team that goes over the wall, gave them an individual pep talk, told them to focus, that this could be the race for the win.
It could very well be. There's no doubt about that, because the Kurt Busch, Jeff Burton cars, if they get a good stop and make up a couple of seconds, 12 cars on pit road, Dave.
Obviously, technical difficulties there with Dave's microphone. We apologize for that. Here is Ryan Newman to the attention of Matt Borland's crew.
Well, what did we got? No right side.
Going to need a full tank of fuel here. You might as well take all 4 tires, right?
Yep.
Really, what this comes down to is no mistakes. That's what we're talking about for Sterling Marlin's crew and all these others.
See that? 15.2. Sterling Marlin, if his crew can pull something on around 15 seconds, he'll be okay. And Bill Elliott coming right behind him.
Head-to-head, the duel on pit road. 7 men over the wall, 20 lug nuts, 22 gallons of fuel. Who gets it done the quickest may determine who wins the Pennsylvania 500.
And I think Bill made a little bit of time on Sterling getting to the beginning of pit lane.
Stall it now. Make sure you don't stall it. When they say go, when they drop the jack, you go.
Oh, man, under 6 seconds on that right side.
Had a little trouble on the right front. Looked like a lug nut popped off.
15, 16 seconds. 9 car still there, but he's at the first pit.
There he goes.
Here he goes. Where's the 40 car?
Elliott's got to get that gear going. Sterling's going to get out first. Head-to-head on pit road. The 40 team holds serve. Tony Stewart's in. Dave Blaney, Jeff Gordon, Ward Burton, Johnny Benson also on pit road. Here come Jeff Burton and Kurt Busch together. Matt?
And the 99 car comes in. Remember, we were talking about making an air pressure adjustment on the right side tires. They also made a wedge adjustment. They were talking about that as well, but then they decided against it. Now at the last minute, they are going to make a wedge adjustment. As the left side tires go on, crash, possibly, Alan?
Yes, Jeremy Mayfield, a heavy crash. No caution yet. The flag man on the starter stand still has not waved the caution flag. Jimmy Johnson has taken over the lead. Go ahead, VP.
Well, they've got to throw the caution flag.
Jimmy Spencer with problems.
Right rear tire is flat.
Caution is out for the Jeremy Mayfield crash.
Is out. Track is clear. As far as I can see, the track is
You
clear.
see a little bit of a fire under the left side. And we also see Jeremy moving around in the car, taking his gloves off.
I was just going to say, do we know drama or what, PP?
Oh, man.
Now what's going to happen?
That is over in turn number 3. Where Mayfield's car sits. Did he hit the inside wall? See the skid marks coming off the racetrack?
And here's the inside wall back there that Alan's talking about.
I wonder if he came off the corner trying to get to pit road and lost it. Oh yeah, look at the wall. Let's see.
He might.
Or did he get help?
I think he got a little help.
Oh.
Oh, that's where Jimmy Spencer got his right rear flat.
Oh, man, that was heavy contact.
Wow.
And Jeremy steers that thing, almost saves it, but it finally can't catch up with it. Hits the 41 car and watch as he goes down and bam into that wall. That's a sudden stop.
Yes, it is.
One more view on it from overhead.
Wait.
Just nipped him.
Just barely touched him.
It doesn't take a whole lot in turn 3.
And how Jimmy Spencer managed to miss getting more of that. He was lucky.
And Jeremy's saying, you know, this is going to hurt.
And I'm not slowing down on this grass at all. Tore up race car from that.
So the 4th caution flag is out in the Pennsylvania 500 with 36 laps to go. The guys who did not stop under the green flag get to come in and make their stop under the caution, but because of the big nature of this racetrack, when the other leaders did come in, they did not get trapped a lap down. Talking about Sterling Marlin and all the rest of that. They should stay on the racetrack here and re-inherit the top spot.
But they completely erased the gap before the yellow.
These are all lead lap cars who are in. Matt?
Elliott Sadler coming in, making his final stop. He's in the 2nd position. They're already coming around to the left side of the car. Left side tires going on. Remember, he was asking them to please tighten them up, made an air pressure adjustment. A little bit of trouble with Jay Guarneri on the left rear. Dave?
2 tires only for Jimmy Johnson. A pair of scuff tires on the right side, packed full of fuel. The tires were chosen specifically by Chad Knaus himself, who is the crew chief. Alan?
But all of these cars that come out are going to start behind those who pitted under the green already. Headed by Sterling Marlin. He's going to come back around into the lead, but now Bill Elliott's got another shot at it to try and steal this win away here at Pocono. Pennsylvania 500 presented by Pep Boys, under caution with 34 laps to go after Jeremy Mayfield got nipped by Jerry Nadeau and crashed off of turn 3. Well, Wally, we set it up before, head-to-head on pit road. Sterling Marlin's guys had to get the job done and under pressure.
And they did it.
And here they are.
Rick Reeling, Jack Mann, Maryland, New York.
Mike Atwell, rear tire changer, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Dwayne Trammell, rear tire carrier, Dothan, Alabama.
Jerry Schweitz, I'm the gas man. I'm from Waterloo, New York.
Mike Houston, front tire carrier, Concord, North Carolina.
Clay Robinson, front tire changer, Simi Valley, California.
Hi, I'm Mike Modell, catch can man for the Coors Light Dodge from Hazleton, Pennsylvania.
Attaboy, guys.
Attaboy, Mike, just around the corner. Hazleton, about 30 miles from here.
He might get to celebrate at his home track in Victory Lane. You never know. 34 laps to go. Marlin leads at Pocono. Talk about a close call.
This is a great shot.
Woo. On board with Jeffrey Bodine. He somehow gets underneath the 19 car of Jeremy Mayfield. We saw the 41 of Spencer gets that right rear tire. And we see NASCAR taking the cars down the access road so they can clean up the racetrack up in turn 3.
That's also up in turn 2 where they're running right now. They've got the jet blowers out and they're cleaning all 3 corners off.
Because they figure they're going to need all the racetrack we can get right now in this restart.
You know, we saw that big crash on lap 1 with Steve Park, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Rusty Wallace. This is kind of like lap 1 all over again. When they throw the green flag to restart these cars.
Well, the mellowness is out the window.
What are Sterling Marlin's thoughts on trying to hold off Bill Elliott on this restart? We listened.
The only place really that he was, doing anything much from what I could see, Lauren can tell you better, would be in turn 1.
Running a little high on the bottom like me. Well, Sterling, what he was doing there when he was directly behind you, he was just going where you weren't, and he was just bonsaiing it down in there pretty hard. So we just kind of need to be conscious of where he's going. I'll let you know where he's at.
You just keep doing what you've been doing, because it's right.
That was Lauren Ranier, the spotter for Sterling Marlin, telling him that Bill Elliott just kind of carrying it down in turn 1 a little bit harder than you and running where you aren't, so he doesn't pick up that aero push. Marty Snyder, what else you got for us?
Well, Benny, I'll tell you what's right. You heard Tony Glover say what you've been doing in the car, Sterling, is right. What the team did was right this morning. They set up the car perfectly. They have made no adjustments to this car the entire day. And the back end of that conversation with Lauren Ranier, his spotter, was that through the tunnel turn, you are much better than Bill Elliott. That is where you'll beat him every time, and also off of 3. Dale Jarrett here in June started 13th, guys. Today, Sterling Marlin started this race in 13th.
See Kurt Busch there? If they finish as they are now, he'll move up from 8th to 5th in points. But it's going to be another good day for Sterling Marlin, potentially.
One weekend, 2 stars, 3 chances to see the Thomas Crown affair.
Do you really think I'm going to sleep with the man I'm investigating?
One last chance to see the Thomas Crown affair, tonight at 8 on TNT.
Plausibly coming up next here on TNT. Probably going to go right up till 8 o'clock to finish this race. This is the first race in the Pep Boys When Your Car Wins, You Win sweepstakes, starting today and concluding with the Chevrolet Monte Carlo 400 in Richmond on September 7th. Stop by any Pep Boys and pick up a sweepstakes game piece. Scratch off where it says car number and prize. If your car wins any Winston Cup race between today and September 7th, you win the corresponding prize. And in addition, all prize winners who mail in their game piece will be eligible for the grand prize, a trip to 3 Winston Cup races next season, 2003.
All right, folks, you see the lights atop the pace car, safety car are out. That means the next time they get to the start-finish line, old Rodney Wise is going to throw the green flag and we'll be off.
30 laps to the finish, 75 miles. Bill Elliott has not been able to pass Sterling Marlin yet under green. Is he going to be able to this time?
He's going to have to try, because I think this is pretty much his only shot.
He's going to have to get him quickly, too. I think we all agreed, talking during the commercial.
The last restart, it seemed like Bill was a little bit better the first lap or 2, but then once Sterling got going, he pulled away.
We've run 145 laps today. Marlin has led 94 of them. Elliott led 16 early, but he's not been out in front since coming down pit road at lap 25. Johnny Benson is the lap car to the inside of the leaders. 30 laps to go. The race shortened to 175 laps by darkness and the rain delay earlier. Can Bill Elliott get Sterling Marlin on the restart? The fans are all on their feet. They want to know.
Right now, 28 cars on the lead lap.
Wow, did Marlin get a jump?
Wow, what an unbelievable jump he got.
Well, the answer to the question initially is no. Elliott can't do anything with him.
Right now we have a couple of Dodges leading the race, and right now Bill Elliott's got a challenge from Jeff Burton. The left rear tire is flat on Burton's car.
Very flat. He's going to hang on to it right here.
Oh, man.
What a tough break for that team. Raced all the way up from 33rd starting spot, trying to make a pass for second. They get a flat tire. And I hope they see it before he gets involved in something bad.
Yeah, no.
Get a tire down.
He knows. That's Jeff telling the crew.
He's had some bad luck here. Like you said earlier, Alan.
Left rear, do the best you can.
So Burton will lose at least a lap trying to nurse that back to the pits because he's going to have to come back at very reduced speed. He didn't feel it and decide about it till he just came past the opening to pit road. Boy, that's too bad. Oh, trouble right in front of him. Jerry Nadeau with a heavy crash.
This might save Jeff Burton from going a lap down.
Caution is out.
You know, it looks like the right rear tire is torn up on the 44 Georgia Pacific car.
Yeah, hard to say if that was before or after.
Is that red paint on the bumper there? The rear bumper?
Yeah, he might have hit one of the painted logos on the wall there,
yeah.
right in the middle of the corner. See Jerry taking his helmet off inside the car. Here's Jeff Burton in.
So they're not going to lose a lap.
Did he damage the car significantly and trying to get it back to pit road? Plus he's, 27 cars on the lead lap now, so. How about it, Matt?
Stuck in. I throwed it in the window.
Alan, no damage to the left rear quarter of Jeff Burton's car. Mark Armstrong helped them lift the car up. They just changed the left rear tire.
Seeing that Jerry Nadeau is going over and looking at that right rear, which means it was flat, and that's what caused him to back in the wall.
Good call, BP. Wonder if there was something on the racetrack. 2 flat tires there? Because Burton's had to cut down across that same corner because it went flat in turn 3.
Could very well be.
All right, let's go back and see the back end of Jerry Nadeau's impact.
And you can see hard contact.
There must have been something out there.
But, NASCAR took the blower over there, blew that corner off. You thought they might have been able to get all that debris off the racetrack, but obviously 2 flat tires in just 1 lap. Dave, what about Bill Elliott?
Well, he thinks there might be something out there too, Benny, and he asked his spotter and his crew chief to look at the rights and the lefts respectively on his car and just make sure visually that they aren't down either.
Well, all the drivers get paranoid right now because, they know that 2 guys have just gone down with flat tires, so everybody's checking each other's tires right now.
Bill Weber.
You can add Ricky Rudd to the list of guys that might be paranoid. He thought it was his right rear going flat. Once it went to caution, he got his spotter to talk to Bobby Labonte's spotter to get Bobby to look at his right rear. Bobby gave him the thumbs up, said it's okay. McSwain told him they actually went up on air pressure on that last stop. Ricky might be having some kind of a handling characteristic problem with that right rear because he thought his right rear was blistered earlier, and it was not.
And can you believe the run of that 18 car, Bobby Labonte? Engine change, they started in the last row of this race. He has taken 10th position away from Ricky Rudd. What a drive.
Terrific run for Bobby Labonte and his crew.
Here's a team that has not had a top 10 finish since their win at Martinsville in mid-April.
Right now, they're 10th.
All right, let's take a break while they clean up turn number 2. Still got more drama to play out here at Pocono. Sterling Marlin hanging on to the lead. Down to the final 25 laps here at Pocono Raceway. In the Pennsylvania 500, Sterling Marlin is the leader. He has led 99 of the 150 that we've run so far. And let's take a look at what has been a very eventful race to this point. We started a little after 1 o'clock Eastern time. And on lap 1, just off the first corner, Rusty Wallace and Steve Park got together. Then Park hooked into Dale Earnhardt Jr. Listen. Unbelievably hard crash as Park is driven into that inside guardrail, which fortunately gave way. After a few anxious moments of watching, Steve Park did climb from his race car, and he is fine. But boy, it gave us a scare for a minute. 2 hours to fix that, an hour and 5 minutes to fix that guardrail that Park hit. Then we raced for about 20 laps, and then the rain came. And we sat for 2 hours and 2 minutes under the red flag while the rain stopped and the track dried. This was just moments ago after a long green flag run. Jeremy Mayfield, lap 140, gets bumped by Jerry Nadeau, hits the inside wall off turn 3. And then at lap 148, Jerry Nadeau, we think a tire went down based on his actions when he got out of the car. And he clobbered the outside wall in turn number 2. And that's where we sit at the moment. They've cleaned up the racetrack. The field is getting the 1 to go signal. While not showing in those highlights, the story of this day has been that 40 car, the old Silver Bullet, out front early and often.
Now, the last restart, Sterling Marlin got a pretty good restart on Bill Elliott, but I don't think Bill Elliott's going to let him get away with that this time.
Whatever he did the last time, Elliott is ready for it this time, I would think.
Jeff Burton has come back onto pit road on the 1 to go signal.
He has nothing to lose. You know, I started to say a little bit ago, the good news is Jeff Burton did not go a lap down. Now, the bad news is 27 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, and he's going to restart 27th or 26th, depending on how he and John Andretti come off of pit road. Here's what Jeff Burton was saying to his crew as he came down the pit lane.
You guys have done a nice job today. We aren't going to get down about this. We'll go as fast as many as we can. We'll go home, and where we finish is where we finish. We've done a great job today.
There you go. Got to keep that crew pumped up.
Boy, they have done a great job, too. Came from 33rd. He was racing Bill Elliott for 2nd when the tire cut down. Matt?
Well, Jerry Nadeau walk out of the infield care center. First off, Jerry, any idea what happened?
No. First, my brakes went, and I don't know if that's what caused it or what, but the car just come around. I couldn't stop anyway. I hate I got into Mayfield there. I thought I was underneath him, and I couldn't stop, and I think he was lap down. I got in the back of him, and he wrecked, so I hate it for him. But I don't know. We had a good car going, but then obviously we couldn't stop, or what happened. We blew a tire. I'm not sure, but we destroyed the GP Dodge, and I hate it. We'll go to Indy next week and see if we can make it up there.
Jerry Nadeau joining Steve Park, Morgan Shepherd, Kirk Shelmerdine, Rusty Wallace, and Mike Wallace as drivers, and Jeremy Mayfield as those who will not finish the Pennsylvania 500. 24 laps to go. Bill Elliott, one more shot at Sterling Marlin.
Hey, Kurt Busch is right up on the back, Elliott, but he did, BP. Looks like Sterling got the jump on Bill Elliott.
Boy, he hit that throttle and the way that Coors Light car ran. And Kurt Busch, 97, trying to get by Bill, trying to get alongside in turn 1. Can he do it?
Oh, he'll do it. He'll try to do it anyway.
Drives it on in there, but Elliott did too.
I knew Kurt wouldn't be afraid to dive down in there.
No, he's not afraid. Marlin, Elliott, Busch, Dale Jarrett, Ryan Newman, the top 5. Then Matt Kenseth is up to 6th. Kevin Harvick 7th. Tony Stewart 8th. Terry Labonte 9th. And Bobby Labonte 10th.
See, that's exactly what Sterling wants to see in his mirror, is that 97 giving Bill Elliott a hard time. And then he will make that lead a little bit longer. But 97 and the 9 work together a little bit. Maybe they can draft on Bobby.
Work together.
Boy, these are race cars.
What was I thinking?
Yeah.
Just hit your marks, buddy, and you'll pull away.
Jeremy Mayfield has come from the Infield Care Center, Matt.
And Alan, Jeremy walked out. You had a conversation with Jerry Nadeau. What did you tell him?
I'm not sure. He was heading out, but that's 2 weeks in a row he's gotten into us a little bit. We were already loose and struggling. I would have let him go, you know, and just tore a race car up. And, it's my fault. I was loose, shouldn't have been there, but that's 2 weeks in a row. He could have given me a little bit of a break. I bet he does next time.
There you go.
Well, Jeremy's okay. That's the good part of that.
Harvick there getting around the lap car. Johnny Benson in that 10 is a couple of laps down in 32nd place, so he's not a factor there up front. Elliott's hanging with him this time.
Well, like I said earlier, Elliott seems to be a little bit better the first 2 or 3 laps after the restart. And I think his only chance is to try to get beside him in turn 1 and drag race him down into 2, but that's not close enough to get it done right there.
Tony Stewart getting around the lap traffic. That's why he was so far to the right of your picture.
Kurt Busch ran across the white line going down in turn 1, shoved the car up the hill, and we saw him lost 5 or 6 spots before he could get the car back under control.
Darkness starting to fall here at Pocono. This race scheduled to go 200 laps, 500 miles. It will be shortened to 175 laps. And it has been all Sterling Marlin so far today. Mark Martin, his rival for the championship, pinned back in 16th place. He had to come onto pit road for an extended stop while they replaced the battery. He is on the lead lap, but he's going to lose a lot of points today if things finish as they are.
Well, Kurt Busch went the corner very high that time. He's going to try that line, see if that's going to help him any.
40 cars getting off the corner awfully well. And I'm not sure if Elliott is shifting the same as Sterling. Sterling's doing a lot of shifting right now, twice.
There you go. Mark Martin was 55 points behind at day's beginning. Right now he's 125 back if he can hold his spot. He's going to gain one there on Michael Waltrip. That'll be 15th place. And he needs to gain as many as he can in these final laps.
Michael may take a look on the inside here. Nope, not going to do it.
Fans have all stayed. It's been a marathon day here in Pennsylvania. 6 hours and 20 minutes after this race started. They're trying to finish it up. 20 laps to go.
You got to take your hat off to Michael Waltrip for sticking it out. Not feeling well, but hanging in there and running in the 15th position.
And now, Derek Cope, smoke showing from behind his car.
He blew up because we see the flame in the exhaust pipe means he has turned the engine off, the ignition off.
Now, unless he pulls off the racetrack, he will not make it back to pit lane. Do you think, Benny?
It's going to be very difficult for him to. He will take the apron. He might. Hopefully he will.
NASCAR is calling to his team to have him turn into an opening that is just past turn number 2.
All right, now, is there oil down in turn 1 as his leaders go charging down in the corner? Well, he took all 3 different lines, and here comes Elliott.
Here comes Bill Elliott. Sterling Marlin with a little back-end wiggle in the corner. Elliott goes by to the lead. 19 laps to go. Not so fast. Here comes Marlin right back.
Side by side down in the tunnel corner, and Elliott takes the lead.
Listen to the fans roar. Bill Elliott back to the lead with the laps running out, Dave.
And this is a huge victory for their motor program, both the 9 and the 19, until he came to an early demise. Earlier this year, they both failed to finish because of motors. The engine shop, Charlie Seegers and Mike Hawkins, they worked hard to fix the problem they had in their oiling system in the motors, and it's lasted all day long, and Bill Elliott now blasts into the lead here at Pocono.
And that's where he had to do it, was turn one. That's where his car was the strongest.
And look at that thing. Bill Elliott is driving it down in turn one so hard, the right front bottoming out. See the sparks from underneath that 9 car? Here goes Kurt Busch for second spot.
And before we go and say that there was something on the racetrack that Marlin hit to cause that wiggle, obviously his car's not handling like it was before.
No, it isn't. And Elliott is trying so hard right now. He's driving this car just as hard as he possibly can. And all of a sudden, Sterling Marlin is losing a lot of ground. Is something wrong with a 40 car, you reckon?
Something's up. Marty?
He has said nothing on the radio, guys, so they think nothing's wrong with the car. And once he got behind other ones, they think that he's gotten tight now, but he has said nothing. Tony Glover just continuing to say, hit your marks, do the best you can. There's still lots of time left in the race.
See that 9 car bottoming out down in turn one? Old Awesome Bill is going for it.
Bill Elliott's last win was the season-ending race last November at Homestead, Florida. It was his first victory in a long, long time. Next race, next win, doesn't look like it's going to have to wait so long. Without question, that Elliott power move to the outside of Marlin is our Autotrader.com move of the race.
Got my vote.
Outside into turn 2, never lifted. Didn't give in. And so now Elliott stretching his advantage. Over now Kurt Busch, who's in second. Whoa, what's that? Oh, it's just a bag that's blown out of the grandstands. Jeffrey Bodine has just taken his car to the garage. Engine failure. Retired for the day. He's won here at Pocono. Both races in 1985. This race, the July event, in 1988 and 89 as well. He led 26 laps in the June race here, but fell out with 20 to go with engine failure. Here today, he led from lap 10 to 25, but did not lead again until he made that move on Sterling Marlin at lap 157 of 175.
There's Mr. Newman. And that engine is still, those pistons still going up and down.
Couldn't believe it.
Yeah, we're past 400 miles now.
My hat's off to Larry Wallace on that one. Here we go. Here's what we're talking about. 9,300, 9,400. All day long.
You know, we're not going to know if it would have finished 500 miles because we're not going to get to that distance today.
I wouldn't think it went even 100 miles.
But it gives us something to think about for next year.
Great job.
Yep.
If you turn the engine that kind of RPMs, you certainly don't have to shift.
Brian Newman's an open wheel driver. He's not used to shifting.
Exactly.
In, out. That's how the gears work on those things, right?
A little tight there. Car pushed up the racetrack, lost a little bit on Dale Jarrett right there.
And again, missed the race for 4th place.
And Bill Elliott has got that Dodge in front, getting all that air on the car, and he is just pulling away from Kurt Busch and Sterling Marlin.
Let's go back and check up on Jeff Burton. Remember, was trying to pass Bill Elliott for second when a tire went down on his car at lap 146. Restarted in 27th place. Where is he now?
He's in 20th and trying to overtake Kenny Schrader for 19th. There we see the M&M's car directly in front of him.
17, nearly 18 seconds behind leader Bill Elliott. Last lap by, about a draw on lap times and speeds for Bill Elliott and Kurt Busch, so the interval stays the same. It's about a 1.5 seconds between the two.
Elliott still bottoming that right front, going down in turn 1.
Pretty impressive drive for that 97 today, Benny. 23rd to 2nd so far.
And the 97 car on a long run, I'm talking about 30, 35 laps, is the best car that I've seen today. But I don't know if it's going to have enough time. 13 more laps to go. I'm not sure he's going to have time to catch Bill Elliott.
His best finish here at Pocono, speaking of Kurt Busch, was 13th in the June race of last year. He only ran 67 laps 6 weeks ago here. Got involved in an accident.
That time, Bill Elliott just about a quarter of a mile per hour faster than Kurt Busch.
Checking the gap back to Kevin Harvick, the 6th place car. Pretty nice drive for him today. 29th is where he started. He's up to 6th. Finishes 1st and 9th the last couple of weeks, 11th the week before. So, yes, Richard Childress Racing is definitely on the rebound.
Yes, they definitely are, and I think this is a clear indication they are getting much better.
Just behind Harvick, big orange. Tony Stewart. He's kind of up there dicing around with Elliott and Marlin at the beginning for the lead, but his car kind of faded back, and he's hung in this back half of the top 10 most of the afternoon since.
I think maybe he got loose. And Jimmy Spencer, all the problems he's had today, car is off the pace.
Got penalized twice earlier for speeding on pit road.
Or something just shut right off.
Something's back there dragging right behind the right rear. I don't know if that's
tailpipe. Now, you know, so access road.
Keeping an eye on Spencer to make sure he gets off the track and makes it back around to not bring out a caution flag. Of course, his teammate Sterling Marlin probably could use a yellow flag here.
And we see the officials directed Jimmy, please turn left.
Did not do it. Well, this could get interesting. Will the caution come out? Here comes Bill Elliott, 10 laps to go. Watching Jimmy Spencer's car to see if he makes it back around. He's on that access road inside of turn 3. But there's no way he's getting all the way back on the pit road.
That's road.
He's got an awfully long ways to go.
They're trying to signal him.
What you turn in there, Jimmy. Don't come on pit road. Yeah, okay.
There you go. And I didn't mean to alarm any conspiracy theorists, but you know, that he was going to bring out a yellow on purpose, but was he going to make it back around?
Hang a left, right in there. Hang a left.
Clear,
Yeah,
clear.
That's never happened before, you know.
Let's check in the pits of some of the top 10 runners now, starting with Dave Burns.
The 9 car of Bill Elliott, the last of his 41 wins, came at Homestead 21 races ago, but this is familiar territory. It's the same car. Marty?
Kurt Busch sits in second. His car is tight. I asked Jimmy Finney, is it too tight for him to pass anyone? He said, yeah, it's too tight and we're running out of time. I cannot describe to you the disappointment in Sterling Marlin's pit. They were just disheartened when he got passed by Bill Elliott. They thought they had this race won. His spotter, Lauren Ranier, has asked him what's wrong with the car. Sterling has said nothing on the radio. Dale Jarrett behind him having a fine run. He has been tight all day long. They went up 3 rounds on the track bar last time, and no complaints on this run so far for DJ. Dave?
Marty, Saturday morning, Ryan Newman only took 15 laps of practice. Saturday afternoon, he did not practice at all. That saved the motor. Last time here, they had motor failure and finished 32nd.
Kevin Harvick complained for several laps about being held up by the 23. Finally got around him. Richard Childress told him, do what you have to do, but think of the big picture. Harvick looking for his 3rd straight top 10, Dave.
The 20 car of Tony Stewart is just hanging on. Since the last restart, he has only gained 1 position on the track. Marty?
Matt Kenseth running out on the track, and he is tight. They've been tight all day long. I asked their crew chief just a moment ago, Robbie Reiser, what's he saying about the car? He said nothing, just trying to hold his position right now, Matt.
What a great one. What a great run for Terry Labonte. Qualified 30th, a two-time winner. Has quietly climbed up to 9th, trying to chase down the 17-car Matt Kenseth. This won't be his best finish if he keeps on. That was the 3rd at Sears Point, but he's trying to get some consistency, and this is a good way to start it. Meanwhile, his brother, Bobby Labonte, currently up to the 10th position. He's tight on exit. He hasn't had a top 10 finish since he won at Martinsville. The car gets tight when he gets closer to his brother. He just wants to hang on and get a good finish. Bill?
When this season is over, Ricky Rudd's not going to want to talk much about Pocono. Thought he was going to win here in June, ended up in the wall and out of contention. Started on the front row today, faded back in the field, trying to work his way back up to the top 10. Disappointment. They look forward to Indy, Matt.
The 22 car of Ward Burton trying to close in on the 24 of Jeff Gordon. Gordon just trying to end the day. I spoke to his crew chief, Robbie Loomis. He said he hasn't said anything on the radio. They've gone from loose to tight, back to loose, just trying to score top 10. Meanwhile, the double deuce of Ward Burton, he's just trying to get out of here. This has not been one of his better racetracks. His average finish, 30.8 over the last 10 Pocono starts. Bill?
Not the day Mark Martin was hoping for. Maybe he'll pick something up here in the closing laps. Came in 55 points behind Marlin in the race for the championship. Losing ground here at Pocono, Dave.
Talk about a car that won't respond, Bill. Jimmy Johnson's car will just not tighten up. It got a little bit better, then it went way back to its bad loose condition. Alan?
Those are the top 15 runners. There are 26 cars on the lead lap as we come down to what will be 5 laps to go. And Bill Elliott comes back around to the start-finish line.
And Bill Elliott, the last time by, was the fastest car of all the cars on the racetrack. So Kurt Busch, Sterling Marlin, no one making a dent on his lead.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't know if this plays into it or not, but the weather conditions as they've changed today. Cloudy and overcast when the race started. Elliott was strong. Then rain, race stopped, sun came out, the track was hot. Elliott didn't run as well. As the overcast came back in and the sun started to set late in the day, here's Elliott, strong once again.
Well, that will change a car, and it will change a car dramatically. Sterling Marlin's car, as you said, when it's warmer, seems to be by far the class of the field. A little bit cooler weather, and Bill Elliott seems to be the class of the field.
Coming up next on TNT, it's the Thomas Crown Affair. Here's Brosnan and Rene Russo. Following NASCAR, 8 p.m. Eastern Time on TNT. It's all Bill Elliott right now. He has checked out.
Checked out, and he doesn't have too much traffic in front of him either, so there's not going to be a whole lot that's going to slow him down. Although Kurt Busch was a little bit quicker that last lap. Not going to be enough to make up 2 seconds in 5 laps.
How close you can come to losing a race when Jeff Burton was inside of him racing for second and had the tire go down. If he'd have lost control there, we'd be looking at a much different story than this right now.
We see that Dodge crew on the wall. Mike Hawkins clapping. Engine tuner. All right, one more lap. Well, actually, he's got to make 4 more.
He's got 4 to go.
He's still sparking out the right front.
He's driving that car down in the corner, going forward with all he's got.
You know the last time a Dodge won here at Pocono?
Richard Petty, I guess.
Yes, sir. August of 1976. There's Bill's wife, Cindy, looking on. I'll bet Chase isn't far away either, his son.
There he is.
Yeah, I was right. Nervous moments. 7th place here. Matt Kenseth trying to pick one off from Tony Stewart in the final laps. And running right in on that back bumper, too. Matt started in 22nd today. A good solid run for that team. And of course, when this one's over, we look forward to the Brickyard 400 next Sunday from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 2 p.m. Eastern Time on NBC. The conclusion of a long weekend's racing that starts on Saturday here on TNT with Bud Pole qualifying from the Brickyard. Busch Series race 2.
Saturday night.
Yep, on the short track.
Indianapolis Raceway Park.
Be a lot of fun next weekend.
I tell you what, Bill Elliott and the Ray Evernham crew should take this race and go to Indy and really feel good about themselves.
Yeah, so many teams tested Indy before coming here because of the proximity on the calendar. Not a lot of banking in these corners, not a lot of banking in Indy. A lot of teams say things they learn at Indy apply to Pocono.
And there's a lot of guys that will bring their Pocono car to Indianapolis and race them next week. And I'd be taking this Dodge.
Another good job for Kurt Busch. But if Bill Elliott can hold it together for less than 5 miles, it's all his. This is the same car that Bill Elliott used to win the race at Homestead last November, that flat track. And now he's coming down for what will be the white flag. Race shortened by 25 laps because of impending darkness, and it is starting to get dark out there too. So it'll go to 425 miles. And Bill Elliott's got to make just one more lap to pick up the victory in the Pennsylvania 500. He's got 1.7 seconds on Kurt Busch and 3 corners to go.
He didn't spark the right front that time. I think he feels victory coming on.
I think he was a little bit careful, maybe going through one that time.
Bill Elliott going to be the first driver to win a race from pole position this season. First one to win a race in the front row this season. Also looking to become the first man to win 5 times here at Pocono Raceway. His other victories coming back 2 in 1985, 1 each in 1988 and 89. Now he's down to the final corner. Red will be the color of the day here at Pocono. Bill Elliott bringing it home for Ray Evernham and Dodge as Elliott wins the Pennsylvania 500 at Pocono. Kurt Busch will finish second. Sterling Marlin will lead 106 of the race's 175 laps, but have to settle for third.
Like I said, ever see Cindy and Chase? And the crew. Out of our way, let's go, guys.
There's Mike Ford, the crew chief, the last guy we got to look at there. Bill Elliott has won the Pennsylvania 500, Dave.
And we'll step in with Mike Ford here, and Bill Elliott had to drive that car around Sterling Marlin. Did you think he had it before the last restart?
Well, we were better than Sterling on a short run. I didn't know that he'd drive around him on the outside, but, you know, coming into the race, Bill's good for a little bit, and knew we'd have a shot at it.
You won the pole. That's not been necessarily the best of luck here for the drivers. Did you think all weekend that it was your weekend, Mike?
Yeah, last time this car was on the pole was Homestead, and last time it was on the pole, it won the race, so it's 2 for 2.
There you go. Pole and win at Homestead, pole and win here at Pocono. Alan?
Bill Elliott has won the Pennsylvania 500. He led the last 19 laps en route to the victory. We'll hear from him and some of the other top finishers when we come back to Pocono Raceway after this. Coverage of today's Pennsylvania 500. It took a long time to run because of rain and other red flag delays. But in the end, Bill Elliott made a late rally to pass Sterling Marlin and score his first win of 2002. Nice little crowd in victory lane there with you, Bill Weber.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it little. It's a big crowd for Bill Elliott. And, you know, it's a big weekend for Ray Evernham, too. Yesterday, he put Casey Atwood in the ARCA race. Casey came from the back of the field late in the race to win. Today, it's Bill Elliott, who moved to Evernham Motorsports. People thought he might never get back to victory lane. Went to victory lane at Homestead last year, and now at Pocono, Bill Elliott wins again. It's a weekend sweep in the mountains for Evernham Motorsports, and a big win for Bill Elliott. And high fives for the crew and for the driver. Come on, climb on out of there. Man. Congratulations. You all right?
I'm great.
Yeah.
I can't be no better, boys.
Yeah.
This deserves a good old drink.
It does, huh? Well, as soon as you take that drink, you tell me about passing that Sterling Marlin guy in that 40 car.
Well, I knew I had my work cut out for him. He was awful good. But it seems like whoever was out front had the advantage. And I knew as long as I could stay after him on fresh tires, that's the only chance I had. And I did. I gave it everything I had, and I finally got him on the high side going into one.
And he came right back on you, too, didn't he?
He came back, but I still was able to pull on off.
Yeah, Bill, yesterday Casey ran some stuff. Ray called it experimental in the ARCA race. He won. You guys go to victory lane today. This team in the right direction.
I told you I was proud of these guys. I mean, from the motor guys, all the guys back at the shop to the guys right here on pit road. I mean, they do a heck of a job, and they really put some spirit in me on driving a race car. I'm telling you, it makes it easy for me to come out here on Sunday afternoon and do the job that we can do.
It's 2 in a row for the 40-plus gentlemen. You're in victory lane, and you're in the top 10 in points and moving forward.
Well, that's what we got to do. I mean, but we got to take it a race at a time. You know, if we take care of the races, the rest of it will take care of itself.
Well, your son and your wife are celebrating. I know you are, too. You must love coming to Pocono.
Well, it's been good to me throughout the years. Too bad this race didn't happen last time because I lacked 20 laps to go finishing. But, you know, ironically, it worked out for the good, and I'm proud of all these guys, I'm telling you.
Congratulations. We'll see you at Indianapolis next week.
You got it.
All right, Bill Elliott and his family in victory lane here in Pocono. A big celebration here, a kiss for his wife, and Chase is here, too. Marty?
Well, Bill, from the excitement to the disappointment, Sterling, what happened on the last restart?
We just got beat more or less. You know, our car was really on long runs all day, and, you know, hate to see the last caution. When it come out, we had a pretty good lead and was driving away from them, but, you know, it got cooler and the track changed, and my car just got real tight in turns 2 and 3 and was loose in turn 1, and that's where Bill drove the outside of us. And, you know, Bill run a good race all day, and, you know, he deserved to win it if we didn't. So, you know, we'll just pack up next week and go to Indy carrying the same car. And maybe put the Coors Light Dodge and victory lane up there.
Were you surprised at all that your car got tight? Because it had not been tight all day. You guys didn't change anything on that car today.
Well, I mean, you change tires, don't know exactly what you're going to get. You know, the tires have been real consistent, and we had the third set of tires was really good, and the fourth set was really good, and this set here was just a little tighter for some reason. And, you know, the tires run real consistent all day, didn't have any trouble with them.
All right, building back some consistency. It's a second top 5 in the last 4 races, Matt.
Marty, after finishing 40th in June due to an accident, coming home second, what does this mean for you and this team, Kurt?
That's a great step. I mean, it was a dismal day when we finished 40th here, and to bounce back like this, that was the same race car, and we just kept putting changes to it. I mean, it was something where it didn't want to work for some reason. We were fast in happy hour, but dropped the green. We just headed in the wrong direction, so we kept having to make innovative ideas to try to make this thing work. We're just throwing everything at it. Every stop, we change something just to get a different balance on the car. And I mean, it's a lot of fun. Just like Newell Rubbermaid, I'm going to meet with all the people and all the different organizations, and they're coming up with innovative ideas, going to the front, working the packs. That's what we're all about, is going to the front. And to bounce back like this, to get a good points day out of it, it's been strong. I mean, Jimmy Fenning's really helped me out a ton. This is what Rubbermaid's all about.
After finishing 13th, 37th, and 40th, Kurt Busch scores his first top 5 finish here at Pocono. Dave?
Matt, DJ sat down, so I thought I would, too. He finished 4th today after starting 15th. How tough was it to get through this race, DJ?
Well, I suppose Coke helps to relieve all of that, but it was tough. But we had a good race car. We just weren't any match for those front guys. We got out-geared today. Those guys were shifting twice, and we elected to stay with our plan of just shifting the one time, and that beat us. They were just killer off of the tunnel turn and off of turn 3 here, and just was no match for them. But it was a good day for us.
It was, and it was his 13th top 10 in the last 15 races here at Pocono, and he didn't bring me a Coke either, so I have to get a Coke from him. Okay, well, he'll get me one.
Let's check the final results from today's Pennsylvania 500 with Bill Elliott scoring career win number 42.
Fantastic run for Elliott, also for Kurt Busch. And, you know, Sterling Marlin, he takes everything in stride.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be down crying.
We talked about that earlier. It's just, hey, he's cool.
I got beat.
He led 106 of the 175 laps, but still a good championship day for Marlin, because there's Mark Martin back in 13th. So maybe he's just looking at the old glass half full.
And Jeff Burton comes back from 27th to 28th to finish 16th after that flat tire.
Some of those who wound up not on the lead lap. You see Jeff Green, the last one on the lead lap. 26 cars. That's a pretty healthy dose.
And Robbie Gordon able to hang in there with those sore ankles and finish on the lead lap.
A lot of those who dropped out fell out late. Jeffrey Bodine, Derek Cope, late engine failures. Jerry Nadeau, Jeremy Mayfield with the late crash. Rusty Wallace, first race he's failed to finish in a long time. And that's the way they ran today here at Pocono. Let's hear from the 5th place finisher. Marty's with Ryan Newman.
Well, a 6-hour race, Alan, will make you tired, as you can tell from even a young Ryan Newman. How about your car today? You said it kind of bounced all over the map.
Yeah, we just, you know, the car was pretty decent all day. We just weren't the best, and we didn't get out front to be able to see what we were like in clean air. And
you know, the guys had good pit stops all day for the Alto Ford, and you know, sometimes that's all you can ask for. Finishing 5th ain't bad here for our second race.
Now will you tell us if you shifted or not? Come on.
You saw the video.
We saw the video. There you go. All right. Okay. He's heading off to the garage, guys.
Evidence was in. Thomas Crown Affair coming up next on TNT. Stay with us for that. We're back to wrap it up at Pocono in just a minute.